British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1151, Jayabayo's Help. This is destined to be a very busy year. Alan Wilson still has a long way to go in his work. The progress in Portugal is only the first step of a long journey. Grace has sent several telegrams to ask when the so-called opportunity will come. However, it seems that Ingrid Bergman seems to be very adaptable to the life of the wife of the Portuguese man Arona. In terms of career ambition, Ingrid Bergman is not as persistent as Hedy Lamarr. She is quite satisfied with her current life and is in a stage of enjoying life. The big manor in Portugal is very much to the appetite of the female president. She is somewhat happy about it. The environment here reminds her of the aristocratic life in novels and biographies, which she has not felt in other countries. Whenever the female president shows dissatisfaction, the manor servant shows panic and hesitation and walks to the lower end of the dining table. He hunches over and keeps bowing. This is originally a thin and tall old man, but because of the habit of bending over for a long time, it is almost impossible to tell how tall he is. His gaunt and handsome appearance, hooked nose, piercing black eyes, wrinkled high forehead, and long grey hair should be considered handsome. Long-term service has cultivated a kind of national character in these people, which at least contains many vulgar element. This kind of vulgarity is exactly what Ingrid Bergman wants, and it can only be found in Portugal. Ingrid, you have fallen. Alan Wilson was surprised. It takes 3 years to learn good things and 3 days to learn bad things. If it were normal, Ingrid Bergman would not refute it. But what is this man doing now? He buried his head in her chest and made all kinds of lewd sounds. He still has the nerve to say something about her? You should at least raise your head and speak. Ingrid Bergman panted and accused intermittently. No, I feel the warmth of the sun here. Alan Wilson embodied the essence of a tough diplomat and would never bow to unreasonable demands. This was related to the dignity of the British Empire, and the permanent undersecretary could not bring shame to the country. I will warm you well. 2 sons double the happiness. Ingrid Bergman decided to teach the man a lesson, showing her great mind, and almost made the gentleman who was determined to show his talents in this critical year fail. This cannot be forgiven. Alan Wilson must let Ingrid Bergman know how powerful the Sagan Iron Fist is. I really want to stay here forever. You can accompany me like this. The female president, who had received a heavy blow, collapsed in the arms of the executive deputy minister. But I know you are busy. If you come to see the 3 of us more often, I will be very satisfied. Of course. Alan Wilson agreed very straightforwardly. You know me. I always try to be thoughtful. If you don't think more carefully, I'm afraid you won't have enough time in 24 hours a day. Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson, implying that a man who doesn't work for the space-time administration can handle so many ladies of the same status as his wife. Alan Wilson's return journey has always been like a green train, stopping at every station. When he arrived at the final stop, London, he made sure that his body was empty. After staying in London for 2 days, he felt even emptier. Yawning, he went to the Ministry of Defence and asked the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armed forces of the British Empire whether Field Marshal Mountbatten had any plans for armed mediation. The Field Marshal was also worried about his son-in-law's yawning state. If Pamela sees you in this state, when she comes back, she will think that the country has done something to you. I'm in good condition. I'm in high spirits. Alan Wilson stared at his panda eyes, touched his hair, and said to himself, it's very lush, a model of a gentleman. You offended a lot of gentlemen with this. Mountbatten almost laughed out loud, restrained his smile, and introduced his ideas. According to his intuitive feeling, 2 Centaurs, plus an Eagle-class submarine in the Persian Gulf, plus a Dreadnought-class nuclear submarine, are already a devastating force for the Indian Navy. Modest, this can be described as the same for countries other than the United States and the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson was still wondering when this British MacArthur spoke so modestly. Alan Wilson soon realized that he was wrong. His father-in-law was just saying it casually. It's part of professional image management. Otherwise, people will think that the Royal Navy is bullying the weak. The Eagle-class aircraft carrier battle group stationed in the Persian Gulf is also under the jurisdiction of the Royal Mediterranean Fleet. This is Mountbatten's old unit. There is no problem in using it, not to mention that he is still the Commander-in-Chief of the British Army. Considering the current size of the Indian Navy, 2 Centaurs and 1 Eagle-class from the Pacific Fleet and the Mediterranean Fleet are enough to send the Indians to the bottom of the sea within a day. If the British start military exercises without saying hello, will it scare the Indians? Mountbatten asked his son-in-law, should we notify India first? Indians don't need to know where the Royal Navy is and what purpose the military exercises are for. Don't think that the Indian Ocean is really the Indian Ocean, just because it is called the Indian Ocean. Alan Wilson curled his lips and said, until before the First World War, the Monroe Doctrine was just shouted by the Americans. Let India wait for 90 years before talking to us? Doesn't Alan Wilson know about the development of India's army in a few decades? A standard top-heavy configuration. The Soviet Union's configuration during the Cold War was like this. 50,000 tanks, 60,000 armored vehicles, and 30,000 self-propelled artillery. This is not called top-heavy. No matter which part, no other single country can compete with it. The real top-heavy configuration is India in the 21st century. The number of tanks is twice that of armored vehicles, and self-propelled artillery is only a fraction of the armored vehicles. This situation exists not only in the army, but also in the Navy and Air Force. The larger and more advanced the equipment, the more attention it gets, and the more auxiliary equipment is, the less attention it gets. This configuration is a standard configuration for bullying, but considering that most countries on the earth are indeed very weak, this configuration cannot be said to be wrong. Unfortunately, there is a non-weak country next to India. Give India a surprise attack. Once India asks, I will naturally give a reasonable answer. Alan Wilson thought and said, by then, Britain can say that it is starting from a position of strength and talk about the Goa issue that has caused hostility between India and Portugal, and then use this as a means of mediation. He had said something similar to Salazar once and decided to take advantage of the Kuala Lumpur Commonwealth Games to create a peace event and provide a platform for the two countries to talk at cross purposes. He had already thought about how the two countries would explain their reasons since ancient times. This is not the patent of a certain country. Nehru once said that India has existed since ancient times, and the roof of the world is part of Indian culture. Alan Wilson is ready to spread Nehru's understanding to the whole world, so once the border war begins, Alan Wilson can imagine the self-justification of since ancient times, and then in the end, the big fist has the final say. What Cuban Missile Crisis? There is no occasion for Britain to show its presence. If Britain wants to show its presence, it has to be in Asia. Thanks to the presence of Defense Minister Profumo, Alan Wilson now feels like coming home when he comes to the Ministry of Defense. This is the harmonious relationship between politicians and civil servants that he envisions. Of course, this is not dissatisfaction with Foreign Secretary Rab Butler. The respected Foreign Secretary also has a very good relationship with the Permanent Undersecretary, especially the previous spy exchange, which won a lot of applause for the Foreign Secretary. It was still early, Marshal Mountbatten was still calculating the costs, and Alan Wilson was waiting for good news. What's wrong? In Hepburn's apartment, Alan Wilson looked at the bullflower with a face full of grievance. Hepburn's sudden indifference made the Permanent Undersecretary a little at a loss. If you have something to say, just tell me. You can't solve it, even if I tell you. Hepburn was furious. What time is it now, and you want to send people to space again? Alan Wilson's heart moved, and his eyes stared at Hepburn's abdomen. There was nothing abnormal. It doesn't feel like it. Feel. Hepburn came up and punched her with a pink fist and said angrily, you'd better pray that nothing is wrong, otherwise you will be in trouble. If it gets out, you and I will be at the center of the storm of public opinion. Even if I'm dismissed, I will only pray that nothing is wrong. Alan Wilson really couldn't see anything from Hepburn's flat belly, but he was a little stubborn. I want to go to the United States for a checkup. Hepburn had made up her mind, and she was also considering this man. You are also very well known in the United States. Why not try Sweden? Alan Wilson tilted his head and thought, Sweden is a powerful country in Northern Europe, and the environment is not bad. It's just right to relax. Then he went further and said that he could accompany her and they could visit immediately to discuss the details of the fighter jet. Hepburn softened her heart and nodded. She didn't know that Alan Wilson was afraid that the bullflower would do something to hurt her body. If there was really such a trend, Alan Wilson could stop it nearby so that Hepburn would not regret it in the future. Greta, what do you think I should do? In Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, Alan Wilson was holding his wine glass with a gloomy face, at a loss as to what to do about the current predicament. I'm very worried. Greta Garbo dragged her chin and looked at Alan Wilson straight. You didn't care about me so much at that time. I did. Alan Wilson said firmly, but then he whispered with a gloomy face. You had already retired at that time, but Hepburn was at the peak of her career. If it was for your career. Oh. Greta Garbo murmured expressionlessly. How about I talk to her for you? Don't worry, it won't involve you. Of course, you know that my standards have always been very high. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Hansing could endure the humiliation under the crotch. As long as he looked at it in a broad way, it was nothing. Chapter 1152, Learn and Apply. But what are you going to do? Alan Wilson was willing to sacrifice himself, and he also wanted the Queen of Sweden to give him a reassurance, right? After all, this was not a trivial matter. Didn't you tell me about diplomatic tactics? Since it's an examination, a hospital is needed. As long as it goes through human hands, any result can be artificially shaped. Greta Garbo replied expressionlessly. It only takes a fourth-order tactic to solve this matter. First, we declared that Hepburn had nothing wrong. Then we claimed that it might be possible to handle it, but Hepburn's physique was not easy to get pregnant. Then we told Hepburn herself that action should be taken, but the consequences should be considered. Finally, the hospital will tell Hepburn that, if the child is forcibly removed, she may regret it for the rest of her life. Alan Wilson looked disgusted and said with a fake smile, you really apply what you have learned. This is all your words and deeds. Greta Garbo still looked calm and asked sideways, so what do you think? Or forget it. I just feel that deceiving her will make me feel morally guilty. Alan Wilson looked solemn. Of course, this was just an excuse for him to convince himself. You can't feel guilty about something you don't have. Greta Garbo bluntly exposed the hypocrisy of British gentlemen. Answer me quickly, and I will arrange it. I tell you, now in the UK, apart from Sir Norman, few people talk to me like this. Alan Wilson said in a tone of being strong all his life, and then decisively bowed to the supreme authority. Greta Garbo looked very ambitious. For this man, her victory must become a daily routine. This matter will be left to the Swedish national treasure to handle. Alan Wilson will temporarily focus on trivial matters, such as the national cooperation projects of Europe's number 1 offshore balance and number 2 offshore balance. Britain and Sweden can't be said to be from the same school in terms of offshore balance in Europe, but it can be said that heroes have similar views. However, now that the traditional threats have weakened, both countries should now face an unprecedented behemoth, which once competed with Sweden for hegemony, and destroyed the hegemony of the Swedish Empire in the Great Northern War. Europe does not have a long-term threat, and Russia does not have a grudge against other European countries. There is only one reason why the Soviet Union and even later Russia have been excluded, that is, the United States controls Europe. How come before World War I, Britain and France could shake hands with the Russian Empire and the Triple Entente? Before that, how could the Russian Empire form an alliance with the three emperors of Germany and Austria? Was the Russian Empire small at that time? The territory of the Russian Empire was larger than that of the Soviet Union, so how could it form alliances? After the Soviet Union, it could not do this. The reason is that the Soviet Union collapsed, but the United States, which controls Europe, is still there and does not want to leave Europe, so Russia must be an enemy. Russia is the public enemy of Europe is a false proposition. Even the increasingly powerful Soviet Union is a huge threat. Now the NATO countries in Europe are calm when talking with the Soviet Union. So just like Sweden now, all its actions are obviously to prevent the Soviet Union from expanding its influence in Northern Europe, but it must also publicly declare that Sweden is a neutral country and will never join NATO to contain the Soviet Union, blah blah. It fully proves that if you are strong, your farts are all reasonable, and if you are weak, your reason is all farts. The technology carried by the TSR to attack aircraft, provided by the United Kingdom, is codenamed Thor by the Swedish side. Saab designers have proposed more than 100 plans for the development of the new aircraft, including Project 1325 using a rocket engine, Project 1372 using a double delta wing structure similar to the Dragon, Project 1400 a combat attack aircraft that can take off an line vertically, Project 1421 with a maximum speed of 2.8 Mach, Project 1443 with a maximum speed of 2.3 Mach and an appearance imitating the Mirage 3rd. The Thor fighter project was officially confirmed only after the UK was willing to provide technical support for the TSR to attack aircraft. Alan Wilson expressed his concern for the cooperation between the UK and Sweden, but he was not as happy as he seemed, because he had seen the design drawings of the project. How should I put it? Ever since he saw the famous Tejas fighter of India, he had an instinctive resistance to the Mirage 3 and the Thunder fighter in front of him, the Delta Wing plus canard layout. However, the Swedes thought that the project was fine. Besides, the TSR to attack aircraft also had a large Delta Wing layout, so he couldn't say anything. Saab also thanked the UK for its technical support. Alan Wilson told himself that Indians couldn't do it, but Swedes could. I'm going to live in Stockholm for a while. When Alan Wilson came back, Hepburn sat like a lady with a melancholy temperament on her face, as if she had made such a major decision. What's wrong, dear? Alan Wilson looked anxious, squatting in front of the bowl flower and holding the other's arms with both hands, as if he was sad for the other's sadness. Hepburn's eyes gradually filled with tears. She pursed her lips and looked at Alan Wilson, whispering, I'm pregnant. I have to stop working now. I want to give birth to the child. You're sacrificing too much by doing this. Alan Wilson spoke with surprise and joy, lowering his head and burying his head in Hepburn's lap. He knew that Greta Garbo's 4th level tactics had succeeded. It doesn't matter how it succeeded. The key is his current reaction. At this moment, Alan Wilson took out the acting skills trained by many actresses, supplemented by the experience of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is no need to ask about the details. Alan Wilson is more suitable to show the state at this time, that is, pie in the sky. He didn't ask what happened and let Hepburn feel with an ignorant attitude that he was looking forward to the birth of this child. The effect was very good. This reaction made Hepburn sober up all of a sudden. This was an opportunity for men and women to play games. She could take this opportunity to leave a deep impression on Alan Wilson. Feeling guilty, a man of the same status as her husband would definitely take extra care of her in the future. Also in Stockholm, Greta Garbo sat quietly at home, shaking her glass and drinking by herself. She seemed to think of something funny, and a rare trace of pride appeared on her face. Mom, what are you laughing at? This scene was encountered by a teenager who asked in surprise. Study hard and don't worry about adults' affairs. Greta Garbo glanced at her son and said without question. The problem that troubled Alan Wilson was solved just like that. In fact, thinking back carefully, it was not that he couldn't come up with a 4th level tactic, but that he couldn't get over the psychological barrier. Greta Garbo helped him a lot. Sweden's climate is just better than other Nordic countries. Stockholm bears the aftermath of the North Atlantic warm current, which has shaped Sweden's status as the center of Nordic countries. In some provincial urban areas, there are always some houses that make people feel desolate at first glance, just like seeing the most gloomy monastery, the most depressed wilderness or the most dilapidated ruins. Perhaps those houses have the silence of the monastery, the desert of the wilderness and the decay of the ruins. The residents live in silence, so outsiders think that they are empty houses with no one living in them. But when a stranger walks on the street, someone will suddenly look out of the window with a calm face, like a monk, and glance out of the window coldly and gloomily. Although it is cold in winter, hot in summer, and very dark in spring and autumn, Stockholm is still a good place. Alan Wilson actually wanted to take Hepburn back to his country, but Greta Garbo asked, "Do you have time to take care of Hepburn's feelings at any time?" When the permanent secretary shook his head, she said, "But I have. I don't deny this. For a lady who can stay at home all year round, time doesn't seem to have much meaning." Alan Wilson asked helplessly, "Don't you consider becoming a writer? It suits you very well." "Dear sir, shouldn't you thank me?" Greta Garbo smiled. "How much have I helped you? I think my help to you deserves very sincere thanks." As soon as the voice fell, Alan Wilson picked up Greta Garbo and said with deep approval, "You are right." At the time of parting, Hepburn expressed her reluctance to leave, and Alan Wilson promised to come to see her often. Returning to London, he felt empty in his heart. He didn't know whether he was more worried about Hepburn or the children. It might be both, and there was no need to make a specific distinction. This worry was immediately replaced by another thing. Pamela Mountbatten ended her residence in the southern hemisphere and crossed half the world to reach loyal London. This time she came back to sort out Land Rover, separate it, and list it on the London Stock Exchange. This was also a major adjustment for the Mountbatten Group. She also soon learned from her father that the British military exercise was about to be held and asked her husband how he planned it. Alan Wilson naturally told her everything he knew and wanted to add a touch of political color to the Kuala Lumpur Games, the first international anti-doping games, the first games that made the two countries shake hands and make peace, etc. Even if you have the credit for mediation, what can it do? Pamela Mountbatten didn't understand. Besides, are you really sure that there will be a war on the border? If someone else asked, then there would be no. Alan Wilson answered simply, "But since you asked, as the head of the family, I naturally have to tell the truth. This is a good opportunity for Britain to enhance its international influence." Are the two things necessarily related? Pamela Mountbatten felt that her husband was just playing a turtle punch, and there was no point at all. Alan Wilson expressed pessimism about his wife's understanding. What is a turtle punch? Another way to say it is to call it a mysterious punch. How could he, a Sagan boxing champion, play a turtle punch? Chapter 11 53 £500 million. Alan Wilson couldn't tell his wife that this was a good opportunity to divert attention and avoid the Cuban Missile Crisis from appearing as a foil to the United States. He could only explain it by consolidating nation influence. "But to be honest, I'm looking forward to this war and even eager to try it." "That's not surprising. I understand." Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes. Her husband was just that kind of person. He couldn't stand other countries doing well. "It is foreseeable that we, Britain, will definitely play a role after the war. Of course, they may criticize Britain for drawing the border indiscriminately, but I have prepared a rebuttal. That is, the border between the two countries has never been drawn and has no legal effect. As the sovereign of India, it is normal for Britain to prefer colonial demarcation. It is an objective fact that the other party disagrees, but they say it is related to Britain when the war breaks out today. Alan Wilson made a double-edged argument and completely removed the so-called British responsibility. It's as if Britain can coexist peacefully with its neighbors without Nehru. If they want to be a powerful country and establish a sphere of influence with themselves as the core, what does this have to do with Britain? I can even ask in return, how far back can the ancient times claimed by these two countries be traced? I guess India might be even more shameless and maybe trace it back to the Maurya Empire. As for the other one, let's not talk about it for now, but in short, if it can be traced back infinitely, the hegemony of public opinion can be used to spread this official statement to the whole world, making it a laughingstock for people all over the world. What if it can be traced back to the relatively powerful modern empire period? Pamela Mountbatten nodded, but asked another question. Great. If the ancient times can be traced back to the King Empire, it will be quite beneficial to Britain. Because the expansion of the King Empire ended in the 18th century, and at that time, many British colonies had been established. If we can confirm that this is their official statement, the solution is very simple. Malaya has been an integral part of the British Empire since ancient times, and no country should peak. Alan Wilson looked into his wife's eyes with a smile. After all, we are not the original country of this statement, so we must make it clear that Britain is also a follower, shifting the responsibility. All glory belongs to the two ancient civilizations. Although it is feasible to do so in theory, in reality Alan Wilson feels that the officials of a certain major country will not express their views. Countries with the Soviet system, as long as they want to be ostriches, no one can wake them up. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs should be proud of having my husband serving. Pamela Mountbatten was amazed. Two ancient civilizations serve me, Britain alone. Isn't this a small blessing? Since ancient times is a good excuse. Alan Wilson smiled happily. He had traveled through the history of human civilization. Of all the countries that have been named throughout history, none can be compared with the British Empire in the field of since ancient times. First, make sure that the war has nothing to do with Britain. Once Britain is involved in public opinion, ask China and India from the perspective of since ancient times. If this question is answered, then the problem is simple. Britain has been a multi-ethnic country since ancient times, but the territories are not connected to each other. Malaya is an inseparable part of Britain. However, Alan Wilson estimated that, if it came to this point, the other party would play dead, and if he continued to pester, he would fall into a language trap. Seeing her husband's well-thought-out look, Pamela Mountbatten shook her head and said, "Didn't you say that in the end, the world is ruled by the big fist? You can set traps in the diplomatic field, but will it work? It's useful. Britain is stronger than these two ancient civilizations." Alan Wilson answered confidently, "When the economic levels are too far apart, it's best not to rashly set up opponents. Not only will it be a waste of money, but it will only be ridiculed. What I want most is to return to South Asia, but it's a pity that, even if Nehru loses the war, he dare not let us go back. Fortunately, after this war, Britain should abdicate from the most sensitive position in the hearts of Indians." For so many years, Alan Wilson did not dare to return to South Asia. How much he wanted to have a good talk with a powerful country. After this year, the relationship between Britain and India will surely usher in new developments. Pamela Mountbatten came back once, and at this time she happened to hear her husband talk about the issue of industrial layout, Portugal, a low-cost European country, and the grand blueprint of going west to North America and south to North Africa. Land Rover Defender converted into a pickup truck? Pamela Mountbatten held the sketch her husband gave her and muttered hesitantly, "Anyway, pickup trucks are Land Rover's main series? The positioning of the Land Rover Defender is higher than that of the Land Rover Discovery. If it is arranged in this way, the pickup truck is higher end than the off-road vehicle." Pamela Mountbatten just thought about it and felt unacceptable. "And this?" Alan Wilson took out another stack of design drawings and said concisely, "Land Rover Range Rover. The price can't be low, at least twice the price of Land Rover Discovery. £1,998. Pamela Mountbatten looked at the design drawings her husband handed over. "Isn't it a little expensive? More than $5,000. It's not particularly expensive. It is indeed a little more expensive than the Discovery of £999. But there is a reason for the high price." Alan Wilson said slowly, "This is a luxury off-road vehicle, with a different positioning. In the era when hardcore meant rough, this was the first off-road vehicle positioned as luxury. The price of £1,900 provided excellent off-road capabilities, and the perfect details and comfort brought a brand new feeling to many original high-end car customers." Pamela Mountbatten didn't know that her husband went to Portugal and spent £500 to buy a world map. Pamela Mountbatten, who happened to come back to deal with the listing of Land Rover, was very interested in the positioning of Portugal mentioned by her husband. She never questioned her man's vision, but she had some doubts about the Land Rover Defender becoming a pickup truck. Just say that this year's Land Rover Defender is the last generation. The last Land Rover Defender model will be cancelled. Alan Wilson suggested to his wife that she should think about cutting the last wave of leaks, not other things. "But then again, this time you come back, you want to list Land Rover. How much money do you plan to raise?" Pamela Mountbatten was very direct and said to her husband, "The London Stock Exchange suggested that Land Rover be listed at a valuation of £500 million. We are now calculating. General Motors in the United States is now worth $17 billion US. This valuation is very appropriate." Alan Wilson nodded. He knew very well what the current status of General Motors in the US stock market was. The reason was that he had General Motors shares. The current car sales in the United States are around 6 million, 5 times that of the United Kingdom. Of course, this is only a comparison of the local market, and the Malayan production line has not been counted. In fact, Alan Wilson doesn't care how much the stock is worth. There are industries that are suitable for listing, and there are industries that are not suitable. It is not necessary to have no shortage of funds to operate as an unlisted company. Some industries are naturally suitable for the family business model. Pamela Mountbatten did not plan to list the steel base in Kuching. In fact, the good days of the steel industry are numbered. It is no longer the era of Carnegie. The profits of the steel industry are not enough to create a wealth myth. The automobile industry still has a good time for a while. Among the enduring wealth myths, the oil industry is of course an evergreen tree. Such a stable source of money, Pamela Mountbatten naturally cannot let go easily, to prevent interference from so-called external factors. The entire London Stock Exchange is waiting for the respected British richest woman to create a wealth myth again and lead British stockholders to get rich. If you want to list in Hong Kong, these stockholders will be mad to death. Alan Wilson said directly. Then why don't I list in Australia? Pamela Mountbatten asked back. Yes, now half of the British aristocrats have been pulled to Australia by you to start a business. I wonder if the Soviet Union has created a new theory for us? The aristocratic capitalist class? Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing when he said this. In the eyes of stockholders, the British treasure is just for fun. The real British treasure is coming to loyal London with the news of Land Rover's integration and listing. At the Ministry of Defence, Marshal Mountbatten formulated the steps for this Indo-Pacific military exercise with a relaxed look. The Middle East Joint Operations Command and the Far East Joint Operations Command have received instructions for this military exercise. The Centaur-class aircraft carrier battle group, which is based in Hong Kong, has set off from Hong Kong and headed straight for the Bay of Bengal. The Eagle-class aircraft carrier battle group in the Middle East is cruising in the Arabian Sea with the Dreadnought nuclear submarine, and the Marine Corps also set off with the fleet. The British Ministry of Defence has stopped its efforts and did not notify other countries. However, the United States immediately discovered the abnormality of the Royal Navy and thought that Britain was planning some secret military operation, and immediately communicated with Britain through the Five Eyes Alliance. The Royal Navy will conduct military exercises in the Indo-Pacific region. The specific actions are still confidential, but there are no military actions, and it is not worth making a fuss about. Soon the United States asked again. As allies with a special relationship, Britain and the United States should not have secrets from each other. What about the trust between Britain and the United States? Can Dad still harm you? Alan Wilson muttered, but he could also see that the United States was afraid that his old father would come back to life at any time. After thinking for a long time, he informed the United States of his original intention to mediate the hostility caused by India and Portugal and maintain Britain's traditional influence. Let Washington rest assured that our Great Britain is just maintaining traditional interests. Under the call of the London Stock Exchange, Land Rover Motor Company was listed in anticipation of the public, and the response it caused was even more enthusiastic than the listing of Nigerian Petroleum Company. Knowing that the Land Rover Defender was about to become out of print, car fans also decided to tighten their belts and live for themselves. At this time, Alan Wilson was at the Mint, holding the Commonwealth Games medal and asking several questions. Chapter 1154 Military Exercises and Invitation Letter. You still doubt the craftsmanship of the Royal Mint? Maggins couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. I don't doubt the craftsmanship. I just like the smell. Alan Wilson put the gold medal in front of his nose and sniffed it, smiling. It's the smell of money. It's so fascinating. Land Rover has just gone public. That's £500 million. Maggins shook his head. You actually said, now that you like this smell. I really don't know what to say to you. Does that have anything to do with me? Pamela and I have separate finances. Alan Wilson paused slightly and explained. This can clear some of the suspicion that I personally have set my eyes on the wealth of the Mountbatten family. In general, the craftsmanship of the Royal Mint is naturally beyond doubt, and the quality of this batch of metals is very high. In fact, it's not just the quality, the value is also very high. The athletes participating in this Commonwealth Games are definitely making a profit. In addition to the gold medals not being made of pure gold, but silver plated with gold, the quality of the silver and bronze medals is absolutely no problem. Today's gold medals are 20 times heavier than those of the Stockholm Olympics 50 years ago. If they were still made of pure gold, like they were back then, the organizers of the Olympics would suffer a huge loss. The medals for this Commonwealth Games were sponsored by Pamela Mountbatten with silver. Although they were not made of gold, they were still full of sincerity. Mackins could also see that Alan Wilson valued the Commonwealth Games. You seem to have completely different views on Malaya and India, even though you have served in both places. I don't need to care about a powerful country like this. Alan Wilson flicked the gold medal with his fingers and put it back in its original place. It would be best if this games could increase the cohesion of the Commonwealth countries. I have invited the independent and non-independent countries, as well as the protectorates, to participate. The events should also be consistent with the Olympics, or even more, including socialist sports. Mackins asked with a frown. Was it necessary to make it so big, including? Alan Wilson nodded. The so-called socialist sports refer to the events that the Soviet Union is very good at, such as weightlifting, gymnastics, and fencing, according to the Americans. A closer look will reveal that this is also a project that a certain great power will be good at decades later. The Soviet Union's status in the field of weightlifting today is similar to that of a certain great power in the future. In fact, decades later, weightlifting will be equally strong in Eastern Europe. After all, there are differences in race. In heavyweight weightlifting, athletes from the Caucasus still have the advantage in gold medals. Because of their expertise in these projects, the United States collectively calls these projects socialist sports. Fortunately, it is not the Winter Olympics. Otherwise figure skating and ice hockey would also be called this. Especially ice hockey. If a person does not live long and is an ice hockey enthusiast, it is very likely that the Soviet team will continue to win the championship in the next few decades. There are also boxing, shooting, cricket, and yes, martial arts, badminton, and table tennis. Alan Wilson talked a lot. Judging from the projects alone, the Olympics will be put on the back burner, and the Commonwealth Games is the better one. As for the promotion of martial arts, let alone the false promotion of martial arts, various masters of southern fists and northern legs, and the real promotion of martial arts, the permanent undersecretary of the British Empire Foreign Office. However, martial arts projects are limited to routine performances, and there is no fighting, otherwise it will be too similar to boxing projects. And to be honest, when martial arts competitions really start, they are just all kinds of crap punches. During the Cannon Party period, there was a North-South martial arts competition. When they really started, they were all kinds of crap punches. There was no beauty at all. In the end, the Southern boxers lost with a record of 1 draw and 9 losses in 10 matches. This result fully proves why all competitions must be heavyweight, and why leg techniques are more powerful than boxing. So after careful consideration, a way out was left for future Hong Kong films. The competition should not be held. It is fine as a performance project. The Malayan team will score and have fun. The sailing project is reserved for athletes from the UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and Newfoundland. After all, with the current economic level, other places do not have the economic conditions to play well in the sailing project. After introducing a series of events to Mackins, Alan Wilson took the initiative to ask if he was interested in contributing to Newfoundland's revenue generation. Mackins directly asked, "Do you manipulate the games?" "Not really. This Commonwealth Games is committed to transparency and cleanliness." Alan Wilson continued, "But some places are indeed good at certain sports. Jamaica has been invited, and I think Jamaicans have an advantage in sprinting. British Kenya also participated in the robe event. Although black people are good at boxing due to their explosive power, they have not received systematic training. Now they should not be a match for teams like Newfoundland. In the absence of adequate nutrition, their potential cannot be brought into play." Mackins talked non-stop when he heard his friend mention the games, and it was obvious that he was absolutely dedicated. "The events you left for Hong Kong, Malaya, and the Commonwealth countries in Asia are small ball games and cricket?" "That's right, a united event where everyone benefits equally." Alan Wilson replied with a smile. In fact, it doesn't matter who ranks first. The most important thing is that everyone is happy. That's a thoughtful thought. Will Pakistan and India fight over cricket? I heard that cricket is very popular there. The two walked and talked, and soon they walked out of the mint. Why not cancel cricket and replace it with football? I think it won't delay Britain's gold medal. Alan Wilson suddenly had a brainwave. What if China and India decided the outcome with football? Who would have the advantage? It's really a difficult question. But you say, which of the three local teams has more hope? Maggins was completely aroused, and the discussion between the two became more and more heated. I don't know. Theoretically it's the England team, but there is the contingency of football. Alan Wilson is not a senior football fan, and he doesn't fit in with ordinary British people. Maggins was very surprised, and even doubted, whether his friend was British. Recently, Alan Wilson has been sending invitations, treating this Commonwealth Games as a stage to showcase the achievements of Malaya's development, especially the invitation to India, which is absolutely affectionate. It directly raised India's treatment, and people who didn't know thought Britain was dealing with a superpower. In terms of sponsorship, the Mountbatten Group is naturally the first to bear the brunt, together with the four major family-owned enterprises in Hong Kong, including the Swire Group and the Jardine Group, to ensure the maximization of interests. The Malayan colonial government temporarily liberalized the lottery industry to stimulate the most primitive gambling desire. As for the representatives attending, Princess Margaret, on behalf of the royal family, the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have confirmed their attendance, which can be said to be extremely important. He even asked Norman Brooke to see if the Supreme Authority was interested in taking a break and relaxing. Maybe he could also see the carpentry skills of the East, which would inspire the Cabinet Secretary's hobby of carpentry. The Supreme Authority now discovered that Alan Wilson was very concerned about this sports meeting, and couldn't help but joked, if something goes wrong in this sports meeting, you will be very sad. Probably not. Dear sir, Malaya implements the King Dynasty law. Alan Wilson squinted his eyes and said, this law is relatively strict, so I have formulated a lot of management regulations to prevent local residents from being exposed to this kind of punishment. But when I'm concentrating on doing one thing, if someone comes out to make trouble, the King Dynasty law cannot be triggered. For example, Norman Brooke unscrewed the cup, took a sip of water and asked. For example, the law of collective responsibility. Alan Wilson introduced this set of iconic laws since Shang Yang's reform. It's really terrible. Norman Brooke let out a long breath and then suddenly asked, the Supreme Court discussed the abolition of the death penalty before, but now it is not mentioned. Does it have anything to do with you? Since Norman Brooke asked this, he already had doubts in his heart. Of course, he didn't want to give any guidance, but just wanted to ask Alan Wilson what he thought. It's just out of a simple sense of justice. In principle, we cannot enforce it, but if we abolish it, and the effect is not good, we can't take the bill back. It's the same as extending maternity leave. If it doesn't play a positive role, it will be difficult to return to the starting point. Although the legal circle is detached, it is actually just a small closed circle. The law is high above and closed to ordinary citizens, so the abolitionists in many countries can succeed. But how to say it, as long as you can get in touch with this circle, it is not difficult to stop it. The Supreme Court is not all judges. There are also civil servants in it, and they also rely on Whitehall to pay their salaries. What's more, in the free world, there is nothing that money can't settle. The separation of powers is useless in the face of capital, let alone 3 powers. Even if it is divided into 100 powers, it is useless. The time when India received the invitation letter from the Commonwealth was the same time as the Indo-Pacific military exercise of the British Royal Navy was carried out in the East and West, in the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. New Delhi was not informed of this Indo-Pacific military exercise, and it was inevitably shocked after hearing the news. This was even more so as follow-up news came in. It was said that there would be an amphibious landing exercise, which would be conducted on the land of Goa. This made many members of the Congress feel a vague threat. At this time, a softly worded invitation full of respect was handed to Nehru. This is not a matter of courtesy before force. Britain knows that India does not understand courtesy before force. It must show strength first and then talk about business. Otherwise, Indians will only think that you are afraid of them. The British side mainly has two things: repeating the previous invitation and hoping that India and the Portuguese will have a talk through the Kuala Lumpur Games. So it seems that this Indo-Pacific military exercise is Britain's warning to both us and the Portuguese at the same time. Chapter 1155, Joint Plan. Holding a big stick, you need to smile, or when you encounter resistance, the iron stick will sweep across, the resistance will increase, and the iron stick will become thicker. Two famous sayings from the United States and the Soviet Union. Britain will still tend to choose the rebellious son style of doing things. The straightforwardness of the Russians is okay if they are in the honeymoon period, but it is really uncomfortable when they really turn against each other. The key is that you don't know whether the Russians are in the stage of being a big brother and being willing to sacrifice their hearts and lungs for their allies, or in the stage of being a loving father, which is very troublesome. When Alan Wilson was at home with his wife, he learned the reply from India. There was nothing wrong with the names of Nehru and Shastri, but when he saw the name Desai, his Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Oh my god, what did you see that made you so sick? Pamela Mountbatten happened to see this scene and curiously glanced at the reply telegram from India. Her eyes fell on the name of Desai, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. This person can't be the senior official of the Congress Party? Who else can co-sign with Nehru and Shastri except him? Alan Wilson resisted his nausea. He was also a veteran and had seen a lot. Which senior Indian official had he not seen? But it was precisely because he had seen it that he felt that he was still young and not enough to deal with all the problems in the world. To this day, he still remembers the scene of the senior official of the Congress Party, who later became the Prime Minister of India, promoting natural therapy without changing his face in the presence of thousands of people. Natural therapy is based on the tradition of Hinduism and is closely related to the beliefs of the Indian people. Desai used this as a means of gathering support. Under the gaze of thousands of people, he drank a cup of urine in one gulp, which was absolutely clean and hygienic. This scene scared the little imperialist running dog Alan Wilson to death, and he exclaimed that India was invincible. Pamela Mountbatten had only heard of this person from her husband. She had only heard of him at the Governor General's office in British India, but she could still remember how pale Alan Wilson's face was at that time. I remember that he was a conservative of the Congress Party like Patel. Pamela Mountbatten asked. India expressed understanding this time. That was really unexpected. Although he is a senior official, Nehru has the final say. Alan Wilson stood up and took a glass of wine, deciding to suppress the memory of natural therapy, and continued. At present Nehru's reaction is still restrained. As I said before, an Eagle class, 2 Centaur battle groups, and a nuclear submarine are enough to make India feel our presence. Malaya is not far from India, and British capital has returned to Burma, so India, as a neighboring country, can also feel it. This has to mention the benefits of General Aung San being alive. Britain does not care about countries like Burma playing both sides. It is good to share the interests of neighboring countries. At this time, Malaya can rely on the siphon effect to exert influence on the surrounding areas. The residents of Malaya didn't have to think about anything, just follow the instructions from London and complete the task. Don't mention India. I will reply to them at work tomorrow. What about you? Have you got the broadcasting rights for Australia? The most important thing is that this games must be profitable and create economic benefits, at least not lose money. It's done. I also got the broadcasting rights for Canada and Newfoundland through the Hudson Bay Company. Pamela Mountbatten said very attentively, but will the Olympic Committee be dissatisfied? Insert advertisements? And the matter of infield advertisements? Alan Wilson curled his lips. None of their business. This is the Commonwealth Games, not the Olympics. Cooperation with the anti-doping organization is all part of supporting the work of the Olympic Committee, and you picked it up. The Olympic Games do not allow the existence of infield advertisements, which is different from other events. The mission and vision of the Olympic Games determine that its humanistic attributes, social attributes, and spiritual attributes are above all else, and of course above commercial attributes. In the Olympic Games, the Olympic element and Olympic spirit should be highlighted, rather than using a large number of sponsors' brand element and commercial element to dilute these most important things. Therefore, the clean venues principle of the Olympic Charter stipulates that during the Olympic Games, all buildings, facilities, and areas within the field of vision of spectators, registered personnel, and television and camera lenses should not have commercial advertisements or other information that does not conform to the Olympic environment. In other words, no commercial brands or advertisements are allowed in the areas that you can see with your naked eyes at the Olympic Games site, and in any area that you can see through the broadcast screen. This principle must be followed by all Olympic host cities. Let the Olympics take care of humanity and spirit. This is the Commonwealth Games. If possible, Alan Wilson would rather turn it into an advertising exhibition. The key is to make a profit. Everything else is nonsense. After decades, almost no one applied for the Olympics. Britain can't do something that loses money and makes a lot of noise. This Games is also a cultural event. I'd better contact some singers and actors who are widely respected in the English-speaking world and work together. Alan Wilson said his thoughts. Didn't Mr. Bean also appear in the London Olympics in the future? The London Olympics was not as bad as some people said. After all, Britain's influence in the English-speaking world exists, and the influence of the London Olympics can be said to be the best in the past 20 years. It's not that I don't believe it, but dear, you don't fit in with culture. Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and laughed. Besides, you're doing such a big thing. You need someone to cooperate. A diversified society must reflect the different cultural characteristics of the British Empire. Let Taylor cooperate with the local area and call people from Hong Kong for the rest. Let the governor and local legislators notify them, and that's enough. Alan Wilson remembered that he treated the financial independence policy advocated by the governor as bullshit last time. Now the governor may not have calmed down, so he won't bother him. Xia Meng must attend. This kind of grand event, similar to a political task, will greatly improve the status of a star, especially for Xia Meng. As for Elizabeth Taylor, he asked Vivienne Leigh if she had the face to invite her. It took a few more days to finalize these matters. Alan Wilson also took the opportunity to go to Glasgow and communicate with local interns. Then he continued to discuss armed mediation without any hurry. He expressed his concern for the status of Goa to New Delhi and officially informed Nehru that he was going to invite Portugal and India to have an open and frank talk on the occasion of the Commonwealth Games in Kuala Lumpur. In terms of diplomatic work, Alan Wilson is cooperating with the Foreign Secretary to fully promote the merger of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Commonwealth Office. In different historical periods, there were a series of departments such as the Commonwealth Department, the Colonial Office, the Indian Office, and the Dominion Office in Britain's Foreign Affairs. These departments and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are located on different floors of a headquarters building. Every foreign secretary is interested in merging other departments, but of course other departments do not think so. As the permanent undersecretary of this department, Alan Wilson naturally has an obligation to contribute to the importance of this department. Whether it is the former Minister Macmillan or the current Minister Abbo Butler, he has received his full support in this matter. At present, even the UK has turned from an incremental market to a stock market. If you want your own department to be strong, you must include these departments that do the same work. The proposal to merge the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office was once again handed over to Prime Minister Eden through the current Foreign Secretary, Rab Butler. On the surface, of course, it is about streamlining departments and saving budgets. Everyone likes to say so, and it is politically correct to say so. But in fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wants to fully dominate foreign policy, which is obvious to everyone. Many cabinet ministers know this well, including the current Education Secretary Macmillan. Citizens have always been dissatisfied with the bloated government. In fact, in the post-colonial era, many departments are in charge of the same affairs, which is indeed very easy to be targeted. At the cabinet meeting, the current minister Ab Butler made a generous speech, expressing his desire to take the lead in streamlining personnel and saving fiscal budgets. In fact, we all know that merging foreign departments and centralized management is the general trend. Macmillan listened to Rab Butler's speech and felt very uncomfortable. He was too familiar with this rhetoric. If he remembered correctly, when he was Foreign Secretary, the proposal submitted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was exactly the same as that of Rab Butler. It's not unreasonable. Eden was not very opposed to this, because the previous Foreign Secretary had also suggested this, and Rab Butler was very loyal to him, so he should not object to it. Permanent Secretary, there seems to be some news from the Commonwealth Office, and they are a little pessimistic about the future. Wick, who has the potential to be a spy, sneaked into Alan Wilson's office and reported to his immediate superior, but he still had a conscience and said, "Permanent Secretary, colleagues in other departments are a little worried about their future positions. That's not possible. If the departments are merged, it will make it easier for me, to promote the minister's foreign policy." Alan Wilson said expressionlessly, "And my colleagues may be too impatient. It's okay to merge departments, but there will be no layoffs, let alone any financial savings. It's obvious that after the departments are merged, there are still so many things to face. Not adding jobs means that all colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are carrying the burden forward. It simply doesn't make sense to lay off employees." Alan Wilson said compassionately with his fingers crossed and a tactical backward posture, "We all know that diplomacy is no small matter, especially for the UK. Every part is so important. Layoffs mean cutting the influence of the British Empire." Chapter 1156 Labo, don't be silly. Of course, if Norman Brooke were to consider this matter, then every department would be equally important to the country, but Alan Wilson was not yet a cabinet secretary, and he was only considering the Foreign Office. The current foreign-related departments were indeed very unclear in their positioning. Some were in charge of the colonies, some were in charge of the Commonwealth, and there was also the Foreign Office's main job, and in fact, they all did the same thing. Everyone knew that sooner or later, the Colonial Office would be in the most dangerous situation when the departments were merged. The Foreign Office and the Commonwealth Office would both be retained, so the plan was also arranged in this way, that is, the Foreign Office and the Commonwealth Office would be merged to form the new British Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and the Colonial Office would no longer be necessary. The new British Foreign and Commonwealth Office was fully capable of taking over the original work of the Colonial Office. The telegram to India, New Delhi has not raised any objections. Alan Wilson was still more concerned about the armed mediation this time, and asked Wick to continue to pay attention to India's movements. "I have always been concerned about this issue, and I will inform the permanent Under-Secretary as soon as the news comes." Wick answered simply, "Well, that's good." Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist, stood up and walked back and forth for 2 steps, thinking about the success rate. What he feared most was that India felt good about itself, and that there was too much propaganda about being a great power, and that others would not believe it and take it seriously. The Congress Party was a hodgepodge of political parties, with people of all kinds. After Patel died, Desai, the conservative leader who drank urine, was also a tough guy, and was ready to stir up trouble at any time. In fact, after India's defeat, Nehru encountered a series of thorny problems in politics. The factions within the Congress Party were increasingly governing superficially. The conservatives were dissatisfied with Nehru's economic policies. The Desai faction took advantage of Nehru's declining prestige and made accusations. Nehru began to fight back from within the party, and the opportunity was the Kamarji Plan. Kamarji proposed that, in order to revitalize the Congress Party, the party leaders resigned from government positions and devoted all their energy to the work of the party. Nehru set an example, and almost all of Desai and others resigned. Desai still felt resentful 10 years later, believing that it cleared the way for Indira Gandhi to take over. Although Desai failed in the end, he would be relieved if he saw the era of the old Modi. Whether it is Nehru, the founder of India, or Indira, who dismembered Pakistan, they are both ranked the top 2 unpopular people in the era of Modi, which can be regarded as a vent for him. But the level of the old immortal is just so-so, and the support rate is closely tied to Hindu nationalism. If he really encounters the problems faced by Nehru and Indira, the old immortal is probably not as good as them. Alan Wilson, who was still waiting for the official reply from the Indian side, was thinking. The phone on the table rang. He picked up the microphone directly, and Norman Brooke's voice came from it. "Your minister's proposal has been approved by the cabinet." In principle, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Commonwealth Office can be merged. Now come to Whitehall. How to arrange the future of your colleagues is everyone's concern. I hope you can make a reliable promise. Sir Norman, I'll be there soon. Alan Wilson didn't dare to neglect it and prepared to go out directly. Although the minister didn't come back, this call has shown that it should be a done deal. The merger of departments is a big deal, which concerns the future of a large number of civil servants. Alan Wilson must come up with a decent plan. The scale of overseas assets is getting bigger and bigger, and it requires the joint efforts of colleagues to manage them. After the Colonial Office has completed its historical mission, the journey of colleagues has not yet ended. After arriving at 70 Whitehall, Alan Wilson explained the basic policy to Norman Brooke, and then took out the prepared plan for the personnel diversion after the merger of foreign-related departments. After the integration, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will further collect power and transform into professional foreign responsibilities, completely abolish the authority of the Colonial Office for micromanagement practices and specific approval matters in the colonies, and gradually transform its main functions into the formulation and research of macro planning. When merging foreign-related departments, the reform must be carried out in conjunction with the reform of public institutions. According to their functions, some public institutions will be transformed into enterprises or non-governmental organizations, and some will be transformed into administrative agencies and merged into government departments. Specific public institutions, that is, overseas enterprises under the Overseas Assets Management Committee, will bear the main responsibility for personnel diversion. At the macro level, the specific treatment of colleagues who were laid off due to the Colonial Office will remain unchanged, and they will continue to work according to their previous treatment. The operations in the Middle East and the Far East should be strengthened, and management should be increased, in order to focus on overseas interests, and enter a virtuous cycle. The more personnel, the greater the benefits to the UK. As for the specific treatment, Alan Wilson handed the entire plan to Norman Brooke with great enthusiasm. The entire plan was professional. This was also normal. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs wanted to annex other foreign-related departments for a long time. The relevant plans had been revised countless times. They were absolutely well prepared. Very good, Alan. You are really reliable. Norman Brooke nodded with satisfaction and expressed cautious approval for this mature plan for personnel diversion. In fact, we are not opposed to streamlining the organization. On the contrary, we have always been in favor of it. Of course, the noble character of our colleagues is known to everyone in Great Britain. Alan Wilson nodded. We are against hasty, immature, unprofessional plans that were made by ministers who didn't know what they were doing before. This must be emphasized. Norman Brooke took a sip of water from the cup and continued, you have to understand that hundreds of thousands of civil servants are looking at us with expectation. I never dare to neglect the responsibility I shoulder. Alan Wilson straightened his back, as if he was inspired by the supreme authority, and was ready to stand up for a glorious cause at any time. Alan Wilson had no jealousy at all. Everything he did was for the national interest. His noble character made people look at him sideways. At least Norman Brooke was very satisfied. This took into account all aspects of consideration. Civil servants are the cornerstone of the British Empire. The cornerstone should not be weakened. Only when the cornerstone is solid can Britain develop well. Norman Brooke firmly believes in this, and hopes that other colleagues can understand this. Very good. The cabinet agrees in principle to merge the Foreign Office and the Commonwealth Office, but I don't need to say much about the benefits of concentrating power in the diplomatic field. As the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office, you know it very well. Norman Brooke hesitated for a moment and said, in the future, it will be your job to formulate. I mean to assist the minister in formulating foreign policy. I know you have been very worried about the holding of the Commonwealth Games recently. Is there anything I can help you with? Dear sir, no problem for me. Alan Wilson answered simply, it is my personal responsibility to build a diversified bridge of communication between the British Empire and Commonwealth countries. Of course, I never care about personal interests, which is obvious to all in Whitehall. Of course, absolutely not. Norman Brooke said with a smile, it's just that as a permanent undersecretary of a department, I always have to consider my colleagues and do things for them, so you have to take responsibility. Obviously you don't care about personal interests. This is also a crime that you have to bear as a permanent undersecretary. Alan Wilson understood it immediately and answered with a sad face. The jealous can always find all kinds of reasons to maliciously speculate about the conspiracy in a thing, but I'm upright and have nothing to fear, so I never care about it. Ministers, political advisors, and members of parliament will always raise various objections. It's just that the cabinet meeting process has to go through. This matter has been decided, but it needs to be implemented at the right time. Norman Brooke paused for a moment and said, "How about this? After the Commonwealth Games, it will be officially launched. This will give an explanation to colleagues in the Colonial Office and make them accept this matter with a more tolerant attitude." Norman Brooke's meaning was incomprehensible. It was his job as the permanent undersecretary to appease the Colonial Office and the Commonwealth Office, as well as the subsequent handover work. "I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer after careful consideration," Alan Wilson promised. After the cabinet meeting, the ministers left 10 Downing Street. Defense Secretary Profumo and Foreign Secretary Rab Butler came out together to express their congratulations. Now the Foreign Office will be the only Foreign Affairs Department, unlike before, where it was involved with the Colonial Office and the Commonwealth Office, and each of them was holding each other back. "I believe the efficiency should be greatly improved." Profumo, "I think the most important thing is that when formulating foreign policy, we can consider issues more macroscopically, instead of the previous situation, where we took one attitude in some places and the Commonwealth Office took another attitude. I have to reach a consensus with the Minister of the Commonwealth Office before I can come up with a policy. It does have this benefit. Affairs are universally connected." Profumo nodded in approval. "This can save a lot of energy. I believe your officials in the Foreign Office will also be satisfied. Everyone cooperates with each other, so I can save a lot of energy when formulating foreign policy," Rab Butler said with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this merger of departments. "You formulate foreign policy?" Profumo raised his eyebrows and said in an inexplicable tone, "Rabbo, don't be silly. Dear Minister." "Oh, the Minister of Defense is here too." Alan Wilson appeared with a smile and greeted the two heavyweight ministers. "I'm here to ask you about the Commonwealth Games. The time is almost up, and many delegations have arrived in Kuala Lumpur. Just now we received good news that India and Portugal are open to contact in Kuala Lumpur. Recently, short videos often show blood being drawn in Cambodia. I have 2 friends there. In fact, there are more than 2, and there are a few who are not very familiar with me. There is one thing to remind you, except Vietnam, you can't go to Southeast Asia. If you have friends in Cambodia or Myanmar, count them. If you are asked to go there to make money, don't go. The first step is to have your passport confiscated. That place is only suitable for the lowest level people who can't make it in the country, to eat and wait for death. You have nothing, so you are naturally afraid of everything. Don't believe the rhetoric of making money, even if it is your friend. There are indicators for attracting people. Only when you go there can he make money from you. Chapter 1157. All nations come to pay homage. The Minister of Defense and the Minister of Foreign Affairs had been dealt with by him in different ways at different times. Especially the Minister of Defense, who was deeply involved in the Soviet spy case. As for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rab Butler, this time the merger of departments was successful. I believe he will be happy for a long time and will not imagine any illusory grand blueprint. Edward Bridges said that Norman Brooke was happy to deal with all kinds of ministers, which was one of the reasons why he was more successful in his career as a cabinet secretary. Now Alan Wilson just wants to imitate the supreme authority and make friends with the ministers. After the invitation was made, both of them readily agreed. The Minister of Defense in charge of military affairs and the Minister of Foreign Affairs in charge of diplomacy. 2 ministers serving him alone. Isn't this a small blessing? The Kuala Lumpur Commonwealth Games is a formal display of Britain's achievements in a territory that has nothing to do with the mainland. At the same time, it is also a bait for Britain to give to colonies that have not yet become independent, so the current countries that are still good in the former colonial countries that have become independent have all been invited. It is a grand event in the full sense. The 2 ministers knew this, but when talking about shaping the theme of diversity, they were quite skeptical about it. I wonder if this will cause some problems. Malaya is mainly Chinese, right? My minister, what hatred do we have with them? Is it just because of Hong Kong? This can also be considered hatred? Alan Wilson said indifferently, isn't it too narrow-minded? According to the standards of the 21st century, there are a total of 22 countries in the world that have never fought with Britain. The remaining 200 countries have been fought by Britain at different times. This is also very normal. If they hold grudges, no European country can escape from any standard. Our relationship with the King government was only friction, not the kind of relationship with India. Alan Wilson said this, which was both a fact and a double standard. At most, when the time comes, Hong Kong will be returned to a certain big country. As for the bad relationship in his memory in the 21st century, it was because Britain was held hostage by the United States. If it can stabilize its position, Britain will not be held hostage by the United States, and there will definitely be no new hatred on top of the old hatred. This time, the Commonwealth Games is the stage for Alan Wilson to gather the centripetal force of the Commonwealth. Malaya is not a traditional white dominion. If Britain can support this colony, it will be a good example for the Commonwealth countries scattered in various states, at least giving these countries a thought. If this understanding is successfully formed, it can at least extend the centripetal force of the Commonwealth for a generation. In political terms, the minister is determined to take the opportunity to mediate the Goa dispute between Portugal and India. Once successful, it will help to increase the influence of Britain. Alan Wilson looked at Rab Butler and said, "Is that so?" Profumo looked at Rab Butler with deep suspicion. Yes, with the dispute between Portugal and India, Britain has very friendly relations with both countries. We should try our best to exert diplomatic influence to prevent them from having disputes. Rab Butler was stunned, and then he talked endlessly. Profumo remained silent. He had already determined that the Foreign Secretary's formulation of foreign policy had nothing to do with the Foreign Secretary. We will definitely attend then. I heard that Her Royal Highness will also attend on behalf of the royal family. Profumo asked. Alan Wilson nodded, full of gratitude to the royal family. This is all the love of Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family for the Malayan subjects. I believe the local residents will be very happy. The Commonwealth Games has not yet started, but the enthusiasm of the entire Commonwealth has been brought up. This time, thanks to the help of the richest woman, Alan Wilson can only perform well and let Pamela Mountbatten have the experience of a happy member. The permanent undersecretary is really eloquent. Pamela Mountbatten praised shyly, quite satisfied with her husband's care. Then, we diplomats rely on this mouth to make a living. Alan Wilson boasted shamelessly. The burden of children has long been driven to the father-in-law's house, so as not to disturb the two people who are invincible in true love. For a while, the two seemed to have returned to the time when they had just established their relationship and were in love. They could browse the world without leaving home and wait for the opening of the Commonwealth Games. Malaya spent a lot of money on the event, especially on publicity. After all, journalists are like this. Most media need money to survive, and conscientious journalists are a minority among the minority. In terms of publicity, the focus is on the hardware facilities in Malaya that are not inferior to those in the mainland. After all, for visual animals like humans, clean and tidy buildings can often create a good first impression. Otherwise, why do all countries have a real estate stage in their development? This stage of image building is indispensable. You are in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but you care more about Asia than Europe. Won't anyone be dissatisfied? Pamela Mountbatten asked. Although her husband's behavior is good for her career, won't it cause criticism? What do you care about Europe? Apart from the things about the European community, what is there to care about? Care about the Soviet Union? Alan Wilson said with an expression of wife, stop making trouble. The confrontation with the Soviet Union must be long-term. I care about the Soviet Union 24 hours a day now, but people can't feel it. It's not Iran. I can send Mossadegh to hell with my care. It won't be possible to establish an advantage over the Soviet bloc immediately, just because the free world has one more person. In fact, without decades of internal strength, fighting to the last moment, there will be no results. And even if the Soviet Union is defeated, what can it do? Like the Soviet Union and even Russia, which is much weaker, it is impossible to completely destroy it, except by military means. As long as you are not careful, even Russia, which is much weaker, can fight back, not to mention the Soviet Union, which is a veritable superpower. If you sort out the history of the past 500 years, it is easy to come to the conclusion that Russia in the hands of the emperor was the weakest period in Russian history, excluding the short period of chaos of the Khitans. Europe and the United States have exhausted all means except war, and the sanctions and blockades have been imposed. What can be done? It's not like that. Russia seized the opportunity and immediately went to Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. Is this a country with an economic output that is not as good as South Korea? From this, we know that the economic output of a country is not everything and cannot be generalized. After so many years of blockade and sanctions, Russia may be the country with the least economic water in the world. For other countries, it is a question of how much economy can be left after being isolated by the whole of Europe and the United States for so many years. The Soviet ideology is impossible to return. Any country that has left that ideology will never return, because only they themselves know how much wealth that does not belong to them they have taken in this process. It would be strange if they could return. The Soviet Union will definitely not return, but it does not mean that the Russian Empire will not return. Fortunately, the threat of the Russian Empire is far less threatening than that of the Soviet Union. What can Alan Wilson do about the Soviet Union? Wait, he has no choice. With this time, it is better to be busy outside Europe, such as this Commonwealth Games. Finally, the two are about to set off, or the British delegation has already set off. The round-trip tickets for this games are all reimbursed by Malaya. Nyerere of Tanzania and Azikiwe of Nigeria have all set off through the routes established by Britain in Africa, and the Comet airline is left behind. Alan Wilson did not even forget that King Pharaoh Kai of Egypt. You must know that the Malays, one of the two major ethnic groups in the Malayan colony, believe in the religion of peace, so that Pharaoh Kai can pretend to be the leader of the Arab world. Before Pharaoh Kai left, people from all walks of life in Egypt unanimously said that Pharaoh Kai had fought for the rights of the people of Allah in Asia, and the entire Malay people were eagerly looking forward to the king's arrival. Anyway, Egyptians would not go abroad, so it was up to the pen to blow the whistle. The heads of state of the Commonwealth countries and the guests of the inviting countries would naturally be invited. The prime ministers of Australia and New Zealand also agreed to come out to support the platform. Of course, there was also the sister-in-law of the permanent secretary, who represented the royal family. What is the Great British Era? And all nations come to pay tribute. The British team's motorcade drove out of the airport. Alan Wilson held a newspaper and looked at the pedestrians outside the car window with confidence. It seems that the people here really care about this Commonwealth Games. Pamela Mountbatten, who was sitting next to her husband, retracted her gaze and told what she had seen and heard. Of course, according to gossip, London gave up the right to host the Commonwealth Games and gave it to the Pearl of the British Empire. It fully reflects the importance that Britain attaches to Malaya. Alan Wilson conveyed the hearsay. Pamela Mountbatten frowned slightly, thinking that this matter was not simple. Why does it sound like you did this kind of thing? Don't dare to talk nonsense. Alan Wilson refuted righteously. Even if it is true, I will not admit it. It's really you. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes. She felt that the trick of spreading rumors was very familiar. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. The important thing is not to cause surprise to friendly countries. Alan Wilson signaled to stay calm. There are guests from India and Portugal, and he will give them great courtesy. Then he will jointly exert pressure with the prime ministers of Australia and New Zealand who agreed to attend, hoping to achieve a win-win effect. Because of the arrival of the teams from various countries, Kuala Lumpur gradually became lively, and the atmosphere of the games gradually rose. Salazar and Nehru's right-hand men respectively, Portugal's Caetano and India's Shastri, also arrived in Kuala Lumpur in the following 2 days. It's good that it wasn't the urine-drinking Prime Minister Desai who came, otherwise this Commonwealth Games would have been a bit weird. Chapter 1158 Opening Ceremony. After Shastri arrived in Malaya, he visited the Indian community directly. Richard informed Alan Wilson, who came to see him, of the Malayan High Commissioner's office. The permanent undersecretary directly performed a national quintessence face changing in front of his subordinates, sneering. The Indians' behavior of not considering themselves as outsiders is really quite annoying. Yes, permanent undersecretary. As the current High Commissioner of Malaya, Richard's face remained unchanged when he learned of this behavior. First, ignore him. God knows how much courage Alan Wilson used to forgive the once shining pearl in the crown of the British Empire. He took several deep breaths and said, now India is still useful. Moreover, the motherlands of several ethnic groups in the Malayan colony do not have the ability to infiltrate. Let me put it bluntly. These countries are now so poor that they are peeing their pants. What can they use to infiltrate? Relying on slogans? Do Indians think they are the legitimate heirs of the British Empire in Asia? They may not know that London's foreign policy has been adjusted and the contraction in the Asian direction has ended. Alan Wilson finally forgave the powerful country with great determination. Anyway, the leader of the non-aligned and the leader of the third world will only have a few months of good days. He doesn't have to be on the same level as Nehru. If Britain doesn't deal with India, naturally there will be other countries that will do it for Britain. At that time, don't remember that you are a child with a father and beg Britain to intervene. Think carefully about how good he is to India. Now he has formulated a specific idea to save India and is ready to send the Navy and the Marines to land in Mumbai at that time. I'm afraid Nehru will not agree at that time. It is more likely that the war would have ended while the Royal Navy was still on the way. Bring me the research documents of Chinese scholars in Malaya that deciphered the questioning of Indian history fraud so that I can have a look and relax. After adjusting his mentality, Alan Wilson resumed his gentlemanly manners. Shastri can go to the Indian community and he will not interfere. Now he just wants to spread some Indian pseudo-history theory, doing so in the name of a certain great power. Offshore balancing is a traditional British skill. For the pseudo-history theory of India, we must never start with the Indus Valley Civilization. The Indus Valley Civilization is an undetermined civilization, and its status is similar to that of Sangxingdu. No one knows who it belongs to. To attack Indian history and let Indians remember it, we must start with the Ganges Civilization. This mistake must not be made. This is not provocation. The history of India itself was excavated by British archaeology. After entering the Golden Age, Britain was keen on archaeology in various places. Of course, it can also be described as treasure hunting. The driving force of many archaeological experts is to dig treasures everywhere. Alan Wilson was not bragging. From the perspective of treasure hunting, his gains were not worse than those of the archaeologists, and even better. Otherwise, how could he show his manliness in front of Pamela Mountbatten, who was rich, but regarded money as dirt? While Shastri was visiting the Indian community, another protagonist, Kitano, who was discussing the attitude of the Portuguese side in this mediation with British Defence Secretary Profumo, Foreign Secretary Rab Butler, Australian Prime Minister Menzies, and New Zealand Prime Minister Keith Holyoake, was also busy with his own affairs. Currently, Australia and New Zealand are both British Conservative Party roles on the political spectrum. In front of the two British ministers, the prime ministers of the two Commonwealth countries had nothing to hide and were willing to cooperate with the British proposition. I have communicated with Sir Wilson before, and he understands our attitude. Kitano said this. Alan Wilson, who was holding a headset in another room, rolled his eyes. Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and laughed secretly, saying, I'm calling you? No need to listen here secretly. There's really no way. Be careful and don't get caught. Monitoring ministers is a big deal. Alan Wilson stood up and did not forget to tell his wife to be careful and not to be caught by these ministers who were just sitting there doing nothing. Pamela Mountbatten nodded to show that she was relieved and watched her husband leave the room. After a while, a familiar voice came from the loudspeaker of the monitoring device. Alan Wilson repeated again that he was not forcing Portugal to give up Goa, but just taking a negotiating attitude to stabilize India. It was just a talk, not a result. The consistent attitude made Kitano let down his guard. My wife is also in Kuala Lumpur now. I don't want to say more about opening a production line in Portugal for industrial layout due to the current situation, but it can be basically determined that the main market is the sparsely populated Middle East and African markets, which still requires Portugal's help. Alan Wilson, who is already a senior bureaucrat, is well versed in this. He appeased Kitano at another level, showing that he meant what he said. The promise made from the national and private perspectives greatly increased Kitano's favorability, and he said, Portugal and Britain have been allies for hundreds of years. We deeply trust Britain, and have been following Britain's pace in South Asia and the Pacific. Britain is very grateful for this. Rabo Butler said, we respect Portugal's support for Britain in international affairs and its cooperation this time. Without Shastri, the 5 people from the 4 countries gradually spoke more presumptuously, not taking the powerful country seriously at all. At the same time, the 2 cabinet ministers also expressed their gratitude to the prime ministers of the 2 countries for their willingness to attend the Commonwealth Games at this time. But then again, the development of Malaya is indeed related to the security of both our countries. Menzies expressed his approval of Britain's strategy, and then looked at New Zealand Prime Minister Keith Holyoake, who also nodded in approval. In fact, this is a necessary step. The population and resources of the British mainland cannot be fully developed. The current level of science and technology needs to be supported by the population, and Britain is happy to cooperate with some of its allies. Alan Wilson paused here. It is also to prevent invisible threats from emerging. Once most of the colonies are abandoned, in order to maintain the inherent influence of the original colonies, a group of elites must be absorbed to study in the UK. In the long run, Britain may face population problems similar to those of the black population in the United States in the future. So we are committed to establishing an economy that can be controlled overseas, as a projection of the British Empire's overseas economic entities, and the projection in Asia is Malaya. America's problem? Black people. New Zealand Prime Minister Keith Holyoake frowned slightly. It shouldn't be the case. The population growth rate of blacks is higher than that of whites. Alan Wilson looked at Keith Holyoake and changed the subject. Of course, New Zealand has its own national conditions, and the Austronesian people, as the local indigenous people, are not impossible to absorb. The situation in Australia is much better. There is no need to worry about this problem, and there are British immigrants to supplement the population and consolidate the domestic foundation. Alan, what you mean is that if we don't want to face the threat of foreign population, we need to establish a stable invisible border around us. Is that right? Menzies asked after thinking for a moment. Australia and New Zealand don't need to do this. Britain has helped to establish Malaya. It's too late for the United States to do this. 1/10 of their own population is out of control. In recent years, the Soviet Union has frequently used the issue of blacks to provoke the United States. It is also because of this that Britain has adopted a conservative policy towards foreign immigrants. After all, we don't want to give the Soviets an additional attack point out of thin air. Of course, Timor Island also has a similar role. We still thank Portugal for its cooperation in this regard. Alan Wilson brought up the role of Portugal again, which made Kitano feel good. Dear ministers, prime ministers, let's relax now and prepare for the Commonwealth Games in 2 days. We will discuss the troublesome things later. Alan Wilson said with a smile. The food in Malaya is nourishing. Eat more. Malaya is not only home to these distinguished guests, but also has 2 founding fathers in Africa, who are determined to shine, and King Pharaoh Kai of Egypt. He can't always discuss India here. The schedule was quite tight, and I almost didn't have time to invite Her Royal Highness to take a rocket ride. I saw you chatting and laughing with several big shots. The sister-in-law looked charming, quite satisfied with her brother-in-law's ability, and felt that the British Empire could not leave AI's Tang for a day. The Chinese tycoons here also listen to you. What's that? Alan Wilson tied his belt and resumed his gentlemanly appearance. Without a good platform, I can't do this step today. I must admit that the world is divided into levels. Newly independent countries may still have wishful thinking, and time will extinguish their ideals. He was talking about Shastri, who felt good about himself and the entire India behind him. In a few months, he will know what the real world is. The strength and weakness of the British Empire and the King dynasty cannot be applied to a powerful country or a certain country. What does that have to do with India? On June 22nd, the second day of the summer solstice, the sky over Kuala Lumpur was cloudless. On the rostrum, the heads of state, ministers, and distinguished guests who were invited to attend were waiting for the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games. The countdown was over, and with the blessing of Elizabeth Taylor, one of the most famous stars in the UK, the cultural performance officially began, and the Commonwealth Games officially opened. Zia Meng, the artists who came from Hong Kong, and the performances of Malay singers demonstrated the concept of diversity. I still think Miss Audrey is more suitable for such a grand occasion, Richard said to Alan Wilson. There was no special reason, he just felt that Hepburn had this temperament. No contact. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. In order to maintain Hepburn's perfect image in front of his subordinates, he didn't tell Richard that Hepburn was expecting a baby. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1159. Don't say it later. Elizabeth Taylor's appearance represented the importance that Britain attached to this games. Hong Kong stars represented by Zia Meng and local Malay stars showed the cultural image of the host city. Welcome athletes from all countries to beautiful Kuala Lumpur. Zia Meng greeted the rostrum with a generous smile. Dressed in a cheongsam, Zia Meng spoke pure English and welcomed guests from all countries, especially Shastri. Ms. Meng, it seems that you are developing in Europe now. I haven't heard of it for a long time. Richard looked at his immediate boss and said, that's called going to the international market. Alan Wilson corrected irrelevantly, how popular can it be in a small Malaya? Not only her, but also stars from Bollywood and India are willing to go to their home country, hoping to enter the international market and get more income. It's normal. You must know that the British Indian Film Actors Association run by Vivian Leigh did not become history with British India. The personality established during the Indian famine still makes the great British treasure widely praised in India. This is normal. Is the rupee more fragrant than the pound? At its peak, the small city of Hong Kong was able to attract so many handsome men and beautiful women because it absorbed the elites of the entire Chinese world. Looking back at the domestic stars in the 1980s, there were countless male and female stars who might shine in the future and wanted to win an opportunity to go abroad, whether it was the United States, Hong Kong or Singapore. Anyway, however, most of them did not fare as well as those who stayed. How could they feel balanced? Even the group of stars has such imagination, and this is a high-income group. Not to mention the so-called talents in general industries. It is natural for converts to be fanatical. A certain big country has failed their wishes and is hated. Anyway, the biggest difficulty in the world is to think that you are wrong, and the wrong thing must be this world. So after comprehensive consideration, Alan Wilson tried his best to retain the cultural ties of the Chinese community after he took office as the chief executive of Malaya. Since it was a cooperative operation of the colony, everyone was a colonizer. With the understanding of cooperative colonization, there is no need to be as schizophrenic as the United States, which wants to attract talents and use the Chinese as a pressure relief valve. It was much simpler here in the colony. Everyone performed their duties and did not interfere with each other. As for the upper class, they were all family members, relying on the community of interests to unite. The little mathematical knowledge he had told Alan Wilson that triangles were stable. As soon as Zia Meng finished speaking, the entrance ceremony officially began. The audience in the stadium stood up and cheered. The Indian team was the first to enter the stadium and accept the audience's welcome. Shastri stood up to greet and linked with the Indian team entering the stadium. Alan Wilson glanced at the positions of the dignitaries of various countries, took out a box of cigars from his pocket, cut 2 cigars with his fingers on the cigar cutter, and handed them to Richard. The sound effect is good. The equipment cost a lot of money, right? Cigars. Cuban? Now this is a good thing. Richard turned a deaf ear to the questions of his immediate superior, and did not care about the majesty of the High Commissioner, and directly lit up and smoked one. Since the United States imposed a comprehensive blockade on Cuba, Cuba has naturally suffered terribly, but the blockade is mutual, and the world-famous Cuban cigar lovers have also suffered terribly. Originally, Cuban cigars were just a type of Latin American cigars. After the ban, Cuban cigars became more famous. What's so difficult about this? The US ban is only effective for the US market. Through Canada, Newfoundland and even Mexico, channels can be established to buy and sell cigars. It can also help a group of people get rich. This is not considered to be fleecing the US. Is it controlling everything, including people's shit and farts? Thanks to the power of technology, the thunderous cheers made Shastra's shriveled body straighten up a lot. What is a powerful country with a lot of influence? This scene was noticed by Alan Wilson in another stand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. India's powerful international momentum today is inseparable from him, the former Assistant Commissioner of British India. If it weren't for his limited ability, Alan Wilson would have wanted to treat India as a country of equal status to the United States and the Soviet Union. The degree of his concern is comparable to that of ladies of equal status to his wife. How can a country with a lot of influence have a future as a mere outdated suzerain? The future will definitely belong to India. Now India is waiting for India to test the solidity of the Himalayas with this halo of his contribution. Nehru blew the whistle and Menon rang the bell. New Delhi sent a signal and India rushed to hell. Permanent Undersecretary, what did you say? Richard accepted a box of cigars as a gift from his immediate superior and was in high spirits at this time. Nothing. Watching the opening ceremony, Alan Wilson smiled happily. The water and soil in Malaya can nourish people. I hope the guests will be happy. The opening ceremony was still satisfactory. Every time the sports team related to the VIP seats entered the venue, there were cheers. The most persistent one was of course for Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret. As the previous local boss, Alan Wilson naturally had no shortage of secret residences in Kuala Lumpur. It was easy to arrange a summer dream. The residences at that time had some characteristics. For example, the bed was very wide and could sleep 10 people. His bedroom was very large and could be used as a dance hall scene in the movie. Although Pamela Mountbatten did not always accompany her husband at that time, this does not mean that he no longer interacted with women. Although he was not young, he was still an energetic man physically, but now only very young girls could arouse his desire. At the same time, he also found that he could handle several girls in one night, which was a proof of his youthful vitality, and he really had such patience. You were so charming at the opening ceremony. Even the current chief executive expressed his admiration. Alan Wilson stroked the curves under the Cheongsam with his hands and sighed with his chin on Zia Meng's shoulders. I don't know him. Zia Meng answered cautiously. She was afraid that the man would misunderstand something. You misunderstood, dear. Your figure is rare among the yellow people. Alan Wilson shook his head. There are very few yellow people in this era who are as tall as Zia Meng. Without a good figure, wearing a Cheongsam is a joke. A pair of long legs is the standard configuration for wearing a Cheongsam. I'm not racist. I'm purely judging from racial differences. Don't think too much. Different races do have stereotypes about other races. We all live on the same planet. Zia Meng muttered softly. She felt that this question was more sensitive, but she still wanted to ask Alan Wilson, what do you think are the physical differences between different races? There are actually not many big differences. The most obvious one is the skin color. This is also the most obvious place for racial discrimination. The rest are small differences. For example, your height ratio is very common among black people. In terms of body proportions, black people's legs are relatively longer than others, and their skin is smoother. When the sun shines on them, it reflects light, which is almost the same as black leather shoes. Most white people have rough skin, but three-dimensional contours, which make them look older. Black people look the least old. What you said, black people don't seem to have any shortcomings. Zia Meng's face did not change, which conflicted with her cognition. The skin color alone is the biggest disadvantage. What's more, there is this. A disadvantage that cannot be spoken out. Alan Wilson pointed his finger at his head. The meaning is self-evident. Compared with the difference in brain, the skin color is a minor disadvantage. Alan Wilson still reminded Zia Meng. So, if a British citizen compliments you on your youthfulness and good skin, don't take it seriously. It's mostly politeness. This can only be counted as a small difference. There are also many white people who are not young at all. It's nothing more than a matter of proportion. Anyway, Alan Wilson has seen few working people who look young in real life in his previous life. The gap between different races is not as self-satisfied as on the internet, except for the beauty filter in short videos. But you can't reason with people who say so. It's very simple. Men only distinguish between beauty and ugliness in appearance. Few people usually say that they look young. Those who like to say that they look young are women. In the eyes of men, women of 18 are female bodhisattvas, and women after 30 are not seen at all. Your eyes have been shielded for you, so when a woman claims to look young, as a man, you just say, well, you're right. Alan Wilson is not very sensitive to age. He only sees beauty and ugliness. Otherwise, how could there be so many ladies of the same status as his wife who are willing to come out to help him when he needs it? Because he has not been to Kuala Lumpur for a long time, the permanent deputy minister has a problem of acclimatization. The specific symptom is that, after taking Xiaomeng on a rocket, he is a little tired mentally. When he appeared in the monitoring room, his eyes were full of the universe and his expression was listless. These are all equally of the Chinese class. Fortunately, Pamela Mountbatten took her sister-in-law out today, otherwise she might ask him. He didn't know there was Miss Elizabeth Taylor, but even if he knew, he would be immune to the Jade Lady. The Kuala Lumpur mediation began secretly under the care of 2 cabinet ministers and 2 prime ministers. This situation is like the Munich conference. In simple terms, it is a confrontation between ancient and ancient times. Kitano said that even the British Empire had never thought of taking Goa away. Who do you think India is? When Goa was governed by Portugal, even British India did not exist. Mr. Shastri, your ideas are so unrealistic. Alan Wilson listened to the voice in the headset and nodded involuntarily. You are right. Don't say that in the future. He stood up with all his strength and listened to the foreign secretary's smooth talk. Alan Wilson calculated when he would need to show up. He didn't have to wait long. When the foreign secretary needed him, the permanent undersecretary showed up. Chapter 1160 Running for Peace. Mr. Kitano is right. Mr. Shastri is right. Alan Wilson could not come up with any constructive suggestions. He was more accustomed to selling out, or to come up with a mature plan after comprehensive consideration, and to communicate privately one-on-one. He could only smooth things over when he appeared in communication occasions, and his main field was after the meeting. He decided to talk to Shastri. At least this person was a moderate leader of the Congress party. If it was a ruthless person like Desai who drank urine, he could only start from the strengthened position, instead of being so easy to talk to. Since facing this Indian leader, the British Empire did not have to respond with extreme sublimation. After all, extreme sublimation is not without cost. At present, Britain is more suitable to be a restricted area, preserve its strength and watch the 2 great emperors of the world fight. After obtaining the approval of the 2 cabinet ministers, Alan Wilson found Shastri and conducted a one-on-one investigation. This is how he betrayed Poland when he was in Potsdam many years ago. Shastri is a vegetarian, which can be seen from his shriveled body. Alan Wilson even doubted whether the leader of the Indian National Congress would be blown away by a gust of wind. This did not prevent him from preparing clean and hygienic whiskey. He pretended to be relaxed and talked to the other party. He first introduced himself. He was ordered by 2 cabinet ministers to communicate with his experience working in India. How does Shastri feel about Malaya? Very good. The degree of development is refreshing. Shastri sighed sincerely. He was not from a wealthy family with a good background. He knew the situation in India very well and knew the real situation in the vast areas of India. Although after independence, India has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the original British India. Mr. Shastri's pragmatic spirit is not possessed by many countries. Alan Wilson picked up the glass and took a sip of whiskey. The initial contact was good, which was a good start. In fact, in terms of hardware facilities, Malaya is almost the same as the British mainland. Of course, in terms of accumulation, it will take at least 30 years. I'm not being modest, and this is also due to my 2 terms in office. Alan Wilson did not mean to brag, but asked, Mr. Shastri, what do you think is the basis for development? Excellent leaders, full support from the government. Shastri's age should not have made him hesitate, but he was a little unsure of Alan Wilson's purpose, so he could only answer in a tentative tone. The most important thing is a peaceful environment. Only peace will not interfere with development. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand, as if he was embracing and praising peace, and then his eyes fell on Shastri again. If a country is caught in war, there will be no development. Without the two world wars, Britain would have enough spare power to suppress the United States and the Soviet Union. Maybe British India still exists today, which may not be acceptable from the Indian perspective, but it is the fact. Alan Wilson did not intend to rub salt into the wounds of the Indians. He was just telling the truth, and even if he meant to do so, the Indians could not do anything about him. He just said this to show his sincerity, and there was no other intention. What the permanent undersecretary eagerly hoped for the Cuban Missile Crisis to break out is an absolute lie. No one cherishes peace more than Alan Wilson. What he hoped was that only Britain would have nuclear bombs and then blow up the whole world is just drunken talk. How could he be that kind of person? The Redbeard tactical nuclear bombs were placed in Malaya only for self-protection. The Vulcan bomber is just a purely defensive weapon, and he has never made a plan to overthrow Sukarno's regime. Now talking about peaceful development is his true nature, and his tone is unprecedentedly sincere. Alan Wilson is a person who plays with many actresses. No one can expose his original peaceful connotation. Britain is all considering India. Once it also uses force to solve the Goa issue, there may be a chain reaction. For example, according to the news that Britain has learned alone, Goa and Karachi have always maintained this good relationship. Shastri hesitated when he heard Alan Wilson talking about Pakistan. Pakistan's two territories are on both sides of India, wrapping India in the middle. In this geographical environment, it can be said that India is blooming in the center, or it can be said that it is facing a pincer attack from both sides. In short, it all depends on the position from which it is explained. It must be said that India cannot ignore this encirclement. Portugal is a member of the European community. I believe India also needs investment. Once the war starts, India will be regarded as an unsafe place. Alan Wilson put himself in the shoes of the other party and analyzed. Of course, India can be self-sufficient, but it is just a little slower in development. This made Alan Wilson feel guilty. Is it just a little slower? India has been at a similar level to Black Africa for a long time. Now Britain is still building the capitals of major colonies. India may not catch up with Africa. However, if India is extensively developed, British Africa can be called destructive development. It is beautiful in terms of numbers. It is all based on exhausting the pond to catch fish. Who made us have fewer colonies now? If we want to achieve the original speed or even faster than before, we must improve efficiency. While the colonies are not independent, squeeze out all the places where we can squeeze out oil. Alan Wilson emphasized peace and explained the good relationship between Portugal and Pakistan. Of course, this good relationship was promoted by him, and Shastri did not need to know. The fact is that Goa and Pakistan on both sides of India form a triangular threat. Even if India has the Himalayas on its back and needs to hold Pakistan with one hand, it can still be invincible in the world. This kind of thing does not exist in the current geographical environment. Britain hopes that Portugal and India can talk calmly. The history of Portuguese Goa is much earlier than that of British India. We in Britain can completely ignore it. It's just that due to the rising nationalism in India, we want to prevent the outbreak of war because of a piece of territory. This may damage the relationship between Europe and India, which we are not happy to see. After all, the relationship between Portugal and Britain is not bad. At present, there is still Portuguese Africa. Portugal cannot be completely regarded as a small country. If it causes friction between European countries and India, it will be difficult for Britain to do anything. Why does my Great Britain want to join the European community? Alan Wilson said frankly that it is to face such occasions. With the European community on the left hand and the Commonwealth on the right hand, we can bargain with other countries in this way. The permanent undersecretary did not make even a single promise, even though he did hint from the beginning to the end that Britain wanted to help India take back Goa peacefully. But hints are hints, and promises are two different things. If India is willing to take an open attitude and find an opportunity to clarify each other's interests and see if misunderstandings can be reduced, this communication will not be fruitless. Britain is also willing to continue to play a beneficial role so that both countries can have a decent ending. After saying these words, Alan Wilson took a sip of whiskey to replenish his saliva and waited for Shastri's answer. We are willing to take an open attitude. As long as we can get Goa back, we are willing to give Portugal a certain guarantee. Shastri expressed his willingness to communicate, and naturally there was no promise. This is actually enough. Alan Wilson is just stalling for time. He doesn't care what the final result is. It's okay as long as it survives this year. As for future matters, the two countries are willing to proceed from the position of strength, and it has nothing to do with Britain. It may be rare for Britain to speak so easily in the past 300 years, and this time Shastri saw it. After getting India's attitude, Alan Wilson ended the secret operation and informed the two ministers and the two prime ministers of India's bottom line. Indians still miss Goa, Profumo said sarcastically. It's different after independence. Profumo, you can't say that. Rab Butler smiled and shook his head. Being able to talk is a good result. There is no upper limit to the time of a negotiation. It can be a year or 10 years. The minister is right. As his own minister, Alan Wilson naturally had to stand on the side of the propagandist of his department. This result was very good, and then Alan Wilson informed Kitano of Shastri's attitude. As for the consistency of the rhetoric with Rab Butler, it was good to be able to talk, and the result was not important. The Paris Peace Conference that dealt with the defeated countries argued for several months. I think it is normal that the talks lasted for 10 years and finally failed regretfully. Alan Wilson commented in an objective and neutral manner, without any intention of instigating any of the countries. If Kitano misunderstood, it could only be his personal behavior, and had nothing to do with Britain and Alan Wilson himself. So what's the time for the first round of talks? I'll let London know later. Kitano nodded, and added, in fact, Portugal and Britain have common interests in Asian and African affairs. Of course. Alan Wilson answered very straightforwardly this time. This was not a trivial matter for India. He promised, Britain has no intention of forcing Portugal to sacrifice its interests. You can rest assured. Let's talk about 10 or 8 rounds, once every 6 months. Anyway, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to work. A day later, thanks to Britain's sincerity in maintaining peace, Kitano and Shastri had a calm exchange of views under the witness of Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. Alan Wilson was not idle either. He directly contacted the hidden mines buried during the evacuation and leaked the news, saying that the Portuguese were willing to talk. As long as this news was released, there would be no possibility of resolving the problem by force, at least before the formal negotiations. Chapter 1161 Responsible Britain. Now we can wait for the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. It must be said that Alan Wilson actually feels quite accomplished. He seems to be really happy about his efforts to work for peace and smiles at everyone he sees. Peace is precious. Alan Wilson cheered for the bright future. His long-term planning paid off. After Pamela Mountbatten came back and listened to her husband's bragging, a sly smile flashed across her face. She stood up, picked up a piece of paper at random, and waved it in front of Alan Wilson, saying, I brought back a generation of peace. Immediately, Pamela Mountbatten was hit by a thick slap in the face, making a crisp sound. The richest woman on earth was in tears, and the head of the family whispered with anger, you compare me to Chamberlain? Just kidding, so stingy. Pamela Mountbatten covered her buttocks with her hand and grinned. I've been married to you for so many years, and given birth to several children, and you treat me like this? The permanent deputy minister, who was warned about having children by the female president's crazy female fist, thought about it, and thought it seemed to be the case. She pointed her finger at her thigh. Pamela Mountbatten understood and sat down directly, leaning in her husband's arms, and the part that was slapped was gently rubbed. I've been laying the groundwork for so long, and it's hard not to be angry when you compare me to Chamberlain. Alan Wilson's face was solemn, hoping that his wife, who shared the same bed with him, could understand his behavior just now. He pointed to the Cuban Missile Crisis and the battle for the roof of the world, creating an opportunity for Britain to demonstrate its influence as a world power. There was a time for joking. I just wanted to say that Chamberlain still thought he controlled Hitler. It was impossible to expect Pamela Mountbatten to admit her mistake. The female president's self-defense was that she hoped her husband would be careful, not too optimistic. This was the truth. Chamberlain still thought he controlled Hitler. Pamela Mountbatten knew his true thoughts. If she thought about it a little, she would know how difficult it was to pry open two ancient and civilized countries with large populations. She had been expressing her support because they were husband and wife, and she stood firmly on her husband's side, but that didn't mean she thought it would work. Just consider it my fault, dear. Alan Wilson's hand gradually moved from his hips to the front, and he expressed his apology in a verbal dispute. Here we go again. Pamela Mountbatten panted. Her eyes were already full of mist. This man really had him in his hands. Everything was fine. If Princess Margaret and Elizabeth Taylor hadn't knocked on the door, Alan Wilson would have definitely been able to deal with Pamela Mountbatten this time. But plans didn't change quickly, and he could only put on a sour face and watch these rich and noble women talking and laughing. Elizabeth Taylor obviously wanted to make friends. Alan Wilson was already treated as the leading actor in front of the queen of the screen, so he could naturally see this. If it was New Delhi more than a decade ago, the Golden 12 Palaces would definitely have a place for him. But now it's different. He is no longer willing to provoke other women. He looks like a mere son-in-law. He only answers a few words when the other party stops talking and asks questions, keeping a warm, but not enthusiastic distance. After a while, he left on the pretext of something. Malaya now has many guests, such as Nehru and Azakai who came to study. Faralkai, the leader of the Arab world. It seems that it hasn't been long since the last meeting, and Faralkai has gained weight again. Alan Wilson doubted whether the respected king of Egypt could see the day when the Aswan Dam was completed. It was also thanks to him that he helped to create public opinion, saying that Faralkai suffered from a rare disease and would gain weight even if he drank cold water. The image of a king with a disabled body and a strong will has been created for so many years, and it can always deceive many ignorant people. Your Majesty, after the implementation of the flatbread subsidy policy, has the situation in Egypt become more stable? Alan Wilson asked about Egypt's recent situation, a complete extra-official minister of the Kingdom of Egypt. According to history, Egypt's flatbread policy will not be introduced until 20 years later, but who can blame the current Egyptian king for being so uncharismatic? Alan Wilson can only find ways to improve the support of Faralkai through some policies. There is no food crisis in Egypt at present, but there are indeed many extremely poor people. This policy is used to buy these people. This 2-cent special supply cake can only be bought at special places with meal tickets. The so-called special place is naturally the place designated by the Egyptian royal family. Egyptian flatbread is a special food provided by the Egyptian government to the people with the purpose of filling the stomachs of the people. Egypt is now a kingdom. Given the national conditions, it certainly cannot tolerate waste. Those who can eat cheap flatbread are proletarians who have nothing. But no matter what, after the flatbread policy was introduced, it did receive support from a considerable number of Egyptian people. Faralkai was wise but foolish, and his image of being particular about methods and means in his struggle with Britain was really believed by many people. Now, this disabled but strong-willed king immediately praised Alan Wilson, the extra-official minister, and his belly was shaking with joy. Egypt's stability and prosperity are also what Britain is happy to see. Alan Wilson was about to raise his wrist, but he forcibly stopped this instinctive action. The king had a criminal record. It just so happens that the two cabinet ministers haven't left yet. Your Majesty, are you willing to talk to us? It doesn't matter what to talk about. Even if there is no result, Alan Wilson can follow the previous text copy, like filling in the blanks, and say that this conversation is constructive. In fact, Alan Wilson brought the two cabinet ministers here simply because he was afraid that he would be too busy using the Commonwealth Games to find something for the two ministers to do was very effective. The ministers had their own affairs, and he had his own affairs. Not to mention the big comrades he personally supported. There were also respected scholars like Mr. Limlan Jiak. After he stepped down as the High Commissioner of Malaya, he went to Hong Kong 13 times and served as a bridge of friendship between the two countries. How about letting Charlotte and Limlan Jiak learn from each other in the future? Alan Wilson, who had just finished his manned spaceflight and had not yet dried his sweat, lit a cigar and tilted his head to look at Xiaomeng, who was also unable to move a finger. Xiaomeng, who had gradually recovered from the storm, looked at the deputy minister who was holding a cigarette in his mouth. Let Luo receive Chinese education. With dual education in English and Chinese, the international situation may change when he grows up. Alan Wilson was a little vague and restrained the urge to be a prophet who says that the world will definitely be hostile. I will listen to you. Xiaomeng snuggled in the arms of the deputy minister with a face full of attachment. This is a man who can be relied on. Maybe there will be no confrontation in the world by then. I say this because I'm British, not for the United States. Alan Wilson's mouth twitched. His name is Xiaomeng. Don't really dream. If he is serving the United States now, the current layout should be centered on destroying the entire hostile camp, not fanning the flames like now. Any country in the Soviet camp is an enemy, and this will not change, because the threat is big or small. It is best to kill them all at once, and with his stored memory, as long as he can deal with the Soviet Union, other countries will have no ability to resist. Because of the distance of the Pacific Ocean, there was no so-called nuclear war before the 1980s. Otherwise, how could Kennedy, who had a wild imagination, dare to formulate a surgical strike plan? It was entirely because the United States could unilaterally attack others without being attacked. But he was the permanent undersecretary of the United Kingdom and could not think in the future of maximizing American interests. Everything should be given priority to the development of the United Kingdom. As long as the Soviet camp did not come to provoke, everything could be negotiated. Xiaomeng was a little surprised. After all, British public opinion was still relatively friendly to the United States, although they were hostile for a period of time because of the Iranian oil crisis. That was in the past. Just raise your son well and don't worry about other things. Alan Wilson put out his cigar, stretched his waist and muttered, "Peace is great. I miss the era of British rule." Since Portugal and India agreed to talk, the achievements of the two cabinet ministers this time are naturally needless to say. Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh that once the two ministers returned home, the people would welcome them wholeheartedly. It was really a good time. The state of vigorous vitality and all things competing was still in front of him. From one victory to another, Pamela Mountbatten joked when she saw her husband was in a good mood, but she didn't dare to go too far after the last lesson. Saving the territorial disputes between two countries. If I think about it carefully, this may be the core motivation of my work. Alan Wilson seemed to be bathed in holy light, and the fallen angel wings behind him could hardly be hidden. In any case, now we can wait for the big show to start. I wonder if my father-in-law has formulated a rescue plan to mediate the disputes between Portugal and India, but it is destined to be used for the powerful countries and a certain big country. This must be carefully calculated, not too early or too late. If it is too early, it will only embarrass Britain itself, and if it is too late, it will not be able to take advantage of the popularity. Otherwise, it can be considered to borrow someone from Chiangong, to rush to help Li Xiangshi from 1,000 miles away. Before returning home, British local newspapers quoted news from India and learned that Britain mediated the dispute between India and Portugal this time to show the image of a responsible big country. The two ministers, Profumo and Labo Butler, were naturally the focus of the focus. Labo Butler showed why Eden looked at him differently. It was under the personal attention of the Prime Minister and the diplomatic efforts that took into account the interests of both countries that this meeting was possible. I believe that the result will be good. Profumo listened to his tamed colleague expressionlessly and couldn't help but frown slightly. Does the Minister of Defense think so? At this time, another reporter asked Profumo. He's right. Profumo's answer was firm, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. The Supreme One cut himself out of the dark restricted area with a sword, and the great emperor of the world did not fight. Today is a day for the people of the Kidao to cheer. Chapter 1162 Khrushchev's decision. Every politician is a chameleon. All they can do is to provide all support except for helping. Unlike Alan Wilson, a pillar of the country, who wanted to hold an abacus and calculate how to rush to India's aid as soon as he returned to London. Let this already independent and powerful country feel the love of his father again. It can be seen that the minister is just for fun. If there is a real problem, the person who will be involved must be the permanent undersecretary. Of course, it must be considered comprehensively. First of all, the British troops stationed in Malaysia cannot be moved to prevent Indonesian infiltration. If the British troops cannot be moved, can't the local troops be used? They cannot be used either. Because except for the British troops, the Chinese troops and the Malay troops in Malaya are incompatible with the general environment of India. One is the same ethnic group as a certain big country, and the other is a pacifist like Pakistan. So even if Malaya is not far from India, it cannot provide timely assistance to India. The Middle East is also close, but the Middle East is such an important place. If you leave when the United States and the Soviet Union are competing, what if something happens in the Middle East? Britain could not afford to lose the Middle East. After much deliberation, Alan Wilson looked at Britain's global deployment and drew an unpredictable route, using the British troops stationed in Africa to cross the entire Indian Ocean for assistance. However, the British troops stationed in Africa could not swim across and needed a transport fleet to reach the battlefield, but there was no British fleet in Africa. The symbolic fleet in Zanzibar was not capable of undertaking this task. After careful consideration, the steps to sublimate the country were clear. After learning the news, Britain would first hold a cabinet meeting, and then decide to rush to India with rare efficiency a few days later, letting the Royal Pacific Fleet in Malaya rush to Africa and transport the British troops stationed in Africa to South Asia. In this process, it is necessary to publicize it with great fanfare, and then gallop at a speed of 14 knots. It is estimated that the war will be almost over halfway through. It's simply a genius idea. Alan Wilson felt that, even if Marshal Mountbatten was here, he would be shocked by his unrestrained and original route. He had to believe in the ability of a powerful country. Even if there were 50,000 pigs, the communist army could not catch them all. La la la. Pamela Mountbatten's cheerful voice came in before she came in. Then she saw her husband gesturing at the world map and took a curious look. India? Are you still planning your wild ideas? As an imperial civil servant, you have to think of any possibility and make a record. Only in this way can you be worthy of the country. Alan Wilson arched his hands in the direction of Buckingham Palace and said with a face of a lackey who eats the emperor's salary. He knew that his wife didn't believe the assumption that there would be a war between China and India, and she was ashamed to mention it to others. It didn't matter. When the time came, she would know that the pillar of the British Empire was not a false reputation, and looked at herself differently. Maybe the Cubans have already talked to the Soviets now. You have to know that it is already the middle of the year. They are just the second most powerful country in the Soviet camp. How dare they be more radical than the Soviet Union? Pamela Mountbatten muttered disapprovingly. Now even the Soviet Union is easing up. You don't understand this, dear. The number one power is often closely watched. The number two power has more freedom. Alan Wilson said with a smile. So the number two will be more aggressive than the number one. Later, the two countries gradually became dirty. Was it just because of the joint fleet and the long-wave radio station? This was just a statement accepted by the country. In essence, it was a big internal propaganda to show that they had no responsibility and that the responsibility was all the Soviet Union's. The Moscow conference embarrassed the Soviet Union, and the Kinman artillery battle embarrassed Khrushchev. On the issue of right and wrong, they actually told the facts. Of course, decades later, the sentence "we are not all right and you are not all wrong" can be regarded as a feeling of embarrassment to a certain extent. This is also the reason why the United States believes that a certain superpower is more aggressive than the Soviet Union, and it must fight another battle in Asia. The Soviet Union is definitely the stronger one, and they often like to show off their muscles, but in fact, this means it is not difficult to deal with. It's enough to prove that we are not easy to mess with. Alan Wilson said in a gentle and persuasive manner, and a country with such a large territory cannot be destroyed by means other than war. If there is a chance in the future, it's best not to be aggressive. Alan Wilson was definitely not joking when he spoke, but was very serious. This extremely difficult country that believes in the use of force, constant humiliation will only cause a backlash. If it really turns the table over, should it respond or not? In the context of the Cold War, the United States was indeed very brave, and it also responded to a certain big country in this way, fighting a Vietnam War. In other words, the United States really has a strong foundation, and was not dragged to death, but it still allowed the Soviet Union to launch a global offensive and suppress it for 10 years. After that, the United States was honest for a while, until Reagan came to power and used all means except war. Except for starting a war, the city on the top of the mountain is still very powerful. From the perspective of the United Kingdom, it must hype up this decisive battle on the top of the Himalayas. It would be best to elevate this war to the level of the Cuban Missile Crisis, shaping it into a general offensive by the Soviet bloc, and it would be best if it could shock the free world. Of course, this kind of public opinion can deceive the rebellious son who is gradually going crazy, but it is estimated that it is impossible to deceive Charles de Gaulle. The Cuban Missile Crisis made Charles de Gaulle feel more independent from the United States to avoid being affected. After this round of public opinion shaping, if there is a domino trend in Asia, the determination of the United States to show its military power again will only be stronger. After the Vietnam War, if it is optimistic, Britain can truly become an independent ally of the United States from a position of strength, and the special relationship between Britain and the United States will not gradually become a follower relationship. In short, the conclusion that the direction of Asia is very dangerous can also be drawn from this war. At that time, it can take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble in Indonesia, and also establish a persona of defending the free world, having the best of both worlds. At that time, Alan Wilson will definitely try his best to prevent the United States from fighting in Vietnam, and can even use the Korean War as an example to urge the United States to stop, because there are only Viet Cong outside. But whether the United States listens or not is another matter. Maybe the United States has not felt anything, since the British great Saint Hun Cho did not speak. Zen urged the United States not to make a big move in Asia, but the United States had to sublimate itself to the extreme and prove itself in front of daddy. I don't care about you. I tell you one thing. I have invested silver in the American market in batches. Now I'm not losing money. If it really goes up, I can make a lot of money. Pamela Mountbatten no longer paid attention to her husband's plan for a small possibility, and talked about her own silver operation. This is indeed more secure. First, make sure you don't lose money, and then see, when the time comes. Alan Wilson smiled and praised. But it seems that there are more than just me who are releasing silver. Pamela Mountbatten was a little suspicious. Maybe it's the Silver Party in the United States? Alan Wilson held the Wolfberry cup to hide his embarrassment. It may not only be the Silver Party, but also some ladies of the same status as his wife. Now the Commonwealth Games are in full swing, which can be said to be peaceful. However, Alan Wilson estimated the time. It should be about the same, including the preparation time. Alan Wilson, who was calculating the time, guessed correctly that Raul Castro was in Moscow at this time. And he had been received by Khrushchev. Cuba was now under blockade, and was supported by the Soviet Union. After meeting with Raul Castro, Khrushchev convened a meeting of the Central Presidium, and explained the huge threat the Soviet Union was facing in front of Kozlov and others. Italy and Turkey deployed various medium and long-range ballistic missiles such as Thor and Jupiter. The Soviet Union was surrounded by American nuclear weapons. Within this distance, once the United States launched a surprise attack on the Soviet Union would not even have a chance to fight back. We must change this dangerous strategic disadvantage. Khrushchev used his usual loud voice to explain his thoughts in front of other members. Kennedy is just a weak president who is controlled by the small groups around him. And from the perspective of the Bay of Pigs Landing, he is an indecisive person who lacks strong willpower. If the respected British Foreign Office Permanent Under-Secretary was here, he would definitely find this description familiar and very appropriate. This time I'm going to throw a hedgehog into Uncle Sam's crotch. Khrushchev was determined, and then looked at the members of the Central Presidium. The risk exists, but compared with the current nuclear missiles in Italy and Turkey, this risk can be overcome. Can it be overcome? Brezhnev almost couldn't help it, but in the end he said nothing. It can also consolidate the position of Cuban leader Castro, exert influence on Cuba politically, economically, and militarily, and thus use Cuba as a bargaining chip for political transactions with the United States to enhance the Soviet Union's deterrence capabilities. Khrushchev continued to elaborate on his ideas. Now Raul Castro is in Moscow, eagerly waiting for our response. This is the only chance. The members of the Central Presidium immediately discussed it, and finally came up with a unified opinion, expressing support for Khrushchev's idea. Later, Raul Castro arrived at the Kremlin, and was personally received by Khrushchev. 5 days later, at the second meeting, the two signed a secret agreement on behalf of the Soviet Union and Cuba. Alan Wilson sneezed several times, put his hand on Audrey Hepburn's belly, and asked the ball player in a mean way, "Does my child want to see his father as soon as possible?" The United States bombed Somalia, and the British father froze Russian assets. It was so terrifying. Chapter 1163 Private State-Owned Enterprise. Look at you. Hepburn's eyes were shining. Since she made the decision, she has been waiting for the arrival of this child. If she misses this opportunity, it may not be so easy in the future. Not only is it a compliment to the man for keeping his promise, the ballflower is now trying to use poor skills to make Alan Wilson value her precious sacrifice. "I'm the luckiest man in the world. I'm really so worthy of it," Alan Wilson said in a tone of happiness. "If only the French would not make trouble." France, what's wrong with them? Hepburn looked puzzled. Aren't they all allies of the free world and pillars of the European community? Industrial integration. Alan Wilson said helplessly, there is no single country in Europe that can complete the construction of the entire industrial system. It is necessary to divide the work and cooperate to establish a broad industrial system. On this point, Britain and France have some differences. If according to the original history, Britain was locked out of the European community by France, its end would naturally be to watch France integrate the European community to distribute industries, and wait until France has distributed the industries before opening the door to Britain. At this time, it was too late. How could Britain compete with the industries that the European community had already distributed? Now the door of the European community was not closed to Britain at the beginning, but it evolved into today's European community through European colonial countries. In this way, France could not use its status as a defeated country to suppress Germany and Italy and formulate a distribution plan that is beneficial to France, because Britain exists. It is true that after successfully suppressing Algeria, France's strength has been strengthened. But now Britain is not only left with its homeland. In addition, the Commonwealth is stronger than the French community. British colonies are richer than French colonies, and it controls more raw materials. Of course, Britain cannot agree to France's industrial distribution plan. The current situation is that both Britain and France have territories that are not part of Europe, and then they discuss industrial distribution within the framework of the European community. In normal competition, France has a resource shortcoming. Under the safety of the Suez Canal, Algeria's oil is not cheaper than Persian Gulf oil. Algeria only has oil, and other British colonies have other raw materials. France thinks that in normal competition, France will suffer. Coincidentally, Britain also thinks so, because its colonies are far away. The future will definitely require a long cost accounting and certain trade-offs, which cannot be achieved in a short time. The two countries' ideas are not only in the civilian field, but also in the military field. In order to be independent, France must pursue comprehensiveness as much as possible. If it cannot achieve large and comprehensive, it will strive for small and comprehensive. Britain will definitely not accommodate France. It should be noted that Britain's accumulated technical capabilities in the field of engines far exceed those of France. In short, around the development direction of the European community, coupled with the cost of overseas territories, the filth between the two countries will continue. In the general direction, Britain and France naturally have nothing to say. Britain has the support of Nordic countries, and France has the support of Latin countries. It's nothing more than inconsistent emphasis. The point that is consistent and will not cause controversy is that both countries believe that industrial integration will help Europe become stronger. But who will lead a strong Europe? Charles de Gaulle believes that it should be France, but Britain does not think so. So the British Foreign Office Permanent Under-Secretary for Offshore Balancing came to Sweden, another country with a tradition of offshore balancing, hoping to get a certain degree of support. In the later EU, before the UK withdrew, Sweden and the UK had a strategy, being part of the EU, but not using the euro. The two offshore balancers could not only balance the Soviet Union in Europe, but also France when necessary. Alan Wilson only expressed the diplomatic position on behalf of the UK, and then he flattered the ballflower wholeheartedly. Just like when he communicated in France last week, he was only concerned about France's position on the European community, while riding a rocket with the female president of Woodpecker. Politics in various countries is full of filth. Hepburn couldn't help but ask helplessly, do more people support you or support France, or are they evenly matched? Excluding Germany, the UK has more countries than France, but you also know that Latin countries Italy and Spain are populous countries in Europe, and most Belgians speak French. Alan Wilson knew everything, and had nothing to hide from the ballflower. The supporters of the UK, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, the Netherlands, plus the traditional influence, Portugal, which had just mediated. France has Spain and Italy around it, and countries like Luxembourg are not included. The population of the countries supporting the UK is not very large, but Spain and Italy are not like this. On some issues, such as Libya, Italy will stand on the side of Britain, but not on all issues. You must be really distressed. Hepburn also felt the same way. This man has indeed contributed too much to the country. But then again, why is it always the French? I thought you could handle the French. Yes, it's always the French. Alan Wilson was very helpless. In fact, compared with tradition, Britain does not have an advantage over Germany and France. Before the war, the world's physics center was Berlin and the world's mathematics center was Paris. The holy places of these two important disciplines actually have nothing to do with Britain. What is the role of Britain? In fact, for a long time, it was probably similar to the role of a certain big country, a manufacturing center. For many years before World War II, the brilliance of French mathematicians and German physicists made Britain look inferior. But even so, Britain, with its industrial integration and earlier accumulation, is definitely stronger than these two countries in terms of national strength. A few days later, the permanent undersecretary, who was loyal to the ballflower, returned to London with a lot of gains. That is, the understanding attitude of the Swedish side. There is nothing wrong with it. The understanding attitude of Sweden is his gain. It's not like major diplomatic achievements appear all the time in this world. If that were the case, wouldn't the Ministry of Foreign Affairs be exhausted? Wouldn't it be reasonable not to double the salary? After a busy round of negotiations on the issue of industrial distribution, Alan Wilson, who seemed to be physically exhausted, was just about to take a few days off. Pamela Mountbatten was also very considerate. She put her husband's head on her lap and whispered, "My husband, you've worked hard. You've traveled to several countries in such a short time. It's not hard. It's all for Britain." Alan Wilson yawned as he spoke. "This is also for your industry. Now we are only negotiating on the distribution of civilian industries, but in fact, the military industry is a difficult part. I don't think there will be any communication results in the military industry. France is wary of Britain, and so are we. My idea for you is to use military industrial groups to create high quality jobs, and then protect your global industries. High quality local employment will be related to the support rate. Any party, no matter who it is, will be polite to you. With employment in the military industry, rooted in national defense, let the country protect your overseas industries." Pamela Mountbatten kept nodding, and then she heard her husband continue, "It's okay for the military industry not to make money. The key is employment. You can make money from oil and iron ore. This will help reduce the cost of Britain's armament replacement, and if Britain can do this, your overseas industries will automatically be protected, because once the overseas industries of the Mountbatten Group are taken away, it will affect the domestic military industry employment. This will form an industrial closed loop. Not pursuing profits. It sounds like a state-owned enterprise." Pamela Mountbatten asked puzzledly, "Are you asking me to set up a private state-owned enterprise? That's not wrong. Only in this way can Britain ensure that it will not be left behind in the military field." Alan Wilson nodded and said, "Your overseas steel, iron ore, oil, food, automobiles and hydropower will be protected by Britain. Alan Wilson, who was enjoying his wife's service, sat up suddenly and said to his wife solemnly, "If you think it's okay to form an industrial closed loop like this, I have a method of equity distribution that you can use in the military industry of the Mountbatten Group. It should be very useful. Do you have a solution?" Pamela Mountbatten was surprised. How come her husband seemed to have a solution for everything? "Of course I do. I feel that the most suitable industry for this distribution plan is the military industry." Although Alan Wilson only had a flash of inspiration, the atmosphere was set to this point, so he naturally couldn't stop there. Huawei's equity incentive plan, with virtual stocks, means that the company grants incentive targets a kind of virtual stock, which can enjoy a certain number of dividend rights and stock price appreciation rights, but has no ownership, no voting rights, cannot be transferred or sold, and automatically expires when leaving the company. The issuance of virtual stocks maintains the control of Huawei's management over the company and does not lead to a series of management problems. The scope of involvement includes almost all employees who have worked at Huawei for more than 1 year. To include all employees, old employees naturally cannot participate in the distribution because their shareholdings have reached the upper limit of their level of shareholding. The history of equity incentives shows that equity incentives can closely link employees' human capital with the future development of the company to form a virtuous cycle system. Alan Wilson felt that this allocation was actually most suitable for the military industry. If his wife did not pursue profit, the benefits to Britain would be huge. In fact, 996 was not a big problem. The big problem was not paying money, while 996. Pamela Mountbatten was really shocked this time and asked, "If it is used in government departments, wouldn't it be more beneficial? What are you thinking?" "Dear, that will bring about discussions about layoffs. The authority of Whitehall will also be damaged. It will be the sinking of civilization and the collapse of the cornerstone. The consequences are disastrous," Alan Wilson said with his hands on his hips. Chapter 1164. Persevere for another half a year. You are really a pillar of Whitehall. No wonder everyone thinks you have a bright future. Pamela Mountbatten almost wanted to cover her face. This man with a flexible moral bottom line was her husband. "Anyway, you know, I'm your husband and I will definitely treat you without reservation. That's all." Military talents are also worth supporting with high salaries. They must be several times higher than the salaries of civil servants, otherwise it will have an impact on Whitehall. Compared with the United States, the United Kingdom is bound to have a gap in size. It is not possible without some innovation, especially in the system. Of course, there must be no innovation in the government system, otherwise Whitehall officials like him will be water without hatred. British civil servants can only be strengthened but not weakened. They can compromise on everything. This is not acceptable. The military industry has its own particularity. In Alan Wilson's view, this is the most suitable industry for Huawei's equity distribution. At first, it was just a casual remark, but now it must be tried. A country that relies on the financial industry for support cannot be unaffected. This is not just a problem encountered by the United Kingdom. The United States is also affected, but it is not easy to see because of its large size. The financial industry will inevitably affect industrialization and all aspects of society. The high per capita income raised by the financial industry will inevitably lead to domestic talents to learn business and take root in the financial industry. In addition to the financial industry, the United States has 3 major pillars: education, lawyers, and medical care. What contribution do these industries make to the strength of a country? In the long run, the country has formed a trend, and there is no science and engineering industry. At the beginning, it may be that only civilian enterprises lack science and engineering talents, but the impact will slowly be transmitted to the military industry. Is the United States weak in the 21st century? Take a closer look at the efficiency of the projects launched by the United States during the Cold War, and then look at the weapons platforms launched by the United States in the 21st century. The cost is astronomical. There are problems here and there. Compared with itself, the United States is definitely much weaker, but this kind of weakness is not seen by ordinary countries. First of all, there must be a country with a similar economic total, so that when comparing military expenditures, it will be noticed that the United States is a shocking waste in the military, with astronomical investment and embarrassing output. If the national strength is too far apart, it is not possible to see the weakness of the United States, and no comparison relationship can be formed. It is a fact that the United States lacks science and engineering students, but the United States is an immigrant country, and it can attract science and engineering students from other countries to make up for its own shortcomings by offering treatment. But this is not a long-term solution. You should know that in the white world, the countries with sufficient population and emphasis on science and engineering education are the Soviet Union and Russia, which accepts the Soviet education system. Russia is a country that cannot be killed except in war, but the war option is invalid because of nuclear weapons. The United States cannot absorb a large number of talents from Russia, another country that also relies on the Soviet education system and has a large population is a certain big country. This is very fucked up. The science and engineering disciplines in the United States have almost become unpopular disciplines. The source of attracting R&D talents is to opponents. How can this life be lived? Alan Wilson knows the problems of the United States, and the United Kingdom also exists, because the United Kingdom is also a country with a strong financial industry. However, since the post-war period, Britain has been in a stage of resisting the invasion of the US dollar, which lasted until the 1970s. After finally giving up treatment, Mrs. Thatcher stopped resisting in the 1980s, and chose to merge with the United States to share financial hegemony. During this period, Britain's finance was actually in a stage of slow deterioration due to the invasion of the US dollar. Alan Wilson is just trying to delay this time as much as possible to see how much financial strength Britain can still have after the internal injuries of the United States after the Vietnam War. In other words, during the period when the financial industry of Britain is shrinking, the general environment can think of ways to deal with the real economy. Of course, he is not a cabinet secretary yet and cannot use Whitehall to adjust Britain. But he can first adjust the industries that can be affected, such as his wife's industry, and create as many high-quality jobs as possible, so as to improve the status in the eyes of the British government. Just like the Comet airliner is now fully supported by the British government. You are amazing. Your position as an official allows me to serve the country. Pamela Mountbatten grabbed her husband's shoulders and refused to give in. Don't you know how poor I am? Maybe I don't know. You are so poor, with an automobile industry valued at £500 million. Alan Wilson said indifferently, my dear, we'll let you take Australian citizenship to avoid inheritance tax, but Australia itself does not have the national strength to protect your industry. Even if you are a world citizen, you should have some focus, right? Your title is still from the UK, and the nobles who followed you to Australia. Are you really going to throw away your title and not come back? I know. You are the head of the family. How can I, a wife, not be obedient? Pamela Mountbatten hooked her husband's neck with the look of a bullied little wife. Carry me back to the bedroom to ride a rocket. The permanent undersecretary, who has been running around for the country, had to take on a private job. He formulated a 996+ equity distribution plan for his wife's Lockheed career. It has to be said that Oahu's distribution plan does have the suspicion of communism. But even if there is such suspicion, he can't do anything now. Britain can't afford the astonishing waste like the United States. They throw hundreds of millions of dollars in demonstration fees before they see any project. No wonder Indian immigrants are becoming more and more valued in the science and engineering industry in the United States. Who can be more professional than the big country in PPT? I'm surprised and happy to marry you. Pamela Mountbatten sighed with a complicated mentality, holding her husband's hard work. She was happy that Land Rover was valued at £500 million when it went public, and it was still rising. She was surprised that she would become the successor of communism in the military industry after the resale. Dear, don't be like Grandad. You should make money when you should. You should be more open-minded about some money. Your industry is enough to cover the military expenditure of the United Kingdom for 2 years. Do you know what this concept is? Alan Wilson held his forehead. If it were the United States in the 21st century, $770 billion a year, 2 years would be 1.5 trillion US dollars, and it is not a concept at all. People of this value in the United States are all engaged in the internet. Who knows how much will be left after the bubble bursts? Otherwise, how did Bill Gates become a big landlord? Pamela Mountbatten is supported by industry, just like Jack Ma's net worth is higher than that of real estate, but his cash is definitely not as rich as the others. With such a net worth, in order to avoid inheritance tax, he let his wife obtain Australian citizenship. I have something to do recently. Pamela Mountbatten put away the documents and decided to use some time to separate the military industry of the group for adjustment. She would only complain to her husband. When it really came to the critical moment, the richest woman would still unconditionally obey her husband's plan. That's right. Would Alan Wilson cheat his wife? Not at all. He would only use his innate talents on the United States or the Soviet Union, and of course he could not forget the suspicious ally France. At this time, as the permanent undersecretary of the British Foreign Office, Alan Wilson needed to cultivate his character and wait for the arrival of the critical time node. He really wanted to do this if he was not blocked by African guests. Grace came over like a piece of oxstick candy, which surprised Alan Wilson very much. The purpose of this Northern Rhodesian governor was naturally to urge the support of the Lord Zongtang. Don't you Balkans take revenge overnight? Alan Wilson was really helpless now, scratching his head. Can't you wait? Why did he come to London specially? Sir, you asked me to kill the former South Korean president, and I did it. You can't just pretend that nothing happened. Grace patted her chest and said with an attitude that she had shed blood for Britain. It's been a year now. Tito and the Soviet military advisors are pressing forward step by step. Are we going to Katanga to make selfless contributions? The Soviet Union doesn't seem to have much experience in jungle warfare. The environment in Yugoslavia is not related to tropical rainforests. Alan Wilson asked back. The Soviet allies with jungle warfare experience are Vietnam and Cuba. If Vietnam intervenes, it will be obvious at a glance, and it may even attract France to retaliate. Cuba doesn't have time to be a Soviet thug now. It's all shit and no one is helping to clean it up. Seeing that Grace wanted to say something, Alan Wilson directly extended his hand to indicate that she should be patient. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, Grace, give me half a year. I guarantee with my title that I will give you an explanation. You should believe me. We understand each other. Of course. Grace's momentum weakened. He had at least met several ladies of the same status as Alan Wilson's wife, such as Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman in the film industry. With such a relationship, I will never deceive you. Believe me. In order to prevent a fire in the backyard, Alan Wilson took out the most sincere tone of his life to guarantee half a year. If you persist for half a year, there will definitely be an opportunity to intervene. Half a year, can the problem be solved by then? Grace was a little suspicious, as if judging whether she was perfunctory. Half a year, the problem of Katanga can definitely be solved within half a year. Alan Wilson added directly, if I can't do it, I will give you my son. Even Grace was shocked by this. The economy in the Balkans is backward, and many people still rely on agriculture for their livelihood. You know, farming life is extremely important to a son, and Grace is no exception. Alan Wilson pushed his son out to support, and Grace immediately realized how serious Alan Wilson's promise was. At this time, she lowered her tone. Sir, it doesn't have to be so serious. I was indeed a little impatient just now. Oh, really? Alan Wilson looked at Grace's attitude change and said with an apologetic look, as if there were too many people just now. My credit is very high, much higher than that of the UK. Chapter 1165 Diamond Comrade. Now that Grace had calmed down, Alan Wilson pointed to the sofa and asked her to sit down. Grace, there are indeed a lot of things going on this year. I can't get away for the time being, and the same is true for Britain. Mediate the land dispute between Portugal and India. Grace's heart moved. He had heard about this matter. Britain did not hide it at all. The newspapers reported it widely some time ago and regarded it as a great achievement, which enhanced Britain's international influence. Yes, but it's more than that. It's just that it's not convenient to disclose it now. Alan Wilson nodded and then comforted him. Give me some time. Within half a year or earlier, I will definitely pull you out and take action. But let's talk about it. You know what I mean. I won't kill people. I will try my best to drive out the local blacks and block the salient with minefields. Grace knew what Alan Wilson was worried about and gave another guarantee. You have to know that if it were a marginal corner, Britain would certainly be able to prevent many crimes from being spread. Alan Wilson persuaded, if you want to cause a large number of civilian casualties, you can't cover it up. From a realistic point of view, the two countries are banding together for warmth. This is a matter of right and wrong, and there should be no objection. Of course, this is an illusory future. The place where Alan Wilson can empathize is to keep a close eye on the Irish. The problem of Northern Rhodesia must also be solved during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Alan Wilson cannot tell Grace, so he can only try to stabilize the other party and ensure that the problem is solved within half a year. After all, he wants to use the battle for the roof of the world to shape the public opinion of the Soviet group's general attack. Grace can take action under this public opinion. When the storm is over, even if some people are dissatisfied, they can also blame it on the general environment, using the general direction. There is no mistake, but the means are questionable. As for Britain, it is even more irresponsible. Can't it be wrong to make a mistake in judgment? Which country has not made mistakes? You can punish yourself with 3 cups. Oh, by the way, when you really want to do it, don't forget to frame the Congolese government. This is a must. The truth of the matter is not important. This step must not be omitted. Alan Wilson slapped his forehead and almost forgot the crucial step. Although it is true that we killed and set fire, at least we have to pull the other side to the same level. Otherwise, how can we do the internal propaganda? Isn't this embarrassing for the conscientious journalists in Britain and the United States? I know, sir. Grace is a little embarrassed now, as if she is really too impatient. Solve the current problems first, and be more pragmatic. Alan Wilson warned Grace. Don't learn from the Democratic Party's set of shouting about a big chess game and a big C every day. Solve the current problems first. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing if the matter got out of hand? You think that the current emperor of the United States, Russia, who cuts itself with a knife, wants at most 2 states, but it is just a conventional sausage cutting tactic. The initiative is still in the hands of the United States. As a result, Russia took action to replace the Ukrainian government, and then you played dead and said that you are not a member of NATO. This is also the reason why Alan Wilson wanted to take advantage of the heat when the 2 Asian countries were fighting. Britain must not play dead in 1962, otherwise it will be regarded as strong on the outside, but weak on the inside by other countries in the future. Not to mention that it is not dangerous to transport troops once. Even if there is real danger, it is worth it if a few British soldiers die. A country that claims to be a world power hides when it encounters trouble. Who will take Britain seriously in the future? The final result must be that my Great Britain made a strong statement, stopped the expansion of the war, and protected the free world. Of course, some countries will not agree with this, but it doesn't matter. No one pays attention to the voices of disapproval. Alan Wilson estimated that the diplomatic capital obtained by Britain in this wave will be very rich. It's not a bombing of Somalia. The permanent undersecretary has designed the direction of the big show. Grace can't mess it up at this time. No matter what method is used, Alan Wilson must let this man calm down first. After repeated emphasis, Grace finally made a promise. I can only guarantee that it can be suppressed within half a year. Half a year is enough. Alan Wilson, whose throat was about to smoke, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After much effort, he finally got the Chetnik leader to leave. Now he can rest assured and wait for the right time. He talked about natural evolution with the British Paleontological Society and enjoyed the moment of peace before the storm. Although he was curious about the situation in Cuba, he had to maintain a calm attitude. Alan Wilson even went to Norman Brooks' house to see the skills of the cabinet secretary, help out, and discuss art. Based on Edward's understanding of me, I believe he can see that I will retire soon. Norman Brooks smiled easily. Did you get any guidance from him? Dear Sir, Sir Edward's guidance is natural, but I know that the support of my colleagues is the most important. If everyone supports me, I will certainly not escape. Alan Wilson replied with a smile. The key is that you need to know where the love of your colleagues comes from. Norman Brooke raised his eyebrows and smiled. Love comes from many aspects. Everyone is a collective. Only in this way can we deal with politicians. Recalling the process of business owners taking power from the aristocratic groups, you should understand that public opinion is of course useful. Nearly 300,000 local colleagues are of course a large part of public opinion. I understand, sir. I have always tried my best to take care of and even protect the interests of various departments, and I have never slackened in this regard. Norman Brooke smiled slightly. As I said, this is a very gratifying attitude. This attitude is also what many people care about, and they are willing to hear about it in detail. Being able to have such a straightforward attitude is enough to show that your reliability is an obvious fact, and this is extremely important. Colleagues have the right to understand. My sir, this is really a very interesting question. I think, in terms of reliability, of course not all, but some colleagues may have objections to this, which is also very normal. No one can be immune to this, including me. Alan Wilson answered somewhat awkwardly, and then Norman Brooke took out a list. Ambassador Armstrong to the United States is about to end his term. What I want to say is, what do you think about choosing a new ambassador to the United States from among these people? Taking the list and resume handed over by Norman Brooke, Alan Wilson took a quick look at it, and George Blake's name caught his eye, and then he looked at it carefully. Was he that person? What's wrong? Norman Brooke asked, and then saw the name and introduced. George. He was once captured in the Korean War, but he withstood the test, and is still a good counterintelligence expert. That's really awe-inspiring. Alan Wilson laughed, but it's still a bit strange to put such a person on the list of ambassadors to the United States. In fact, it's better to put him in Paris. Recently, the French have been arguing with us for a long time on industrial layout. Since Charles de Gaulle came to power, we don't know the French anymore. Maybe we need such a person who can withstand the test and get along with the locals to deal with the French. At the critical moment, the belief in protecting the free world still broke out in Alan Wilson's heart. He couldn't be sure whether George Black had surrendered to the Communist Party in this time and space. This matter could be investigated slowly, but at such a sensitive time point, it would be better not to let him get involved in such an important position as ambassador to the United States. With the approval of the supreme authority, the two decided on this matter together. Of course, the formal appointment has not been issued yet, so he must keep written evidence and let the Cabinet Office confirm this matter. The ambassador to France is not an unimportant position. After Alan Wilson expressed his desire to meet the strange diplomat, Norman Brooke nodded and agreed to let Alan Wilson observe his arrangements. The next day, in the Cabinet Office at 70 Whitehall, George Blake entered the British Power Centre and was asked by Norman Brooke about his understanding of France and his views on the work of the embassy in France. George Blake's answer was flawless, and he gave a lot of constructive suggestions. Alan Wilson did not say much, just like a bystander, and seemed to be really learning. After the Diamond Ambassador left, Norman Brooke asked, Alan, what do you think? Benefited a lot. Alan Wilson was full of sighs, expressing his humility to the supreme authority. I asked you what you think of George. Norman Brooke asked back, after taking a sip of water. Oh, my dear sir, this is a very important issue. From a macro perspective, the importance of legal work is unquestionable. I believe that such an important job should be led by a professional. And in terms of professionalism, it is well known that a straightforward fact. Then let him. Norman Brooke interrupted the Secretary of State's chanting and settled the matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1166. What is coming will come. Sir is authority. Alan Wilson had no objection. This was Norman Brooke's decision. Although the permanent undersecretary of the Foreign Office was a senior official in Whitehall, how could he dare to object to the decision of the cabinet secretary? With Norman Brooke at the forefront, the appointment of the Diamond Ambassador was a done deal. The remaining steps were simple. It was nothing more than telling George Black how important the work was, and France's position in Europe. George, when you were captured, Because you didn't evacuate in time, would you have any grudges? You know, the influence of the French Communist Party in France is still quite large. Alan Wilson took the initiative to ask, hoping to see something. However, George Black did not show any abnormality, so Alan Wilson could only stop speculating. Maybe nothing really happened. The matter was settled, and George Black immediately went to Paris to take up his post and played the role of a bridge of friendship between Britain and France. Of course, the main job was to report every move of the suspicious allies truthfully. The European community is an eggshell that protects the old rulers of Britain and France, but even if it is an eggshell, there are rules for who is the boss, just like NATO's role is to resist the Soviet Union and suppress Germany. The role of the European community is to provide a platform for Britain to suppress France. Finally, the work arrangement was completed, and Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, not only he was busy, but his wife, the richest man in Britain and the richest woman in the world, also held meetings, demonstrations, and completed the reorganization of the military industry, and re-established a new equity distribution model. Of course, the role of the military industry is not great. The market value of Lockheed Martin in the future is only a fraction of the Star stock. I believe no one will think that Walmart is more important to the United States than it. Grace has been around you for several days. What is she doing this time? Pamela Mountbatten, who was also a little free, could finally care about her husband and asked the militia leader what he was doing. Of course I came to ask for help. Northern Rhodesia is under great pressure now. Alan Wilson told the truth. No way. I pay attention to the local newspapers. They all say that Lumumba's army suffered heavy losses and the freedom fighters in Katanga continued to win. Pamela Mountbatten was surprised. How could this conflict with her information? Alan Wilson choked up and said with a strange look, victory is getting closer and closer to Lubumbashi. The war report will lie, but the battle line will not. Facing the military advisors from Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union, thanks to the large area of Congo, the climate is not friendly to Eastern Europeans. If the Vite can't come, Grace will be even more uncomfortable. But then again, is the relationship between Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union really that close? Pamela Mountbatten sighed. If I hadn't been instructing you at any time, I'm really afraid that you would lose your wealth. Alan Wilson sighed with regret. The monopoly bourgeoisie should care about politics a little bit. He said helplessly, the history of Yugoslavia is the history of Imperial Russia sticking its sword in the ribs for its allies. Imperial Russia and even the Soviet Union are indeed very domineering in their handling of affairs. Many countries have suffered from this. If you want to avoid suffering losses, your national strength must be above it. But this country has another characteristic, that is, it is true when there is something going on, and both Britain and France have benefited from this. In World War I, the Russian Empire did not complete its mobilization until it received a request for help from France, which was struggling to hold on. It hastily launched an attack on Germany, which gave the British and French forces on the Western Front a chance to breathe, and allowed Germany to withdraw troops from the Western Front to support them. This was even more obvious in Serbia. For the Serbs, it was no exaggeration to say that the Russian Empire had given them a second chance. Other countries talk about blood alliances, but they are just for fun. These two countries are the real blood alliances. It was in the 10th Russo-Turkish War that the Russian Empire defeated the Ottoman Empire and forced it to sign the Treaty of San Stefano, allowing Serbia, a fellow Slavic brother and Orthodox Christian, to get rid of the 5 centuries of Turkish rule and achieve national independence. Before World War I, the Balkan alliance formed by Serbia and other countries was supported to defeat the Ottoman army. In the subsequent war, it defeated Bulgaria and annexed Kosovo and North Macedonia into its territory. The outbreak of World War I was because the Russians mobilized the whole country to fight against the alliance of Austria-Hungary and Germany for Serbia. They fought for 4 years and lost 9 million people. They lost a great empire. What kind of affection is this? During World War II, the Yugoslav government had just signed an alliance treaty with Germany, but was overthrown by the Yugoslavs. Germany was greatly surprised and drew troops to attack Yugoslavia first. Otherwise, the attack on the Soviet Union would have been earlier. It's best to pray that Tito lives longer, and the independence of Yugoslavia has become a completely pro-Soviet country until Tito dies. Alan Wilson spread his hands to his wife, so you know what combination Grace is facing. That is, an alliance of wearing the same pants, which is much more harmonious than the United Kingdom and the United States. In terms of taking advantage of the victory, it was absolutely the right move for NATO to kill Yugoslavia just after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Otherwise, let's ignore this Balkan strongman. If the Russian Empire gets rid of the Khitans and replaces them with the Emperor, it will be difficult to deal with them. No wonder he is so anxious. He really met an opponent. How did you answer him? Pamela Mountbatten asked in a low voice. I asked him to wait. Alan Wilson didn't feel embarrassed at all. Pamela Mountbatten felt that her husband seemed to be a little excited recently and was in a state of worry and loss. Although she didn't know where this feeling came from, as a wife, she didn't make it public and took the initiative to propose to travel around England. Okay. Alan Wilson readily agreed. He would not refuse the person next to him. He didn't know that his wife was doing this for him. The two immediately went on a trip with his father-in-law and his family. Broadlands Manor is in Hampshire. It is one of the several manors built by Sir Kessel, the grandfather of Lady Mountbatten's Edwina. The houses in the manor are very grand and magnificent, but also a little eerie. Mountbatten, who was used to the military life, seemed to be at a loss and didn't know what to do. He no longer enjoyed reading. Apart from his own watercolors, he rarely appreciated anyone's work. Apart from a few dances, he rarely listened to music. He was no longer interested in the traditional pursuits and hobbies of British gentlemen. He didn't plant flowers and grass. He was tired of horse racing, and he lost patience with fishing. Although he still had a strong interest in polo, his physical strength didn't allow it. This was not as good as his son-in-law. Alan Wilson's philosophy of life was to use stillness to control movement. Marshall Mountbatten had many hobbies, but was not interested in them. Alan Wilson's biggest hobby when he was on vacation was to lie down. In order to satisfy her father's hobbies, Pamela Mountbatten did her best, because her old father was a little short of money now. Of course, Mountbatten had no worries about food and clothing, and his life was still generous. Compared with ordinary people, his lack of money was in another sense. For example, he hesitated about whether to spend £10,000 to buy an oil painting from the last century. He was undecided about whether to spend £30,000 to repave the south road of the manor. This kind of financial distress was not a problem in the eyes of the youngest daughter, and as for the son-in-law, he didn't care about it at all. Holding the £500,000 check brought by Pamela Mountbatten, Mountbatten absent-mindedly declined. You have already started a family. Alan will be unhappy. Will he be unhappy? He was too lazy to even look at the check. Pamela Mountbatten stuffed the check into her father's hand and complained a little. I still don't know what he cares about today. I even feel that, even if a nuclear war breaks out, he won't frown more. Not far away, Alan Wilson, who was concentrating on lying on the recliner, yawned a long time, adjusted his lying position, and continued his major policy of keeping unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations. On this day, the US Army's OV-1 Mohawk reconnaissance aircraft began to take off from the US Air Force Base in Florida and went to Cuba for reconnaissance as usual. The OV-1 Mohawk was built in response to the US Army's call for a specialized battlefield observation platform. The aircraft prides itself on its short field to key-off and landing capabilities, crew armor, and system redundancy that allows it to continue flying after being attacked by small firepower. It turns out that the Mohawk is an ideal observation platform. It is of course risky to conduct low-altitude operations, and you may be expelled. But after argumentation, the US Joint Chiefs of Staff believed that it should not be shot down, and the OV-1 Mohawk's not too long range will not have any shortcomings due to the geographical location of the United States and Cuba. Cuba has a rainy season from May to October, and the tropical climate is relatively changeable, so it can rain heavily and then clear up immediately in a day. The work of weather forecasting is very heavy, and often there are face-slapping situations. The reconnaissance plane was cruising at a normal cruising speed in the sky, slowly approaching the Soviet military base. According to the decision of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the reconnaissance plane will continue to thoroughly explore the Soviet military facilities in Cuba to see if the Soviets are just helping Cuba defend as they said. What is that? While cruising, the pilot captured a heavy truck entering a building through the panoramic photography of the synthetic aperture radar. But it was just a flash and he didn't see it clearly, but the photo had been taken by the high-resolution photography combination system, and he would know when he returned. Through the panoramic photography of the synthetic aperture radar, clear images of the ground scenery within a range of 200 kilometers wide and 4,300 kilometers long were taken, and 4,000 photos were printed for intelligence analysis. It takes a flight to see the whole of Cuba. By the time the Soviet radar discovered the unidentified signal, the American reconnaissance plane had already disappeared. Chapter 1167 Deputy Secretary General of the Cabinet. The photos were sent to the Ministry of Defense after a series of mature and responsible checkpoints. What exactly was in the photos also caused a discussion in the Pentagon. In principle, it looked like a ballistic missile, but out of caution, many people did not believe it. It is necessary to determine whether it is a nuclear weapon. If not, misjudgment will only become a fault. Some people think that the photos are nuclear missiles, while others think they are not. The final step is to determine whether it is a nuclear weapon. If the Pentagon takes rash actions before that, it will be criticized. If Alan Wilson were here, he might express his appreciation for this mature and responsible attitude. Whitehall needs these talents. Even such things dare to cover up. Otherwise, how can the United States catch up and surpass the blue? Unfortunately, he is not free. The permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who has just finished his vacation, is bathing in the holy light of supreme authority. As the Deputy Secretary General of the Cabinet and the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he meets with his colleagues and takes an important step in his life. Theoretically, Alan Wilson, who is 35 years old, is already the second brick of the foundation of the British Empire. From now on, he has to think about the more macro level, mostly for Britain with its own national conditions, and contribute his ability to the issue of food and clothing for millions of watermen. Alan, your authority is close to that of the Secretary General of the Cabinet. Bertrand was unwilling in his heart, and he also sarcastically congratulated him. The other party was so young, but he was already on an equal footing with himself. There is naturally only one Secretary General of the Cabinet, but there is more than one Deputy Secretary General of the Cabinet, just like there is only one permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but there is also a permanent Undersecretary. Sometimes, the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is also translated as Permanent Deputy Minister by other countries. Of course, Alan Wilson did not recognize this title. My Great Britain has its own national conditions. Bertrand was obviously looking for trouble and expressing jealousy. Alan Wilson naturally replied calmly, "Burke, I believe all colleagues know from the bottom of their hearts that there is no such thing. There is only one supreme authority in Whitehall. This is a fact that can be seen with the naked eye. You and I are just contributing our abilities to barely maintain the operation of the government. There is only one supreme authority. Except for Norman Brooke, we don't recognize anyone else." On the day of the big wedding, Alan Wilson would not waste words with Bertrand and expressed his usual magnanimity. This magnanimity is equivalent to providing all support for Ukraine except sending troops, and it is better to turn it into a quagmire in Russia. In fact, what is Bertrand dissatisfied with? Alan Wilson also meets all the standards of the cabinet secretary, such as he is a man, born in England, and has sufficient academic qualifications. As for some other minor issues, such as his father-in-law is Mountbatten, the commander-in-chief of the British Armed Forces, and his wife is the richest man in Britain, the jewel in the eye and spiritual leader of the aristocracy, it has nothing to do with this promotion. Although the Mountbatten Group has prepared the directors of the Mountbatten Group. As we all know, Alan Wilson is just a son-in-law. How can he be so important? He hopes that Bertrand can accept the reality. In terms of ability, the other party is definitely not inferior to himself. It won't take long before there may be subtle differences in history. It is not sure when the opportunity will come, but as long as the Cuban Missile Crisis occurs, he can prove that his ability is far superior to Bertrand. Alan, Burke, what are you talking about? Norman Brooke used his 10th level communication skills to ask between the two promising Whitehall talents to prevent possible conflicts. Dear sir, Burke is congratulating me, which is really gratifying. Alan Wilson replied with a humble smile, we are a warm big family. Every colleague is so united, working hand in hand, without any jealousy or embarrassment, responsible for the country and responsible for their duties, which is touching. Norman Brooke glanced at Burke Trend and nodded casually. Only in this way can a reliable government be passed down from generation to generation. Let's toast to the sir for reliability. Alan Wilson took the whiskey and called on his colleagues to toast Norman Brooke. Alan Wilson felt a heavy responsibility. He actually didn't expect that he would face an important step in his life when the Cuban Missile Crisis was still a shadow. He became the Deputy Secretary General of the Cabinet. Of course, his part-time jobs were not taken away. He was still the permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Secretary General of the Joint Intelligence Committee, the Secretary General of the Shipbuilding Committee, the Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, etc. But since it has come to this point, he can only contribute his own strength and do his best for the development of the United Kingdom. His adjustments to the United Kingdom will also gradually expand from the diplomatic field to other departments. The so-called adjustment in the diplomatic field is actually very simple to say. It is nothing more than the problem of pro-American diplomats standing aside. With Alan Wilson's position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it is very simple to do this. In the special relationship between Britain and the United States, older diplomats are waiting for the other party to retire and firmly stick to the bottom line of age. For diplomats of age, it is difficult to get promoted. It is well known that diplomatic work is still a job of talking. Many diplomats are not qualified in this regard. Even if they are qualified, there are always unqualified places. No one can not make mistakes at work. Even as the person in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Alan Wilson cannot guarantee that he will not make mistakes. It's just that he is the number one person in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and no one comes to trouble him. But this does not mean that others can do this. For the competence and development of the British diplomatic team, some diplomats who make mistakes must be properly beaten. There are also such positions, such as the Jamaican Commissioner. This is all for the purpose of training talents. When doing these things, the permanent Undersecretary is selfless and wholeheartedly for my Great Britain. If you can't pass this not harsh test, how can you fight for the country? This is actually the same as his father-in-law Mountbatten promoting officers from aristocratic families. There is no question of fairness or unfairness. People should always live realistically. Officers from aristocratic families who gave up their own wealth to serve the country, shouldn't they be promoted faster? Besides, there are not many nobles in the UK. There are only more than 1,000 hereditary nobles, and less than 3,000 including barons. In terms of family background, most nobles are just middle-class families, although they have some real estate, and with the leader Pamela Mountbatten, they have some industries in Western Australia with an adventurous spirit. It is undeniable that the officers from these families will definitely be more loyal. Of course, it is not enough to rely on Mountbatten in the army to achieve this. It also requires the support of capital. Alan Wilson has tried his best to reverse the increasingly embarrassing freefall of the aristocracy in modern times through his wife for many years. The bourgeoisie forced the aristocracy to lose more and more power, which is essentially still on the word bourgeoisie. The British bourgeoisie was also hit hard by the war in World War II, and in a sense, its leading advantage over the aristocracy has become smaller. At this time, Alan Wilson needs to brainstorm to balance the balance of power in Britain. He fully supports the Labour Party's proposition, but most of the nobles are in the Conservative Party, and that is his wife's job. The husband and wife are responsible for one, which is very fair, and in line with the traditional offshore balance in the UK. In a sense, one of the main reasons why the British nobles went to the battlefield in World War I was to reverse the increasingly declining class. Now it is different. Pamela Mountbatten brought everyone to make a fortune in exchange for the nobles' children to join the army. The steps are different, but the effect is similar. To celebrate her husband's further progress, Pamela Mountbatten cooked with great interest and waited for her husband to return. This kind of treatment is not something that ordinary people can think of. Alan Wilson was surprised that the sun was rising from the west. The richest woman in the world cooked in person. Is this blessing small? Of course, whether the food is delicious or not is not important. The main thing is that this kind of thought is worth being grateful for. Alan Wilson devoured the food with gusto. It was not as bad as he imagined. He said vaguely, "I'm very happy to enjoy my wife's cooking. Don't do it next time. My fingers are burned and blistered. It's okay." Pamela Mountbatten's eyes were full of love. She lowered her head and whispered, "I'm your wife. These are what I should do. Even if you sit there quietly and don't move, it will make me happy." Alan Wilson didn't change his face. He wiped the potato cakes at the corners of his mouth with paper. He didn't have any other extravagant requests, except to drink some water. As an adult, his appetite is not small. He can finish the food that doesn't suit his taste with some effort. If he doesn't eat, the victim will be his children. The promotion to Deputy Secretary General of the Cabinet did not bring much change to Alan Wilson's life. The Cabinet office at 70 Whitehall is not far from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It doesn't take too long to walk. But sometimes, considering the dignity of the government, such a short distance cannot be avoided by car. He just needs to take some time, or go there when Norman Brooke needs it. This is not a big problem for a master of time management. For Whitehall, things are still the same. Some old problems, such as whether the imperial system should be retained or kept in parallel. In fact, such issues will only cause short-term inconvenience, but in the scope of Whitehall, they are enough to discuss for 20 years. Alan Wilson is living a boring life after his promotion. In the distant Caribbean, the US Reconnaissance Force begins to detect Cuba in all directions without blind spots. Chapter 1168. Prepare to intervene. This kind of in and out is normal for Cuba. Not to mention Cuba, even the Soviet Union and a certain major country have been harassed by the US Reconnaissance Force in this era. The nature of the United States is like this. As long as it can be done, it will continue to do it. The reason for not doing it is that it can't be done. The previous reconnaissance made the Pentagon suspicious of the Soviet cluster in Cuba, and the constant exploration is to pursue the truth. It must be determined whether the Soviet Union has deployed offensive weapons in Cuba. This day's reconnaissance is over again, and thousands of photos will be tested immediately to see if there are any new gains. At the same time, in the Foreign Office building on Whitehall Street, Lee Jishan came after a long journey, waiting to meet Alan Wilson. This secret agent left behind when British India evacuated has been working in the forgotten corner of the world for a long time, reflecting the professionalism of the British Empire's civil servants. As for accepting money from the 3 small countries in the Himalayas and even India, this matter can be viewed flexibly. A British person who travelled thousands of miles to serve on the roof of the world naturally cannot be too harsh. After receiving the call from the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his immediate superior, Richardson did not dare to neglect it. He immediately set out from Kathmandu, arrived in New Delhi, took a plane, and returned to London via the Bay. The time was just right. He came back when Alan Wilson needed him. Recalling Richardson was naturally to prepare for the sublimation of our Great Britain. At this time, Britain needed an expert who worked on the front line all year round and understood the local social humanities, geographical environment and even all aspects to pave the way for the next response. Alan Wilson could certainly be considered a half expert, but Richardson was obviously more suitable. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army and only 1 day to use it. Now is the time when the other party needs to show his real stuff. Entering the office of the permanent undersecretary, Richardson was actually almost 60 years old, almost at retirement age. Facing the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who was more than 20 years younger than him, he was waiting for his future. Long time no see, Richardson. Alan Wilson was very enthusiastic when he saw Richardson and asked him to sit down. He was as polite as when he was in New Delhi, and it did not change because of time. Sir Alan. Richardson breathed a sigh of relief. The young big shot was still nostalgic. This world is unfair. Opportunities don't always appear, but when they do, you have to grab them. Pamela Mountbatten happened to be in New Delhi. Alan Wilson ran into her by chance and immediately started to lick her. He got everything he wanted. Otherwise, even if he was wielding the money from the Golden Temple in India, it might not be so easy for him to become the right-hand man of the supreme authority at this age. Richardson, you are 57 years old, right? Seeing the other party nod, Alan Wilson said in a sympathetic tone, the local environment is a little harsh. Although you may not always be in Kathmandu, but live in New Delhi in winter, it is not a solution after all. As for your work in the next few years, considering your outstanding contributions to Britain, the supreme authority Sir Norman is also very concerned. I think so. It would be a pity if your overseas work experience was wasted, and the freedom of working overseas is far greater than that in your home country. You have been abroad for many years, and you may not be able to adapt to the constraints when you return home. But I still found a good place for you. The local conditions are quite good among overseas colonies. You can freely choose between the Legislative Council and the Executive Council in Hong Kong. Although there was a big age difference between them, Alan Wilson spoke to an old diplomat like this at this time without any abruptness, as if everything was the case. This is indeed the case. When he was in British India, Alan Wilson was already the Commissioner of Hyderabad, although he relied on bribery. Later, he became the Assistant High Commissioner of British India, of course, still relying on bribery. The freedom of working overseas mainly refers to this aspect. The subsequent career is not only determined by bribery, but it is not completely unrelated to money. Pamela Mountbatten was confused by him using diamonds. I heard that Hong Kong is very prosperous. Richardson was overjoyed when he heard it. Although he represented the British Empire in the Himalayas, the local environment was indeed bad. He even suspected that he would die young. If Alan Wilson knew Richardson's worries, he would tell him that the worries were unnecessary and that this guy would live a long life. Yes, prosperity is real. It is the only entrance to a great country. Oh, by the way, the boss's compassion for his subordinates can come to an end. Alan Wilson did not recall Richardson specifically to show respect for the elderly and love for the young. He has his own purpose. You have been in contact with New Delhi. I heard that India is implementing something called the forward policy. What do you think? I have indeed heard that the New Delhi government is full of confidence in the brave move. Richardson said knowingly, many Indians believe that they can eventually achieve their goals. Oh, really? I wish them good luck. Alan Wilson's mouth curled up slightly. He was quite satisfied with this fact. This time, Britain has made a big splash around the world, and consolidating its influence as a world power has fallen on the former pearl of the British Empire. Does the Deputy Secretary have a different opinion on this matter? Seeing Alan Wilson's strange reaction, Lee Jishan asked with some doubts. As far as I know, it is still generally calm. How dare I have any opinion on a powerful country with a strong voice? They are the leader of the third world and the leader of the non-aligned movement. Alan Wilson took a sip of wolfberry and commented indifferently, it's not just you who has worked in the subcontinent. I also have experience working there. I also understand the self-satisfied debate psychology of Indians. The Indus River Basin was completely lost to become a country of Pakistan, and the Ganges Delta, which has a status similar to that of the Magic City, was also lost. This is still full of confidence and full of expectations for the future. What can he say? What qualifications does he have to say? India's geographical environment can be said to be quite poor. When the Ganges River Basin, which is like the water of life, has almost 80% of the country's population, and the people living there look north, and can only see the towering Himalayas, what kind of feeling is that? It is probably the feeling of Mount A pressing down on your head, plus the Indus River Basin was completely lost, and a piece of the Ganges estuary was cut off. Is this a powerful country that is still so impressive? Only people in the primary key path would think that India's external environment is very good, which is simply extremely bad. Decades later, when Indians look at a certain country, it will be the same as when a certain country looks at the island chain of the United States. A certain country faces an island chain, while India faces the blockade of the Pearl Chain and the ocean suppression of the United States. How can it be more intuitive to sit on the head of an Indian? This sense of oppression is even more terrifying than the peak Soviet Union hovering over the head of a certain country. Even with such geographical conditions, it does not prevent Indians from being full of confidence and firmly believe that the future belongs to India. What's the point of this? But for such a country that he despises anyway, Alan Wilson still wants to guide Britain to save it. Who asked him to bomb Somalia? It must be pretended that Britain was very busy during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Only the decisive battle at the top of the Himalayas is hot enough, which is more suitable for my Great Britain to sublimate to the extreme. Otherwise, when the United States speaks in the tone of the leader of the free world and commands the world to obey, how can Britain have an excuse not to work hard? Rescue is a must, but the halos that India has enjoyed since its independence must be broken. This can be achieved by a certain big country through war, but how can it be as easy as Britain with its hegemony of public opinion? Britain must bring hope to India, and in exchange, India's prestige in the world after its independence will be completely wiped out. Richardson, it may be embarrassing to say this, but you have to make a detailed report on the forward policy, preferably as quickly as possible, and then give it to me. After sighing in his heart, Alan Wilson was ready to let Richardson, who was going to Hong Kong to retire, stand his last shift. I know. Richardson agreed and said that he would prepare immediately and would definitely satisfy Whitehall. After Lee Jishan left, Alan Wilson picked up the microphone and said, "Contact the ambassador to the United Nations and ask Palden Thondup Namgyal, the Crown Prince of Sikkim, dating an American woman. What kind of dating? Let him come to see me immediately." Alan Wilson was furious. It was already so late. Why didn't he take advantage of this opportunity to show his presence and still date? Is the big ocean horse so attractive? Don't say it. It's really attractive. Thanks to the revered Marshal Mountbatten as his father-in-law, Alan Wilson also entered the Armstrong shipyard and visually estimated the progress of the third Warrior-class attack nuclear submarine. The first two have completed sea trials and are only one step away from service. The first of the Resolution-class strategic nuclear submarines is also close to completion. After all are built, Britain, including the Dreadnought nuclear submarine, will have 15 nuclear submarines in service. Excluding the Dreadnought, there are 6 attack nuclear submarines and 8 strategic nuclear submarines. In a hidden room, under various instruments, CIA agents were nervously developing photos taken by reconnaissance planes from Cuba. Thanks to the advanced technology of the United States in this area, all the photos were very clear. SS-4 medium-range ballistic missiles. After seeing the aerial photos, the generals of the Pentagon looked at each other and confirmed again and again, but still couldn't believe the evidence in front of them. It was obvious that this was no longer a problem that the Pentagon could solve. These aerial photos were sent to the Secretary of Defense, and a few hours later, they appeared in the White House. Let the Secretary of State, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Attorney General, the FBI, and the CIA. After a long time, Kennedy, like the head of state in the destruction of the empire, opened his mouth and ordered in a tired voice. Chapter 1169 Cuban Missile Crisis. Soon, Maxwell Taylor, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, his brother, Attorney General Kennedy, Hoover, Director of the FBI, John Alex McCone, Director of the CIA, Dean Rusk, Secretary of State, and the commanders of the Army, Navy, and Air Force arrived at the White House. The suspicious points were discovered in August, but it took a month and a half to hand them over to the White House. What are you doing? During this month and a half, have our Pentagon and the CIA been sleeping? Kennedy's roaring voice poured out in front of the heads of various departments. He didn't understand why such a big thing involving the national security of the United States had not been done for a month and a half, and the Soviets were almost ready, and then handed the hot potato to him. Jacqueline took her 2 children and walked away a little, not wanting the children to disturb their angry father. "John, calm down." Only Attorney General Robert Kennedy dared to speak up at this time, to smooth things over for his brother and the heads of these powerful departments. The key point now is to solve the problem, not to investigate the previous things. After this stage is past, the problems exposed by this incident will be solved. Dulles, as the head of the CIA, was originally to blame, and he was unwilling to refute it at this time. The Soviet Union deployed not defensive weapons such as anti-aircraft missiles in Cuba, but offensive strategic weapons such as medium-range ballistic missiles, which carried nuclear warheads that could instantly destroy any city in the United States. The most urgent task now is to know how many missiles Cuba has and how much harm it will cause to the United States. FBI Director Hoover said coldly, whether the United States can withstand it is a big question. If we take the initiative to attack and eliminate the threat in the initial stage, will the Air Force be able to do it? The most critical thing is whether we are psychologically prepared to confront the Soviets and spare no effort to let the Soviets know that this is the beginning of a nuclear war. When the Monroe Doctrine first started, it was undoubtedly just a declaration. The European powers at that time did not take the Monroe Doctrine seriously. Warships from various countries came when they were supposed to, and governments from all walks of life just talked about it casually without any counterattack capabilities. This situation lasted until before World War I, but now it is different. America is the America of the Americans, and it has long been worthy of its name. The Caribbean Sea is a place where the United States has an advantage. In any case, the United States should not retreat. If we retreat in this place, how can European countries still believe that the United States has the determination to maintain world order? Dulles finally spoke up and said that he stood on Hoover's side. This must take into account the consequences of the United States retreat. Can't it even deal with Cuba, which is right under its nose? Can European countries, which are across the Atlantic Ocean and closer to the Soviet Union, still unite around the United States? Maxwell Taylor, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, finally expressed his support for the most powerful countermeasures. Kennedy nodded, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "We must determine the number of Soviet missiles, and the Pentagon will formulate an operational plan." This is the first time that the United States has faced such a major threat since the British Canadians burned down the White House. In the end, Kennedy asked Secretary of State Dean Rusk to inform European allies to seek support. Almost immediately, every hour from then on, there was an American air reconnaissance force over Cuba. This time, the United States wanted to find out not whether there were any, but how many there were. More and clearer images were sent to the image processing laboratory in Washington. Technical experts have begun to study the enlarged images at the Pentagon's Analysis Center. On Sunday, October 14, Alan Wilson was receiving Palden Thondup Namgyal, the Crown Prince of Sikkim, who was in love with an American girl and had been in the news for a long time. It turned out that race was not a big problem. As long as one of the two things, wealth and status, was met, there would be no problem with the spouse. The Crown Prince of Sikkim didn't know why Alan Wilson was looking for him. In the end, he was very entangled in the choice between riding a rocket with an American girl and coming to London. After making a choice, he came reluctantly. After not seeing each other for a long time, the Crown Prince of Sikkim's English level has improved a lot. I don't know if it was because of the American girl's words and deeds. Of course, this is not important. Although Alan Wilson was extremely dissatisfied with this short-sighted behavior, he could use the other party now, and becoming the husband of an American would also help Sikkim get more attention, which is a good thing in a sense. Talking about the dangers of the forward policy, Alan Wilson looked like Great Britain still maintained its influence on India, and he was invincible in a trance, which made Palden Thondup Namgyal stunned. "Sir, which country do you think is more dangerous for Sikkim?" Palden Thondup Namgyal asked. "Of course it's India. Do we need to think about this?" Alan Wilson replied with a long face. "Do you want me to accuse India of infiltration?" Palden Thondup Namgyal was full of doubts. "Are you crazy? On the contrary, you should stand firmly beside India in the United Nations." Alan Wilson angrily denounced this kind of actor's behavior and said bluntly, "The countries in the north will not do anything to you, but India may really turn your country into history. You know, as the ruler of a country, you have to consider your own country. The population on both sides of the Himalayas is completely unequal. There are hundreds of millions of Indians in the Ganges River basin. Alan Wilson can understand India's oppression of the three Himalayan countries, but what can he do? He still has to endure it. Everything should be based on preserving the existence of one's own country as the first priority. Existence is everything, and everything is for existence. As long as this premise is met, the temporary difficulties in front of us can be reversed one day. Alan Wilson proved with practical actions that the golden Buddha given to him was definitely not given in vain. Even after so many years, thinking of the old friendship He still tried his best to find a way out for the three countries of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal. He gave up his weekends to accompany the other party, to discuss issues related to life and death. This sincerity alone is enough for the Kingdom of Sikkim to remember for a lifetime. Not to mention a golden Buddha. Even if the Sikkim royal family was emptied, it would not be excessive. As long as the kingdom is still there, these external things can always be saved. Don't rush back to the United States. Stay in London for a few days first. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and ordered Paladin Thondup Namgyal not to rush back. This is all public information, not a secret. From these news, Alan Wilson knew very well that some things were inevitable. How could Britain, a maritime power, have the power to stop the battle on land? On a weekend evening, a family of 5 was enjoying a moment of peace. Pamela Mountbatten was thinking about after-dinner entertainment, such as eating a banana, when the phone suddenly rang and interrupted the richest woman's fantasy. This is Alan. Alan Wilson picked up the microphone and said calmly, "Permanent Undersecretary, there is a major incident in Washington. The cabinet and Whitehall are in meetings. The cabinet secretary asked you to go immediately." The voice in the microphone was full of urging. Alan Wilson's hand holding the microphone trembled for no reason, and he took a deep breath and said, "I know, I'll go right away. What's wrong, honey?" Pamela Mountbatten was a little dissatisfied. "Isn't it tomorrow? There is an emergency meeting on the weekend. The government department is too much. They use people like this. Who knows, you will know when you go." Alan Wilson reached out and touched his wife's cheek. "I will be back in a while." Walking out of the house, Alan Wilson stood in the autumn wind. He probably knew what happened. The lights in the cabinet and Whitehall were brightly lit at this time. The cabinet was discussing major issues concerning the direction of the world. The work of Whitehall was naturally to prove whether this issue was really related to the direction of the world. The UK did not know the specific situation yet. At present, it was only known that the United States had informed the UK of the existence of strategic weapons in Cuba. As for how powerful these weapons were and how many there were, the United States had not calculated them, and it was even more impossible for the UK to understand. This was the first time that Alan Wilson joined the discussion as the Deputy Secretary General of the Cabinet. He was the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Apart from the former identity, he was also qualified to attend the meeting. Not long after, Alan Wilson followed Norman Brooke out of the Cabinet office and went to the Cabinet meeting. Prime Minister Eden, Defense Secretary Profumo, Foreign Secretary Rab Butler and other Cabinet ministers were also there. "Norman, Alan, do you have any plans?" Prime Minister Eden asked. "No, that's right under the noses of the Americans. We can't interfere." Alan Wilson answered calmly, "If there is any gain, it is that we didn't let the United States deploy strategic bombers and ballistic missiles in the UK. Otherwise, we might be partly responsible for the problems caused by Italy and Turkey now. Based on the current military deployment, we judge that the Americans are fine." Norman Brooke said, "Of course, for the sake of world peace, we should work hard in diplomacy and ask France what its attitude is and what the Soviets' goals are. Of course, all this depends on the latest news from the United States. Now the situation is unclear, so it is naturally impossible to judge how to respond. What a coincidence. I just wrote this, so don't sacrifice to God for Russia." Chapter 1170 Danger and Opportunity. Alan Wilson then said, "It should be emphasized that the origin of this confrontation is that the deployment of ballistic missiles in Italy and Turkey made the Soviet Union feel threatened. As a result, the Soviet Union took the risk of deploying ballistic missiles in Cuba for countermeasures. Fortunately, Britain did not let the United States use Britain as a missile base before. Specific to the situation in the Caribbean, in the previous meeting, we put ourselves in the shoes of the United States and conducted a situation analysis. The preliminary conclusion is that the United States will definitely not allow this kind of missile to be successfully deployed like the missile bases in Turkey and Italy next to the Soviet Union. It may just be a diplomatic move in the first few days. If it doesn't work, the United States may eventually threaten the Soviet Union with nuclear war. No way. Does the United States have a way to intercept nuclear missiles launched in Cuba?" Profumo was shocked. This conclusion was too scary. Isn't this the result of a global nuclear war? I'm talking about the worst case scenario. We may face a showdown. If this happens, I believe Italy and Turkey will be the first targets of nuclear strikes. Alan Wilson said calmly, of course, none of the major countries in the world can escape. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Australia and New Zealand are still safe, because the blue light missiles deployed in Australia can't reach the Soviet Union. As for the submarine-launched version of the evil missile, due to the concealment of nuclear submarines, the range of 2,500 kilometers is enough to deal with the Soviet Union. There are still 70 strategic bombers on the mainland, which are enough to face the possible nuclear threat from the Soviet Union. Of course, these deployments are not enough to solve all problems. Once the United States and the Soviet Union really want to fight a nuclear war, the British mainland will still not be immune to nuclear strikes. The safe place is still Australia in the southern hemisphere. Alan Wilson introduced the deployment of the United Kingdom in a calm enough voice. It was also very clear that the United Kingdom had its own triad nuclear strike force, but due to distance reasons, it would not be able to protect the United Kingdom if a war really broke out. Including Prime Minister Eden and a group of cabinet ministers looked at each other. Is this the mature plan that Whitehall has come up with after comprehensive consideration? Alan Wilson took out a stack of documents, as if it had nothing to do with him. This is a plan for the royal family and the government to go to Australia to form a government in exile. If Cuba is the place where the nuclear war starts, North America is not safe and is not suitable for forming a government in exile, but Australia is safe enough. Australia's major cities are out of the range of Soviet intercontinental missiles, and the range of Soviet nuclear submarine-launched missiles is not enough. The Whitehall meeting was certainly fruitful. Didn't Alan Wilson formulate a nuclear war plan? Even the safety of the royal family and the government in exile were taken into consideration. It can be said that he did his best. It's just that the cabinet ministers of this government don't like it. Rab Butler looked at his permanent undersecretary and joked, maybe it's not that serious, right, Alan? Of course, my minister. Alan Wilson responded with a smile. This is just the worst case scenario. It may not really happen. I'm still quite optimistic. Maybe the final result is that the United States and the Soviet Union will take a step back and move the missile launchers around each other. This is also a good result. But when making plans, we always have to consider the worst case scenario, so as not to be in a hurry at the time, right? After these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire cabinet meeting was lightened. Most of the content of the report just now was too heavy. Even though many conservative cabinet ministers had experienced the World War, they still couldn't help swallowing their saliva when facing the prospect of nuclear war. No matter how cruel the World War was, in the final analysis, it was the need for cannon fodder to go to the front line to fill the lives. For powerful people, the danger of war was not so great, but nuclear war was completely different. Everyone was equal in front of nuclear bombs. It didn't matter if the lives of the poor were not lives, but it was very serious if the lives of the rich were not lives. Alan Wilson did not fully understand this mentality of being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, but he could basically guess it. It clearly pointed to another possibility. Everyone compromised with each other, and the atmosphere of the entire cabinet was relieved, and people started talking and laughing again. The disintegration of the Soviet Union brought a serious consequence. That is, Europe and the United States felt that they could force a country to submit without limit through economic and political strangulation without paying any price. This can also be regarded as a kind of historical lesson. Because it has been successful before, it will be successful again. In a sense, this blind idea will also bring dangerous prospects. After the new cabinet deputy secretary general stopped talking, Norman Brooke also began to ease the solemn atmosphere just now. We still believe in the decision of the United States under our noses. In this forecast, it is believed that the United States will rely on the most powerful navy in the world to impose a comprehensive blockade on Cuba. The Soviet Red Navy is not strong, and it cannot even break through the blockade of the Royal Navy. There is no way to face this blockade. In other words, there are risks, but it can still be resolved. Eden nodded with relief. Maybe the United States will take the opportunity to get Britain involved, but we are in Europe, and we are drawing the attention of the Caribbean to ourselves. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. I really hope that a war will break out somewhere, so that Britain can be busy, and avoid this potentially violent vortex. Haha. That's really a good idea. Eden couldn't help laughing. In this way, we can uphold justice, and avoid being dragged into such a big vortex. A group of cabinet ministers laughed, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. They had to go to work tomorrow, so Eden ended the cabinet meeting, and Alan Wilson went home. If there was any difference, it was that his face was more serious than before he came to Whitehall. After going back and forth, Pamela Mountbatten was still waiting in the living room, waiting for her husband to return, and she smiled only when the familiar figure appeared. What's the matter? Why do you want to go there on the weekend? Reaching out and grabbing her shoulders, Alan Wilson looked straight at his wife and said, Pamela, take the children back to Perth tomorrow. Ah, it's not too cold yet. Pamela Mountbatten was surprised, not understanding what was wrong with her husband. Didn't I plan to go back in half a month? Right away, right now. Only Australia in the southern hemisphere is the safest. Alan Wilson interrupted with a serious face. The Soviet Union has deployed nuclear missiles in Cuba. If the negotiations fail, there will be a danger of a world war. At that time, the British mainland will be within the range of the Soviet Union's land-based missiles, and it will also become very dangerous. Alan Wilson explained the ins and outs of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and said in an unquestionable commanding tone, in this case, the mainland is not very dangerous. Why do you still want to stay in the mainland? Come with me. Pamela Mountbatten was frightened by her husband's tone, and persuaded him in a panic. What a joke. I'm a senior official in Whitehall. How can I run away at this time? Alan Wilson flatly refused, and said in a tone that he would live and die with Britain. I'm very happy in my life. I have a wife who cares about me and 3 children, a boy and a girl. I'm not interested in money. I'm very content now. Even if the worst outcome really happens, I can face it calmly. You are crazy. You are a person who is equipped with a bulletproof vest when going to the colonies. Come with me tomorrow. Pamela Mountbatten was in tears, and grabbed her husband's clothes. You are only in your 30s and you are living well. How can you say such things? My dear, there is still such a thing as patriotism in this world. Alan Wilson asked his wife to calm down and scolded, take the children and mother-in-law away, and take good care of them. No matter what Pamela Mountbatten said, Alan Wilson had made up his mind, and turned a deaf ear to his wife's words. Finally, the richest woman in the world threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. You are amazing. You are not afraid of death. Alan Wilson, who was hugging his wife, patted her back like coaxing a child, and said deeply, now that I think about it carefully, I still feel a little sorry for you. I should have spent more time with you before. The mother's crying made the children walk out of the room and look in, whispering, doesn't it look like a quarrel? Of course not. I have never seen my parents quarrel. Pamela angrily rebuked her brother's speculation. Maybe they hugged each other because of something. Look at your father's expression. Angry? There is no such thing. Alan Wilson's face is indeed quite strange, full of plans. If you cry like this, the child will wake up. Alan Wilson's performance was almost over, and he began to comfort the person beside him. In fact, I also have a way to crack it. Maybe it can prevent Britain from falling into the vortex and being kidnapped by the United States. Dear, you have been arranging the public opinion for so many years, and this time you should take action. I will listen to you. Pamela Mountbatten agreed with tears in her eyes and red eyes. The construction of the information cocoon is necessary. Due to the practical problems of the Chinese in Malaya, the local public opinion mainly emphasizes that Britain must stop the war, and any other voices must be suppressed. Alan Wilson will also ask the local colonial government for help from the official level. At the same time, it is also to divert attention from the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the same purpose applies to the mainland and other colonies. However, there are no Chinese in other colonies, so there is no need to pretend to be peaceful. It is natural that my Great Britain will sublimate and live a second life, opening up to India with unprecedented actions. As for the method, it is the same as the United States, using the slow-moving navy to delay time. The police will appear only after the underworld is defeated. It is very reasonable. Remember, unless it is official news from the British government, don't believe any other news. Alan Wilson touched Pamela Mountbatten's hair. Don't let the noise of fake news disturb your mood at the critical moment. Chapter 1171, India's determination. Once again, at this critical moment for the party and the country, Alan Wilson still did not forget to shamelessly deceive his wife who shared the same bed with him, and severely establish the persona of a loyal dog of the empire. No one knows how to be patriotic better than the permanent undersecretary, but Alan Wilson did not feel guilty. These were all white lies that helped the couple to move forward hand in hand and make progress together in this turbulent and dangerous world. So what is there to feel guilty about? Didn't I just start to comfort her? After talking about love for a long time, Pamela Mountbatten burst into tears and smiled and snuggled in her husband's arms with a well-behaved face. Some miners who were outsiders and peeked out of the door also returned to their rooms. After a while, Alan Wilson hugged his wife upstairs, and the two looked at each other, almost causing Pamela Mountbatten to hit the corner of the wall. Perhaps it was a little sudden before leaving. Pamela Mountbatten was not sleepy and hoped that her husband would take a bath with her. There was no problem with this. Alan Wilson was used to taking a bath at night, contrary to the general British habit, and his wife had become more and more similar to his habits over the years. After a while, Alan Wilson, who had consumed a lot of energy, returned with his wife, whose blushing face had not yet subsided. The moonlight shone through the curtains, making the room hazy. Pamela Mountbatten was like an octopus that had not let go, and it was obvious that she still couldn't sleep. In fact, the permanent undersecretary is considered a senior official, but I don't care. Won't you come with me? Stop it. A man should have a man's responsibility. Alan Wilson kissed his wife's forehead. He was no longer willing to do poor. Everything was too much, and if you went too deep, there would be a counter effect. He changed the subject and said, in fact, the threat of a nuclear war in the Caribbean is not completely without benefits. From the perspective of financial hedging, don't you want to do something? The North American continent is no longer safe now. You have an idea again. You are always so optimistic. Pamela Mountbatten pinched her husband's arm, but the movement was very gentle. Tell me, when was I disobedient? I have always been very good, okay? Look, the atmosphere is much more relaxed now, isn't it? Alan Wilson said with a happy smile. With the overwhelming military strength of the United States and the Americas, the possibility of a nuclear war is actually not great. If the result is optimistic, then this is an opportunity to buy at the bottom. On the contrary, for gold, some of the previous funds should be withdrawn from the United States and exchanged for gold. In fact, I think France may do the same after this time. In fact, it was during this Cuban Missile Crisis that the United States showed an uncompromising attitude and was willing to go to nuclear war, which made the French realize that it is better to have it than anyone else. The pace of independence has accelerated again, and it has also strengthened the idea of transporting the gold reserves in the United States back to the country. In fact, the US stock market has been falling since the beginning of this year, which is different from the stability of last year and the year before. However, once the Cuban Missile Crisis is over, there will definitely be a retaliatory rise. The United States has won, and market confidence will naturally increase. During the crisis, as Soviet ships got closer and closer to Cuba, many people were worried that the end of the world was coming. Robert F. Kennedy, President Kennedy's brother and Attorney General, said that this was the most serious crisis since World War II. The tension cast a dark cloud over the stock market, further panicking investors who were already worried about the poor performance of the stock market that year. Even without the Cuban Missile Crisis, the US stock market would have performed poorly this year. This was because Kennedy had a sharp conflict with the US steel industry. For most of 1962, Kennedy was fighting with steel giants, and this situation had lasted for more than half a year. Kennedy's dispute with the steel industry originated from concerns about domestic inflation. Through the intervention of the White House, the US Steel Industry Union agreed to reduce the increase in workers' wages, and the steel mills agreed not to raise the price of steel products. However, the steel giants subsequently violated the agreement and raised prices without authorization. The enraged Kennedy publicly criticized that a small group of steel executives' desire for power and money swallowed up their sense of social responsibility. The White House immediately launched an offensive. The U.S. Department of Justice investigated the above-mentioned price increase and sent FBI agents to interview the executives of the steel mills that raised prices. The U.S. Department of Defense transferred some submarine contracts to those steel mills that refused to raise prices. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, the shock caused by the conflict between Kennedy and the steel industry was only aggravated. If Alan Wilson remembered correctly, Wall Street, or more precisely, Morgan, had a huge influence on the US steel industry, and Kennedy had previously given Aramco to Saudi Arabia, which offended the Rockefeller family. The sensitive moment of the Cuban Missile Crisis was very suitable for fishing in troubled waters, and cashing in gold would not be noticed in the huge chaos, because everyone did it. Risks and opportunities coexist, and it is not just talk. In fact, those who dare to buy at the bottom win. The wealth rose by 35% after a year. Alan Wilson did not expect his wife to be a genius, and it would be qualified to have an average return. Public opinion will naturally make the US problem very serious, which may lead to a certain amount of foreign capital fleeing. Alan Wilson persuaded, even if they flee to various offshore financial centers established in the UK for temporary refuge, we will make money. What is the possibility of a good result? Pamela Mountbatten looked at her husband eagerly. Often at this time, she would forget about the huge wealth, and her husband was her backbone. 70%, the same as the strength comparison between the free world and the Soviet bloc. Alan Wilson's answer was very firm. This is also the strength comparison between the two sides, whether it is now or in his memory. The free world has a 70% chance of winning. In other words, as long as there is no war, NATO will inevitably win through constant harassment, economic blockade and political oppression. The Soviet Union is at most 70% of the strength of the United States. Of course, because of its vast territory and strong radiation, 70% of its strength is enough to fight back and forth with the United States in the confrontation on the Eurasian continent. The Soviet bloc also has only 70% of the strength of the free world. I believe that no one would think that Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Bulgaria and Romania on the Soviet side are countries of the same level. This is the result of counting a certain big country. Otherwise, the Warsaw Pact's partners compared with NATO countries are completely crushed. The Soviet Union still has hope of winning against the United States alone, but with Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands and Belgium, there is no hope at all. Don't mention it decades later, the Warsaw Pact will no longer exist, and Europe will be a pure crushing situation. Once Russia accepts its fate and makes a gorgeous turn, the environment of a country will be similar to that of the Soviet Union after its comrades and brothers were beaten. The noose has been put on and will only get tighter and tighter. The premise of success is that there can be no direct conflict with the Soviet Union. Once the war starts, 70% of everything will be bullshit. In a nuclear war, everyone will die. In a ground war, NATO cannot beat the Warsaw Pact. Although the sea and air forces are strong, people do not live in the water. If Alan Wilson was an American, he would not have to think about the outcome of the Cold War. He would just think about not leaving any fish that slipped through the net. How to treat the losers is up to him. Unfortunately, from the perspective of Britain, the memory of the Soviet Union's disintegration in the first year and the shorting of the pound in the second year made him have to maintain the balance of the world. After the United States won the Cold War, it immediately shorted the pound and listed France as the number one imaginary enemy. The fact that he had to be vigilant against this close ally. Pamela Mountbatten fell asleep with a relaxed mood, leaving only the hot breath sprayed on Alan Wilson's chest. He glanced at the haziness by the window and closed his eyes. Tomorrow will be another beautiful day. Because of the time zone, it was still daytime in New Delhi, and the Indian Ministry of Defense had a discussion about continuing to move forward. Not everyone thought that India would win, as long as it showed courage. In the operations hall of the Ministry of Defense, a combat meeting that would determine India's fate was being held, and the meeting was chaired by Indian Defense Minister Menon. The meeting was attended by General Thapar, Chief of Staff of the Strike Force, General Thimayya, former Chief of Army Staff, and Lieutenant General Kaul, Chief of Staff. In addition, there were 3 civilian officials, Cabinet Secretary Kala, Secretary of the Ministry of Defense Kasarin, and Director of the Intelligence Bureau Malik. As a civilian official, although Menon was responsible for the important task of Minister of Defense, he always had an involuntary sense of oppression when he faced the generals with golden flowers on their shoulders and ribbons hanging diagonally. In order to maintain his dignity, his magic weapon was to rebuke and laugh at them. Therefore, his subordinates were dissatisfied with him, but they had to be grateful to him, because he promoted their military ranks with frequent transfers, and at the same time greatly increased the salaries of officers, especially generals. During his tenure, the army's weapons and equipment were greatly improved. In particular, his close personal relationship with Nehru made no officer feel intimidated. At this time, Menon had just finished talking about India's goal of expelling the enemy from the disputed area. As soon as he finished speaking, Admiral Thimayya shouted loudly, "Impossible, this is simply a fantasy. What can you use to attack? How to complete the preparations for the attack? Do you know the terrain there? It is full of continuous mountains over 14,000 feet high. The marching distance measured on the map is 3 hours, but it actually takes 3 days. All logistics support must be airdropped, but there is not even a flat land for airdrops. Those who make such a plan are either crazy or stupid." Lieutenant General Kaur, who was promoted by Menon, said with a cold face, "General Thimayya, you can criticize and correct it, but you are not allowed to slander it, let alone completely deny it. You must know that everyone in India is impatient. Many newspapers call us cowards and say that we cannot shoulder the responsibility of defending the motherland. As a soldier, can you tolerate it? If we don't take action, the government will collapse, and we will all be sent to the gallows. Do you understand?" Chapter 1172 The Calm Before the Storm. Thimayya sneered and said, "If this plan came from someone else, there might be a possibility of discussion, but once you get involved, the situation is completely different. In just 10 years, you have been promoted from a major to a lieutenant general, and sat on the throne of the chief of staff. Who are you? Have you ever commanded a battle with real guns and bullets? It's all because of your pretty face and eloquent mouth. For your promotion, I once resigned once. Unfortunately, I didn't stop your career from rising to the top." Admiral Thimayya was the former chief of staff of the Indian Army. He had always had objections to India's military adventures. Until he was replaced last year, Thimayya is no longer a powerful general. Unlike the upstarts, like Lieutenant General Kaul, although Thimayya spoke fiercely at this time, there were not many voices of approval. This angered the junior Kaul, who thought that he was taking advantage of his seniority. "You'd better understand that this is a combat meeting, not a parliament, where personal attacks can be made at will. My appointment letter was signed by Prime Minister Nehru himself. For this reason, you can resign again, but this time, no one will persuade you to take it back." When Kaul was promoted from the Major General Commander of the 4th Division to the Chief of the General Staff, Thimayya strongly opposed it, thinking that he was good at exaggerating words, full of fantasy, and had no actual combat experience. He was indeed not qualified for a position second only to the Chief of Staff. But Nehru flatly rejected his opinion and directly signed the appointment letter. For this reason, Thimayya asked to resign in anger. Nehru retained Thimayya at the time, but ultimately did not change the appointment. Last year, Thimayya was relieved of his post as the chief of the army staff. Thimayya was not against the attack, but this plan full of loopholes and fanciful plans made the chief of the army staff feel the fear of the coming of doomsday. The policy of showing courage to move forward? In his eyes, it was just a pile of shit. Even if Mountbatten returned to India to formulate a battle plan, he would not be so wishful. This was the moment that would decide the fate of the country, and he could no longer remain silent. He volunteered to attend the battle meeting and stood up to state a lot of reasons. However, apart from the sympathetic eyes of Lieutenant General Singh, he received only indifferent cold eyes and sneers. "Admiral, you are no longer the chief of staff." Lieutenant General Kaul sneered and said, "I asked you to attend the meeting just to be polite, not to point fingers at India's brave actions. Aren't you ashamed of being so cowardly?" Thimmeyer seemed not to hear it and said to Defense Minister Menon, "Mr. Minister, wake up from your dream. The enemy is not vulnerable and will never fight back. Think about the Korean War. I don't want to say it, but I have to say that they are more powerful than the Indian army." This last sentence angered all the senior generals present. Suddenly, a scolding sounded from the Oval Conference table. "You are not worthy of being a soldier." Menon just blinked his thick eyelids, without even raising his head, waved his hand and said, "Go, you are really old." The last effort of the former chief of staff was ignored, and all the Indian generals attending the meeting were full of disgust, which drained all the strength of Thimmeyer. Defense Minister Menon asked him to leave, which was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Thimmeyer stood up tremblingly and left the meeting room of the Ministry of Defense. That did not welcome him. He had served in the place for more than 10 years, but no one cared, let alone tried to keep him. He faced the old general who was kicked out indifferently. When he was near the door, he suddenly turned around and shouted majestically, "You sons of bitches, you will be shot one by one." At 8 o'clock in the morning, Alan Wilson, who had gone to Whitehall to ask for leave, returned home and sent his family and mother-in-law Edwin to the airport. Pamela's sister, Patricia, and her husband also came out to see them off. In his hand, he held the telegram sent by the ambassador to India, which Wick had handed to him. The content of the Indian National Defence Conference reached Alan Wilson's hands one night. Before leaving British India, he had consciously planted mines. Of course, Nehru had cleared a lot of them. As time passed, their role would become less and less, but this record of the high-level meeting of the Indian Ministry of Defence still appeared in his hands. On the way to the airport, Alan Wilson kept looking at the content of the meeting. In the waiting hall, he revealed this situation to Marshal Mountbatten and Patricia and his wife. War seems inevitable. Mountbatten was very interested in India. After all, he was the last Governor-General of British India. Although this was not a very memorable journey, when will it start? Maybe right away, maybe a few days later. I don't know. Alan Wilson forgot the official outbreak time of this war and the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it was either 2 days earlier or 2 days later, with little difference. If a war really breaks out, what position will Britain take? Patricia's husband John was also attracted and came over to ask, "The world is so dangerous, I want to leave." Respected lords, I will pretend that I didn't hear it. It's better for you not to do anything that will bring shame to the House of Lords. Alan Wilson had a cold face and a somewhat indifferent tone. Specific to this matter, if it is not at this time, we can provide all support, except for help. But not now. The mascot of the House of Lords did not know the inside story of the government, but Mountbatten already knew about Cuba. Otherwise he would not agree to his daughter taking Edwin away in the name of her mother's recuperation. "Marshal, maybe we should formulate a plan to rescue India. Let's talk about it later." Alan Wilson raised his wrist, revealing a plain Patek Philippe. They were about to board the plane, and the terminal hall was not a good place to talk about this. Pamela Mountbatten looked after the children and looked relaxed, but in her eyes, her husband was just pretending to be relaxed, and her eyes were full of reluctance. When the time came, Pamela Mountbatten called her husband and wanted a farewell hug. This scene made Edwin and Patricia laugh. Even so, Pamela Mountbatten still didn't care and waited in her place with her arms until Alan Wilson came over. She hugged her man and whispered in his ear, "Are you really not going with me? What eagle behavior." Alan Wilson moved his hand down his wife's back and gently patted Pamela Mountbatten's buttocks and whispered, "Do what I told you. This is a good opportunity." Pamela Mountbatten smiled. She was not a peerless beauty that was unforgettable, but she smiled brightly at this time and nodded vigorously. "I will start when I get there." After hugging for a while, there were no more than a few onlookers. Alan Wilson let go of his wife's body. The two waved to each other like lucky cats, and Pamela Mountbatten entered the passage with the child. Alan Wilson watched his wife's figure disappear motionlessly. This was both a superficial project and an instinct. If you can't do this, how can you make a living in front of so many movie queens? At this time, Alan Wilson finally stopped looking at his wife and took a ride to Mountbatten's house. Patricia was driving the car and joked about the previous scene. "You two have a really good relationship." Alan Wilson was not embarrassed by the teasing of his serious sister-in-law. Marriage requires the couple to work hard. Pedestrians in London still did what they had to do and had no idea of the truth of the world. This ignorance might also be a kind of happiness. Alan Wilson took half a day off to send his family members to the plane and did not forget to take the opportunity to discuss with Mountbatten how to take advantage of the heat this time. Most people in this world don't know that two conflicts are brewing, but as an insider, Alan Wilson must clarify his father-in-law's attitude. How ignorant people are, they don't know anything. Alan, what consequences do you think India's forward policy will lead to? Mountbatten asked. Since you have learned the inside story, you must have a way to deal with it. Consequences? Alan Wilson thought. Of course, they were beaten to a pulp, and the prestige accumulated, since independence melted like ice and snow. The leader of the third world and the leader of the non-aligned movement were all gone. We must get involved in this matter, not for India, but as an opportunity to demonstrate Britain's influence. When Alan Wilson spoke, he really wanted to ask how many pieces of scraps Britain had left over from World War II. If there were not many, it would be fine to use Lee-Enfield rifles that were older than his father. Anyway, India was not picky, and they were still in service in the 21st century. You don't seem to approve of India's combat effectiveness. Mountbatten saw that his son-in-law was not sincere. No. Alan Wilson, who was well versed in double dealing, denied it, but felt guilty. He really couldn't lie about the Indian issue with his eyes open, and added, for thousands of years, the Indian Army was the most combat effective, when it was called the British Indian Army. The last time it left a name in history can be traced back to the time of Alexander the Great. This question is not important, Marshall. The key is that this is an opportunity to enhance Britain's influence. If the Soviets use some forward policy, it would be a terrible sight to think about, but the Indians do this? We still have to be prepared for the Indians to be defeated, and then hope for a miracle to happen. But if the miracle doesn't happen, we have to consider how to maximize Britain's interests. This requires a good attitude from the Ministry of Defense. Of course, I think it is not a problem for the respected Defense Secretary, Mr. Profumo. Since Profumo was involved in the Soviet spy case, he has been completely controlled by Alan Wilson, just like the Prime Minister controlled Emperor Zion of Han. At this time, the world is like the calm before the storm. Two conflicts that are enough to shock the world are brewing: the Cuban Missile Crisis, that shocked the First and Second Worlds, and the decisive battle on the top of the Himalayas, that shocked the Third World. People around the world still know nothing about this, and they don't know that there are ambitious people who want to take advantage of such a dangerous event. This article cannot provide the perspective of a certain major country in the decisive battle at the top of the Himalayas. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1173, The Third Fire. How to rush to help, especially to maximize the interests of Britain, is a big problem. Britain's military power still needs to be mobilized, which is also good for Britain. It can highlight the importance of the Royal Navy, right? For such a global mobilization of forces, can we rely on Belfast strategic transport aircraft? Not to mention that a few have not been built yet, and there are orders from Germany and France. Even if there is really a strategic transport aircraft formation that can be relied on, it cannot be used because the aircraft flies too fast. What if Nehru really thinks that Britain is coming to participate in the war? Then will Britain join or not? If it does not join, India still has a lot of British capital so far, and the imports and exports of the entire country are still settled in pounds. Join? What about the imports and exports of Hong Kong and the industrial base in Malaya? These two places are mainly populated by Chinese, and they are the support for Britain, to be called the British Empire at present. Britain is just providing assistance. Even if it stops at the threat of war, it can still ensure the smooth operation of the two places. But the British armed forces cannot really be put into the war. In a sense, success will certainly bring huge benefits, but the risks are also huge, almost dancing on a tightrope. Mountbatten was a little amazed. His son-in-law was quite adventurous at times. The risks are still controllable. We are not facing the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson said with a smile. If the strategic transport can demonstrate the role of the Navy, I believe the Marshal will be happy. Mountbatten raised his eyebrows. His son-in-law never said that India would lose. All the arrangements were made according to the consequences of India's defeat. In fact, in terms of the distance between the disputed location and the core territories of both sides, India has an advantage. Even if it fails, it should not be too miserable. It won't be for a real land power, but it will be for a country that thinks it is a land power. Alan Wilson didn't have to answer the question with the civil servant rhetoric of blocking both ends, but he could only answer it this way. The top-heavy nature of the Indian Army is a historical problem that has started since independence. And there are also problems with the frontline deployment. A serious land power will never put heavy troops on the front line. But India did so. The forward policy can be heard from the name, and the army deployment is top-heavy. Alan Wilson estimated that once the frontline forces were divided and surrounded, it would be a problem whether India had a second-line force. In fact, at this moment, the Indian soldiers on the front line were cursing Lieutenant General Kaul, who formulated the forward policy, as a fool. Marshal Mountbatten agreed with his son-in-law's words. This time of rushing to help can highlight the importance of the Navy in global force projection. For this reason, he revised his son-in-law's view that the Mediterranean fleet should pass through the Suez Canal and transport the garrison in British East Africa to India. I believe this time is enough for the two countries to solve their own problems. Mountbatten believed that this marching route was more appropriate. If the Pacific Fleet in Malaya was mobilized to East Africa and then returned to India, such a round trip, it was too obvious to shirk responsibility. This could not be explained. The Pacific Fleet could be mobilized to rush to India, but even a little army force could not be withdrawn for deterrence. It would be much more reasonable to use the power of the Mediterranean Fleet. The distance was also very far, and the Atlantic Fleet could also take over the vacancy left by the Mediterranean Fleet. This was more logical from the perspective of the Navy. Asked about the time of the transfer, Alan Wilson nodded and said, I believe that 1 month is enough. If it doesn't work, we can reduce the speed appropriately. If the fleet is still on the way after the war, we can send Belfast strategic transport planes full of British soldiers to land in Goa. Of course, we need to prepare more national flags and military reporters. Oh, the Indians will definitely thank you. Mountbatten twitched his mouth and discussed the naval transfer seriously, because this sentence added a lot of comedy. Of course, no one loves India more than me. Alan Wilson didn't feel embarrassed at all. He made his position clear and showed his cards. He would definitely stand firmly on the side of India. I believe that Prime Minister Nehru will thank us at the Commonwealth Prime Ministers meeting in December, if Nehru still attends. In fact, this year's Commonwealth Prime Ministers meeting was held in October. After persuading the Supreme Authority Norman Brooke, Alan Wilson decided to hold it in December. It would be more appropriate for India, which had returned with a great victory, to hold it at that time, and it could also demonstrate India's influence. However, if there is another more likely result, this Commonwealth Prime Ministers meeting may have taken on a different flavor. Alan Wilson estimated that Nehru would not attend. A morning vacation is over, and Alan Wilson is going back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to work. When he was in a taxi, he was still mumbling Timayer's name. Back in his office, Alan Wilson had already thought about it and decided to use Timayer, the former chief of staff, to direct a self-destructive drama. This must be operated by a professional media similar to the BBC. I wonder if his dear wife will make recharging the media a priority option after arriving in Perth. The current situation is unknown. Although there is a special relationship between the Five Eyes Alliance and British India, Alan Wilson knows that there are two heats brewing, but which one will come out first is still difficult to estimate. From the perspective of the United Kingdom, he naturally hopes that the decisive battle on the top of the Himalayas will come out first. Once India's advance surfaced, the United Kingdom can take military mobilization without delay. By the time the Cuban Missile Crisis was known to the world, the British Navy had already set out. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. At least in terms of military, Britain can leave the vortex of North America. The fighting in Asia is lively, and the British mainland is in Europe, which will not cause any impact on Britain. Taking this opportunity, Alan Wilson took time out to set off the third fire and sent a telegram to northern Rhodesia. The war in Congo Katanga has been going on for more than a year. Grace sometimes wondered if he really came here to be an internationalist fighter. For northern Rhodesia, the low-intensity combat state is not unacceptable, and their armed forces have not suffered much loss. But some doubts have spread in the army, and it is inevitable that his position will be endangered over time. Just like Alan Wilson in London, waiting for which of the two hotspots to surface first, Grace is also waiting for the time that Alan Wilson said to come. The two are on different continents, and their moods are equally tormented at this time. During this period, Grace became more and more silent. If she continued like this, she might become a philosopher. At this moment, a man in military uniform pushed the door open and said, "Colonel, a telegram from London." Grace jumped up. Such a big reaction scared the man who came in. Before he could react, the telegram in his hand had been snatched away by Grace. The colonel, in his eyes, waved his hand and said, "You go out first." "Grace, my friend, you must be bored during this period. You must be spending your days in torment and waiting. You may have cursed me many times in your heart, right? Your waiting is reasonable. If you believe in my character, you can do what you want now. Pay more attention to international news in the next few days, and you will know why this time is the most appropriate." The telegram was not long, but for Grace, it felt unfinished at the moment. "Call Chungbo, the freedom fighter." Grace picked up the phone, and his white teeth were so hateful. He couldn't wait any longer, and had to take action now. This was also the purpose of his coming to Lubumbashi. The Chetniks, who followed Grace closely, had been deployed around the northern Rhodesian armed forces. Regarding Chomb's Katanga Independence Army and the British mutual assistance, the two sides gathered forces to counterattack. The two had a very pleasant conversation. Grace kept Chomb until dark and reluctantly went out to see him off. Reinforcement will arrive soon, and Lumumba's ambition will not succeed. Grace promised solemnly. This is the best. Chomb did not doubt him, and then got on the car and disappeared into the night. The sky was pitch dark, but Lubumbashi was still calm. At least Chomb thought so, and he thought he was wrong. On this day, he, the Katanjis, was attacked by the armed forces that were inclined to Lumumba. This was a very successful decapitation operation, which was almost equivalent to completing this feat in the enemy's base camp. At the same time, some troops shouted slogans to drive the colonists out and launched an attack in Lubumbashi. The buildings were set on fire, and this big Congolese city fell into a bloody war. Half of Katanga province was still in the hands of the independence armed forces, especially Lubumbashi. Many citizens were at a loss and trembled in fear of the sudden battle. The sound of gunfire rang out all night, and people spent an unforgettable night listening to the constant sound of gunfire. The respected independence leader Mr. Chomb was killed in the attack carefully planned by Lumumba's element last night. But the rebel troops have been wiped out. Thank God, the city is safe now. Overnight, the entire Lubumbashi fell into Grace's hands, and the leader of Katanga's independence was killed. Chapter 1174 Britain's Choice. India is praising Sting. Under the premise that the pound players paid money, the second round of agitation began again. India's brave act is known to everyone from Ireland to Kitten. The battle of founding a country and the battle of dignity are even more than the current public opinion in India. When Alan Wilson came to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to work that day, almost every official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building had a newspaper in his hand. It might be the Daily Times or the Times, but the content was similar, except for the headlines on the front page. Whitehall was already like this, and the situation in the whole of Britain was similar. It was not surprising that Alan Wilson entered his office. How could this matter be related to him? The matter was exposed to the media because Alan Wilson really forgot which one was exposed to the world first, the Cuban Missile Crisis or this war. This exposure refers to being known by ordinary people in various countries, not just limited to the top leaders. If it was the latter, in fact, whether it was the Cuban Missile Crisis or India's forward policy, the top leaders of various countries would have known it. To expose the forward policy, we must first occupy a favorable position in public opinion and form a preconceived concept for British citizens. Once this concept is formed, it will be helpful to control the rhythm later. Even if the United States and the Soviet Union fail to communicate and really fight, the government can easily guide public opinion. For example, link the two things together and say that this is the general offensive of the Soviet group. At the right time, you can also use the marginal corners that no one cares about, such as the conflict in Katanga in Congo, as another piece of evidence. In an electoral country, public opinion is very important and can even affect government decisions. As for reflection, that is a matter for the future. If you win the bet, you don't need to reflect. If you lose, you can reflect. With the ringing of the bell, Alan Wilson picked up the microphone. "I'm Alan, Permanent Undersecretary. The Minister hopes you will come." The voice of Dixon, the Chief Private Secretary of the Foreign Minister, came. "Got it." Alan Wilson answered concisely. "What do you want to discuss?" The Prime Minister asked the Minister to go to number 10. Foreign Policy Matters. Dixon did not dare to neglect the questioning of his boss and told everything like pouring beans. "Thank you." Alan Wilson hung up the phone and casually pulled out the forward policy assessment prepared by Richardson. He walked out of the office with it. He felt that this assessment would be useful today. "Wick, remember to report to me if you have anything." The Permanent Undersecretary walked to the Foreign Secretary's office with a step that did not recognize any relatives. Soon, the two of them walked to 10 Downing Street very friendly. They usually took a car. When Rab Butler asked about the current public opinion's concern for the former colonies, Alan Wilson said that he had just heard about it. It is very normal to care about the former colonies. After all, there is a layer of bond. Not only is it like this now, but it will also be like this in the UK decades later. The reaction of Indians to the BBC is the same as that of Trump watching CNN, a purely physiological reaction. It is undeniable that India does have many black spots, but it is definitely a credit to the fact that it has been put on the spot one after another. Without the British public opinion's long-lasting concern for India, India's strange things would not be so famous. The fighting power of the top 5 permanent members of the Indian YouTube community was developed under the attention of the British media hegemony with the BBC at its core. Without decades of consistent attention, there would not be the strong fighting power of Indian netizens. We should encourage each other and make progress together. As for the minister's question, after hearing the public opinion in Australia, New Zealand, and even Canada's Alan Wilson could not explain and avoided the main point and said, Australia and New Zealand are isolated overseas, and their concern about the situation in Asia is understandable. Walking and chatting, the two soon arrived at 10 Downing Street. Alan Wilson saw Norman Brooke and hurriedly greeted the Supreme Authority. "Sir Norman, you came just in time. The Prime Minister wants to discuss the situation in Asia with the Minister." Norman Brooke nodded to Foreign Minister Rab Butler and said, "The Defence Minister has arrived. It seems that the level of discussion is very high." Alan Wilson said with a smile, "It's amazing that Asian affairs are so popular. In fact, it's not surprising at all." Alan Wilson was just talking casually. Before India became independent, it could occupy half of Britain's international affairs. Is it true that the British Empire is essentially a nation country? Now it's just a return to tradition, which has been the case in the past, present, and future. Politicians follow the baton of public opinion, essentially for the support rate. Since the forward policy is known first, it naturally becomes the theme of the cabinet. As for the Caribbean, the atmosphere in Washington is probably similar to that in London, or even more solemn. It is impossible to come to a conclusion without a few days of discussion. It is easy to say that such a big thing can be decided immediately, but Alan Wilson still asked his wife to recharge and pay attention to India when the nuclear war was about to come. The fundamental reason is that he did not think that there would be a war, and he did not even think that the Cuban Missile Crisis was more dangerous than Ukraine. The international environment of the two events was completely different. In the era of the Cuban Missile Crisis, all countries actually developed quite well. With the advancement of science and technology, citizens of all countries feel that the future will get better and better. Whether it is the United States or the Soviet Union, they are still very confident in their own countries. The whole society is moving forward. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Without a social environment where everyone is fighting to the death, it is unlikely that they will really go all out, even if the Cuban Missile Crisis is indeed dangerous. The United States has tens of trillions of national debt. Isn't it killing others to eat meat and waiting for the explosion? For Europe, the United States is sharpening its knives internationally, and Russia has been forced to the point where it can no longer retreat. The so-called European sanctions are just a casual look. The United States cannot be overwhelmed by refugees, but Europe will. The so-called sanctions against Russia do not allow the EU to expand eastward. Under the sanctions, Russia's development may not improve for a long time. But Russia is fully capable of pulling Europe to the same level as itself. As long as the euro collapses, the core EU countries in Western Europe may only have their living standards fall, and the marginal EU countries in Eastern Europe may not necessarily be better off than Russia. Alan Wilson judged that the danger of the Cuban Missile Crisis may not exceed that of war. Naturally, they will spare no effort to guide the focus on India. Today's cabinet discussion proved that this guidance is close to success. The evaluation report on the forward policy was made by Richardson, and the conclusion was made by him as the Deputy Secretary General of the Cabinet. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and the Defense Secretary read the report and fell into a long contemplation. The public only knows about India, but they know about Cuba's movements and don't know how to make a decision for a while. On the one hand, they are wondering what Britain should do, and on the other hand, they are shocked by the forward policy. India's plan to hold its chest high and flash its bayonet and build victory on the basis of the opponent's non-resistance is really an eye-opener for them. What's the benefit of paying attention to India for Britain? Rab Butler asked at Aidan's eyes. The biggest benefit of this war is that Britain is finally not the country that India hates the most. Alan Wilson said with a look of relief. For a long time, India's defense after independence was not superficial, but it was real. After the outbreak of the war, Britain finally retreated to second place. This is the biggest gain for Britain. Before the outbreak of the war, India's first priority was Britain's comeback. After the war, it turned its eyes to the north, staring at its neighbor who had knocked off its crown as the leader of the non-aligned movement and the leader of the third world countries. Of course, India still has a defensive heart against Britain when it does not involve its northern neighbors. There is no way to do this. It is a fact that Britain colonized India. With this fact, Britain is the object of India's defense, and it is impossible to remove it from this defense list. Alan Wilson gave a rather optimistic conclusion, but this conclusion is definitely not true. It is highly likely that India will sooner or later throw itself into the arms of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's 10 billion subsidies are too much for Britain to keep up. In essence, he is still a paper hanger, carrying out the original intention of slow decline. He wants to delay it for a day, a year, and he must get enough benefits while he can still get them. If India is defeated, the major British banks can actually prepare to receive the assets of the Indian tycoons. Alan Wilson said compassionately, after all, it is a former colony. If we don't protect it, who will protect it? Wow. Rabbo Butler's eyes flashed with greed. Prime Minister, we can't just watch India fall into the abyss. We should support it in a certain sense. Defense Minister Profumo also said immediately, the United States and the Soviet Union are expected to talk. The two countries will not risk a nuclear war, but India is different. The most important thing is that there is no risk. We can withdraw at any time if we intervene. Profumo had already become Marshal Mountbatten's man. At this time, he immediately said that he wanted to let the British Army move to show the military power of the world power. The minister has grasped the core of the problem. The key is that there is no risk. Alan Wilson spoke up at the right time. Indeed. Seeing that both the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Foreign Affairs thought so, Eden made the final decision. This statement indicated that Britain had made a choice at the critical moment of the choice. You are amazing. You are noble. You have 10,000 subscriptions. He is a great god. I'm a failure. You brought me to the online literature circle. Have you ever thought about teaching me to write a book? I tell you, I don't want to go back. Do you know how I'm bullied here? Just because I have no talent and don't understand the market, they all laugh at me. I'm a rookie. I can't write a book. I'm very scared. I'm afraid that they will show their income every day. I'm afraid that one day they will all become rich. You are really amazing and become gods. What a broken place, a broken place, a broken place. I just want to surpass them step by step, step by step, step by step, step by step, step by step. I want to make money. I don't want to let others laugh at me. I can't stand it. I don't want to be laughed at by others anymore. I want to be a great god. I want to be the highest great god, the king of gods with 10,000 subscriptions every day. Chapter 1175C Blockade. Whether it is to solve the problem by airstrikes or to go further and directly invade, there is a danger of a nuclear war. Judging from the current situation, even if the United States can eliminate the Soviet Union, it will be beaten to death. What world hegemony? From now on, it will definitely have nothing to do with the United States. The good days are still to come. Why do you think so hard? However, the Pentagon obviously hopes to take military action to solve the problem, regardless of the harm to the United States itself. At this time, the actions of the British Royal Navy pointed out a clear way for Kennedy. Although the British Foreign Ministry's statement is not directed at any party, the British public opinion at this time, in this unofficial statement, can clearly see the true attitude of the United Kingdom, but it has not been said through official channels. Kennedy thought that he had predicted the British people's predictions. After all, he was a politician elected by the people. Don't you know that all statements that do not appear through official channels have nothing to do with official statements? Now, Kennedy has felt that he has found a way to solve the problem. Like the British Royal Navy, he uses the overwhelming power of the US Navy to block or isolate Cuba's external communication channels. In London, at the headquarters of the British Foreign Office, Alan Wilson took a newspaper reporting on the war as a kind of adjustment. He originally thought that Britain used the hegemony of public opinion to embolden India. Facts have proved that the magical land, where many religions have appeared, has thousands of years of experience in debate, and does not need any help in public opinion. It is worthy of being the head of the 5 permanent members of the YouTube channel decades later. The hegemony of public opinion bestowed on the Indians was instantly digested by the powerful countries and reversely exported. Although the United Kingdom has launched many satellites at the Australian launch site, satellites of this era have not yet reached the point where they can be seen everywhere. Otherwise there would be no need for high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. On the roof of the world with thousands of gullies and ravines, both sides are fighting mainly with infantry. How can Britain know what the situation is? In order to follow the hot spots, they quoted reports from insiders of the Indian government one by one, allowing India to complete a wave of imports to domestic sales. The gold content of these reports is that not a single word can be believed, and it is almost enough to fool the melon-eating masses. More than 10 years ago, there were still people who did this. Now, they have annihilated 100 million enemies and entered the battle successfully. There is only one perfect man left in history. At this time, when world peace is threatened, the permanent undersecretary of the British Foreign Office is calm and still toasts with his friend Maggins. Alan, are you not nervous at all? Maggins didn't know what to say with his glass. What's there to be nervous about? Alan Wilson tilted his head and looked at his friend, a little puzzled. India's matter? Maggins nodded. He knew that Alan Wilson had worked in India and had a deep understanding of India's situation. Now he is so calm. Is the war report from India true? Don't worry, India is fine. Alan Wilson thought to himself that the real big thunder has not been made public yet. The attitude towards India is to pretend to rescue. Apart from that, it would be a waste for Britain to do anything more. In fact, being in India, facing an opponent that it cannot defeat alone, it is reasonable to seek foreign aid. What kind of foreign aid does India need? A strong land power, not a maritime power. What's the use of maritime power? Can it drive a battleship to the Himalayas? Since it cannot, the value of the allies of the maritime powers is greatly reduced. India needs to echo its allies. There is only one option at present, that is, the Soviet Union. Although the subcontinent is similar to the environment of 2 ocean lines in the United States, India is a country with continental thinking. India will not choose a maritime power to rely on. At a critical moment, India will tend to the Soviet Union. Besides, what the Soviet Union gives cannot be given by Britain or the United States. Only the Soviet Union will do such a stupid move. Since it is judged that India will sooner or later move closer to the Soviet Union, why should it really help? If Alan Wilson had not wanted to take advantage of the hotspots this time and find an opportunity to prove that Britain is still a powerful country with world influence, Nehru would not respond, even if he shouted at the top of his throat. Your calmness is really terrible. Maggins shook his head and commented on his friend who looked like nothing happened. Reading war reports and drinking are Alan Wilson's work these days. He looks like a decadent middle-aged man whose wife has left home. The public opinion of the entire English-speaking world has been occupied by the war reports from India. Everyone feels that it is just around the corner for a powerful country with a strong voice to stand among the nations of the world after only this battle. At this time, some voices even emerged that Britain should take measures to contain this former colony, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. My God, there is an unexpected gain. Alan Wilson saw this report and read it with a surprised look. Thinking carefully, Alan Wilson can also understand this worry. It is a historical fact that Britain colonized India. Once the former colony has strong power, will it bear grudges? From the perspective of Britain, it is natural to hope that India will not, but what if India does? For Britain, the strength of China and the Soviet Union is not a life-threatening problem. If India has achieved strong power recognized by the whole world, it will be a real disaster. Wick, help me contact the Guardian. Alan Wilson picked up the microphone and ordered, the analysis makes sense. Don't do it this way next time. India is currently a Commonwealth country, and the Commonwealth Prime Minister's meeting in December is still being prepared. It is not appropriate to issue such a report at this time. I know, Permanent Undersecretary. Wick nodded, put down the phone, and then called someone else in the same way as Alan Wilson just did. Please make an appointment with the editor-in-chief of The Guardian. There is a cocktail party tonight, and he needs to attend. If spitting can determine the trend of the war, India has already won, and will never end up like Mr. Chang. Spitting cannot solve practical problems. After several days of diplomatic efforts, Kennedy realized that it would be impossible to change the Soviet Union's mind by relying solely on diplomacy in the eyes of the Pentagon. On October 22nd, during the day, the British Royal Navy's Mediterranean Fleet had passed through the Suez Canal. Its huge scale made the Egyptians who saw it look sideways. In Washington, the capital of the United States, the White House announced that President Kennedy would make an important speech. Many American citizens were waiting for the president's speech. Rumors had already spread, but most American citizens knew nothing about it. They were waiting in confusion for Kennedy, who was both praised and criticized. Kennedy was indeed a president with mixed reputations. The Republican Party questioned whether his victory was a fraud. During his term, Cuba had a revolution. For most of this year, the White House and the steel giants were entangled, and the sluggish US stock market made many people dislike this Irishman. Many people did not know why Kennedy made a sudden speech, but they still waited obediently. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Kennedy appeared on the TV screen and informed the American citizens of the fact that the Soviet Union had deployed nuclear missiles in Cuba. Good evening, my fellow citizens. This government has been keeping the closest attention to the Soviet military construction on the island of Cuba as promised. Last week, clear evidence showed the fact that a series of offensive missile sites were being built on the captive island. These bases have no other purpose than to provide nuclear strike capabilities against the Western Hemisphere. At 9 o'clock last Tuesday morning, as soon as I received the first preliminary and serious intelligence of this nature, I instructed to upgrade our surveillance. Now that the evidence has been confirmed, the evidence assessment and our decision to take action have been completed. This government feels it is its responsibility to report to you in the most detailed manner possible about this new crisis. The characteristics of these new missile sites clearly indicate two different types of installations. These include some medium-range ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads with a range of more than 1,000 nautical miles. Simply put, each of these missiles is capable of striking Washington, D.C., the Panama Canal, Cape Canaveral, Mexico City, or any other city in the southeastern United States, Central America, and the Caribbean. He explained the seriousness of Cuba's deployment of nuclear missiles, and finally changed the subject, saying, "The government has decided to begin strict inspections of all offensive military equipment shipped to Cuba. Any ship sailing to Cuba from any country or port must be returned if it is found that the cargo contains offensive weapons. If necessary, such inspections will be expanded to other types of goods and transportation vehicles." Kennedy's television speech was over, and the whole United States was in an uproar. Right under the noses of the United States, nuclear missiles that could destroy the United States in an instant appeared, and were aimed at major cities in the United States. The Cuban Missile Crisis finally came to the fore from behind the scenes, and from the speculation of a small group of people to the fact. Kennedy's television speech was over, but many Americans could no longer sleep. When the dark curtain passed, and the sun shone again to warm the earth, Kennedy formally signed a presidential order in the White House to ban the shipment of any offensive weapons to Cuba. Overnight, the news spread not only throughout the United States, but also throughout the world. What I mean is to link the current difficulties faced by the United States with the war in Asia and the conflict in Congo, a Central African country. Pamela Mountbatten gently instructed, while holding the microphone in Perth, the largest city in Western Australia. After receiving the reply, Pamela Mountbatten immediately made another call: take out all the liquid funds in the United States to buy at the bottom, yes, including the funds that have not left the United States from the previous sale of silver. Isn't it too dangerous? Of course, if the president has already made a decision, it's fine. Then do it. Pamela Mountbatten said calmly, her calves exposed outside her long skirt jumping up and down, as if representing the owner's joy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.